Oh man, we live, baby. We live. We lit, baby. We lit. What's really good, family tree? Let me know that you're up in the building with me. Hey, I don't even know why I'm so hyped and gas. Yeah, and listen, I always keep saying this. It's gonna have to be a quick show. You know why? Yeah, I haven't even broke fast, man. I haven't really eaten like that yet. Yes, I need to go and eat soon. So I want to just quickly do something quick. But I want to do. Let me just lay out the foundation of the show. I want to go through some information as per usual, and then obviously we're going to open up and make sure you guys just come in and then like discuss amongst yourselves or debate or ask questions. You know how we normally do, how we do. So, anyways, yeah, let everybody know that we're live right now. And like that's what you need to do. Go tell a friend to hit up on Titans TV. All right. What you're gonna do right now is hit the like button because you love it, baby. You love it. So let's get into it, baby. Let's get into it. Oh, sugar. Let me see. Preparation time. Did you even prepare? Okay, Pagan Prophet Ramadan series. Okay, cool. You see what? Yeah, I want to put you guys onto some game today. Today, yeah. I want to put you guys on some game. Like we're not even going through much, but right here, the Arabic Hermes from Pagan Sage to Prophet of Science, right? So we're gonna drop. We need to start. Let me just put this up. Kevin Van Blador. You know what I need to do? I need to set up like an affiliate link on Amazon, yeah? So you guys can start getting some of the literature that I have, right? And then also I want to put you onto some, journals and articles and things of that nature. I need to get you guys on game so we can now start having like real informative discussions, even debates on these topics once we're all sharing the same information, right? It'll be good, right? Be good. Peace, beloved, and come down, fire, come down. Jeez, my brother. Yo, my American brothers are up in the building. What's good? So yeah, family tree. All right, cool. Do you know what? Yeah, what was funny? What was funny before I actually go into the entirety of the show and that? Yeah, somebody must have dropped like a comment in the question about pagan. I said, yeah, let me teach you lot about pagan. Innit? You know the way there, like let me teach you about pagan. Yeah, just so we can get excited and get some fun and some passion into the vibe. Because I feel dispassionate nowadays. So let me get into this, right? So like there's two individuals I want to talk about in particularly today, right? We're going to definitely speak on Hermes, or what Muslims in Arabic literature is known as Idris. Hebrew literature is known as Hanuk. Christian literature is known as Enoch. Egyptian literature is known as Jehuti. Greek literature is known as Hermes, right? So this individual, yeah, right there is the foundation. No. Rewind that track there, selector. It is the foundation of the three monotheistic religions. But Abraham, let me put it out there, like in a real sense, yeah, but like you know, before you even think about Abraham, you have to think of Enoch. Before you even think of Moses, you have to think of Enoch. He is the grandpappy patriarch that set things running. Yeah, running. And I'm gonna have to drop some heat for my Muslim brothers and sisters out there because they don't even know that the religion of Islam started off with who? The pagan prophet himself. The pagan prophet himself, right? There's two pagan prophets, but we're going to talk about the numero uno pagan prophet, and that is the Arabic Hermes. All right, that is Idris. That is the one that taught everybody how to read and write. Oh, sugar. The Seven Actions of Jehuti, Ancient Future by Wayne B. Chandler. Jeez, I had information right there. Let me just bring that up. Okay, so he's the man that kickstarts everything, to be honest with you. And it's kind of mad that you don't get to hear him. Like in Christianity, you don't even get to hear him where he's even mentioned in the Bible. Yeah. I'm talking about his books are mentioned in the Bible, right? I think it's Jude quotes Enoch, the book of Enoch, right? Jews, yeah, when we get into the mysticism, yeah, they up on this, yeah, Enoch all the way, but nobody knows, like, Muhammad himself, yeah, says I'm a Hanif, meaning I'm a follower of Hanuk or Enoch. But nobody don't know this stuff. Like nobody don't know this stuff. You know them way there. Like nobody ain't even hip on this. And the wickedest thing is, yeah. And what's so funny? What's so funny as well, yeah. There's a few times, right, where Muhammad discusses certain things, right, or other people discussing certain things, and you keep hearing the word Hanaf being mentioned, or Hanafiyah being made mention, but nobody knows what it means. In the sense that the people of the time clearly knew what it meant. The Quran itself, by the way it speaks, right, knew what that term actually meant, right? And what the term meant within inside of, you know, the normal Christian world, yeah, is pagan. So when Muhammad or the Quran drops here, Abraham was neither Christian or a Jew, he was a Hanif. It's basically saying he was neither Christian or a Jew, he was a pagan, right? And that's going to sound blasphemous to a lot of people. Like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, yeah, he wasn't a Jew, was he? Was he a Jew? No. Like, Christianity didn't even exist during them time periods. So was he a Christian? No. He is a Gentile, somebody who is outside of those monotheistic religions at that time, right? So therefore, he was a pagan. He was a righteous pagan. And like, it's so funny when people think of this word as a curse word, right? As a cuss word. Are you pagan? You Gentile? But then at the same time, your patriarch, the person that you look up to, is being referred to, and even Jewish literature, where is it? Maimonides. Maimonides even talks about him being a Sabian, i.e., therefore being a pagan. Like, but he was considered. There's something called a righteous pagan versus the idolatry pagans. Yeah, so there's a little, you know, there's a little distinction that's being made. But anyways, most people don't know this stuff, so I just found it very hilarious when people come up with these nonsense. Anyway, all right. So today, we did say we want to go into that. All right, cool. So let me see if I can start sharing my screen. Let me do this real quickly because let me see if I can get this show on real quickly so I can go eat some food. Family tree. I remember the link should be inside of the thing though. It should be there. Yeah. Cool. I'm hoping this is it. No, it's not even it. Can I just share my entire screen here? Let me share my entire screen. This makes my life easier. Cool. Okay. So, anyways, with this Ramadan series, yeah. Why does it feel like I'm talking to myself? All right. So with this Ramadan series, we discussed with this Ramadan series, we have stated we want to discuss the 4 major motifs, okay, that kicks off the Ramadan series or kicks off Ramadan itself. Okay, the 4 major motifs. Now, the number 1 motif. Now, let me go into this actually. So I'm actually going to read to you guys. This is called The Biography of Muhammad, Nature and Authenticity by Gregor Schueller. Okay, and this is on page 40. Okay, so this, again, so I'm trying to say to you guys here, please, I want you guys to get up to scratch here with what's going on in mainstream academia when we're talking about Islam. Stop following apologists and polemicists online to think you're getting your information, to think that is, you know, like, let me go into Christian Prince, let me go into David Wood to hear about Islam. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I love those brothers, you know, and again, I respect the ministry that they're putting forward, yeah. But ask yourself, when is the last time they quoted from scholars within inside of the field? You see how when we go into Christianity, we start quoting scholars within inside of the field. You know, your Bart Ehrmans and Mike Lacona and Mike, what's his name, Whittler, whatever his name is, man. There's so much, you know, Price and Mortimer and Smith and all these names, right? Like, we know all of these names, but yeah, we don't know names like Noel Deck and Patricia Crone and Shola and Rubin and you know all the other names like Andrea. I'm missing out pure names, right? We don't speak about the scholars in the field that's actually putting in the work. Now we need to start going and reading these things here to fully understand, and don't go to your Dawa Mans and your Ali Dawas and your Muhammad Hijab, yeah, because you're simply going to get the propaganda. Like, you want to hear, like, I hope the reason why you are on Titans TV, yeah, is that you're going to learn something. and it's going to be like academically researched information as well, like, and it's going to be unbiased, critical information that we're putting forward, not no like religious nonsense, yeah, or propaganda nonsense. This is real stuff. So anyways, so we're going to go to the sources, right, of the scholars, what they saying, what their findings. It says here, for our study, Andrea's findings are fundamental. Okay, the complete version of the report is a conglomerate consisting of 4 main elements or motifs. Okay, so what is this talking about? It's talking about Muhammad's first revelation. Okay, again, let me just see if I'm being seen. Let me just see if, let me stop screen share again. If you want to discuss Islam, yeah, if you want to discuss Ramadan, even no, before you even get into Ramadan, yeah, and Islam, you want to know the origin of Islam, right? And there is various origins of Islam furthermore, but one of the major fundamental origins of Islam is Muhammad's first revelation. Let's start from there. Like, I don't even want to hear anything else. Let's start from the beginning. Yeah, we can go into the backstory of Muhammad to find out more, but let's start from the very beginning. The very how did my man get his revelations? Like, that's where we should be starting. Yeah. All right. Let me just see this. All right, Kalam, you're like 60 years ahead of Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah, and them, man, they a baby to you when it comes to the information. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the beginning, the root, the genesis of it all. It's that plain and simple. Yeah. And the genesis of it all is, of course, like, the accounts of his first revelation. All right. And the scholars have said, you know what? Boom. There's 4 motifs. The whole story, there's like a whole long report of it, but it's a conglomerate, meaning it's made up of different elements, okay, that's pieced together to fit a nice whole story. But it really originated as individual bits, right? We'll call them pericope or pericope, right? That's what we'll call them, pericopes. An extract from a text, especially a passage from like the Bible or the Quran, yeah? That is what a pericope is, like the individual text that makes up the whole thing. All right, cool. So in there, yeah, the 4 major motifs that Andre lists out is, number 1, the Tahunuf narration. Yeah. Boom. That's number 1. All right. We've gone through these things already, but number 1, let's start off, is the Tahunuf narration. Number 2, I'll break them down in a minute, is the Ikra. Number 3 is the Ufuk. Number 4 is the Waraqa narration. Okay, these are the 4 narrations that makes up the first revelation. Yeah, boom. That's what you need to go into. And what we need to do, yeah, is break down every single element. What is the Tahunuf? What is the Ikra? What is the Ufuk? What is the Waraqa narration? What is it trying to tell us? Break it down for me. Yeah, that's what we need to do. All right, so here we go. The Tahunuf narration is Muhammad's solitary devotional practice on Mount Hira. 2, the Ikra narration, in the strict sense, the appearance of an angel who forces Muhammad to recite Surah 96, 1-5. The Waraqa narration and Ufuk narration, the appearance of an angel on the horizon addressing Muhammad as prophet. Okay, I'm going to just keep it like that because there is further breakdowns, but we're going to keep it that simple. So today, right, we're going to go through the Ufuk narration. Just make sure. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, is it even live on here? 1 second, my guys. 1 second. Let me just see. Narration. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So let's keep it flowing. So really and truly, the first of all these things we should be going through is the Tahunuf revelation. Narration, sorry. I keep saying revelation. Yeah. And that Tahunuf narration is talking about Muhammad going up into the hills, up into the Mount Hira. Let me stop sharing my screen. Going up into Mount Hira, yeah, practicing a particular something called Tahunuf. Some reports for some nights, some reports says for a month, and this month is the month of Ramadan. All right. So at this point, yeah, we have to ask ourselves, what is the tahunuf? What is it? Why is he going to a particular mountain site? Who is he going with? And so forth and so forth. These are the questions that need to be asked. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop it like this. I beg or no, I beg. Go and ask Muslims, yeah, about this. And I'm talking about Muslims who are dawah guys, yeah. Go and ask them in Speaker's Corner, wherever else, yeah. Go onto their platforms and ask them, what was Muhammad doing in the Mount of Hira? What was he doing? And they would say meditating. You're like, okay, well, where does it say that? It doesn't say that. Okay. All right. So what does it say? Tahunuf. Okay, what is tahunuf? And none of them will give you a satisfactory answer of what tahunuf is. None of them will. None of them. And you say, okay, so he was practicing something called tahunuf, which seems to be a religious practice, right? Okay, what religion was Muhammad? That's my question. I'm asking that question right now. Let's see, audience members. Yeah, what religion was Muhammad? Boom. Yeah, either come in or answer it inside of the comment section. Simply tag Titans TV. Yeah, tag Titans TV and answer the question, baby. What religion did the Prophet Muhammad follow? I want to know. I want to know. Yeah, that's down there for you guys to actually just answer if you can. Just tag Titans TV and answer it. Otherwise, you know. Okay. Okay. LB says, Titans TV, I reckon Islam is like a simplified, maybe dumbed down version of a heretical Christian sect, which eventually stripped away everything that made it Christian. Who? You know, I ain't going to argue with that, but I keep quiet on that one. I'm not going to argue with it. Sounds pretty good to me. Okay. Titans TV, Muhammad didn't have a religion, question mark. Yeah? Boom. All right. So this is the question we're asking, baby. This is the question we're asking. All right. And now I'm going to just drop a little something. I like this because I'm actually, when we were off air, we were dropping some of this knowledge to the people then, you know. We're having these conversations. And we're going to go straight now to Ibn Kathir's Al-Sirah Al-Nabawiyah. Okay. Volume 1, page 283. Again, baby, you see how we're giving you sources. This is sources right here. We're saucy, baby. Yeah? What does it say? It say the scholars differ over the devotion of prayer of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam before his mission, whether he was following some religion and what that was. Some say that it was the religion of Noah. Others suggest that of Abraham, it being the most similar as well as the most powerful. Others say that of Moses, yet others that of Jesus. Others say that all that is established is that he did have a religion and that he followed and observed it. Page 284 says, for the interpretation of these statements and circumstances in which they were made, one should look elsewhere in works on the origins of Islamic jurisprudence. But God knows best. Allahu Alam. Yeah? So, we see that they acknowledge that the Prophet had a religion. So if someone says that the Prophet didn't have a religion, yeah, we'll say, okay, like, I'm not even going to argue. You know what? I'm not even putting forward no claims, yeah, that hasn't already been made. During Ibn Kathir's time, big boy, scholar, yeah, a group of scholars are saying he was a Christian. A group of scholars are saying that he followed the religion of the Jews. A group of scholars are saying that he's following the religion of Noah and Abraham. Yeah? It's not me saying it. Yeah? It's what the scholars are saying. So, some people are going to try to attack me on some nonsense. Attack your scholars before you try to attack me. Yeah? They say all that is established is that he did have a religion and that he followed and observed it. Yeah? That's what they've established. Yeah? That's what they've established. They followed a religion. But there's conjecture. Which one did he follow? Which one did he follow? Yeah? Which one? Okay. What about Petra? Okay, I'm reading your comments, all right? But I'll jump into them a little bit later on. Okay. So you guys gotta let me know. Do you want me to keep posting up sources? Or would you rather me just flow? And then when the time comes, yeah, and you say, yo, Cal, like, can you just post up that source for me so we can go and read it? I can just post up the source or share it with you. Yeah? Because for me to keep going into all the sources, I've got all. Do you know what? The wickedest thing is, before I started, I said, you know what? Let me actually, pull up some sources, yeah, for you guys, so you can see where we're pulling from. So, for example, Al Tahanuf, an inquiry into the meaning of a term, by M.J. Kister. Okay, I'm gonna keep that right there for a hot minute. So you look a screenshot this, then you guys can go off, Google, yeah, and see if you could pull up these sources. All right, I'm gonna warn you from now. Some of these sources that you're gonna see here, yeah, you're gonna have to pay for. They could range anywhere from £10 to £30 to £45. Yeah, even though that they're PDF documents. Okay, but that's what we do. We do it. We put our money in to actually make, to get the understanding. So you guys can do the same thing. Yeah. At the same time, sometimes I feel away because no one don't even support Titans TV. We got the Cash App. Yeah. The Cash App sign Titans TV, but nobody ain't donating. We've got the Super Chat, but nobody ain't donating. Y'all should be donating to get some of this information right here, right? But anyways, let's continue. Let's continue. Because, yeah, you go through some of this, the scholarly stuff right here. This is what we read. This is what we read to find out. If you really want to find out the origins of Islam, you have to start really reading, yeah, what the scholars are actually putting out. Okay? What the scholars are putting out. Let's read this one. Jeez. Let me read this one quickly. Let's see. The explanation of the word tahanuf is differently given in the two traditions. In the tradition of Ibn Ishaq, it's glossed by tabarur. In the tradition of al-Bukhari, it is glossed by ta'abud. Ibn Hisham replaces it by tahanuf, i.e. professing the Hanafiyah, performing the actions of a Hanif. There are other traditions in which the expression tanasaka is mentioned instead of tahanuf or tahanatha. Al-Baduri, in his report about the revelation recorded on the authority of Aisha, glosses tahanuf as al-tabu'ud wa al-taburur. It is evident that Baduri referred to the glosses of the two different traditions. This is where you start going to what the scholars do. The scholars go now and collect every single hadith that's speaking on a particular theme or a particular narration, yeah, and they have a particular methodology of sifting through these hadiths. Literally going through the hadiths to find the earliest to do textual criticism on those hadiths, to do criticism on the isnad of those hadiths or the chains of transmission, and in one geographic location it came from, and to how many different students was it passed down to, and how one student changes the wording in one way versus the student from another changes it in another place, and how scholars how certain things creeped into these hadiths based on politics or whatever else is going on during the time. This is proper scholarly work, yeah? So if you can, go and check it up, MJ Kista. But I'm just going to quickly just give a quick breakdown of everything that's going on here, yeah? What it shows you in this particular thing is that in here, it breaks down what the word, tahanuf actually is. But it also breaks down, like the different people that was practicing tahanuf. So if we're going to say, tahanuf, Muhammad was doing tahanuf and he was the only one doing it, no. There was other people during that time period was practicing this particular practice called tahanuf. Yeah. One of the most famous of the individuals that practice this thing called tahanuf, yeah, is a person by the name of it was the Hanafi full stop were practicing this thing called tahanuf. Yeah. Zayd ibn Amr Naufal Ibn Naufal are connected with Hira. In some of them, tahanuf or a similar expression occurs. Ibn Ishaq reports that Zayd was expelled from Mecca and sojourned at Hira. Al-Baduri records that Zayd pitched a tent at Hira, practicing in it tahanuf. He withdrew from Quraysh and they named him Al-Rahib, the monk. He died and was buried inside Mount Hira. Yeah? Ibn Habib reports about him that he practiced tahanuf at Hira. Okay? So we're seeing something. We're seeing something right now. Yeah. For those people who don't even know that, we have to go to another source over here real quickly to find out, yeah, that Zayd ibn Amr, yeah, again, another one from MJ Kista, was a person who was Muhammad's mentor, yeah, and taught him in the ways of Hanafiyah. Taught him in the ways of Hanafiyah. Yeah. You have to go through some of these sources. Yeah, I'm just dropping them. I'm dropping them so you lot can just see it. And when you have time, go and research them. Yeah. So we have people like this that's practice at Hanafiyah. We have other Hanifs or Hanifs that were there practicing this particular tahanuf. Who do we have? We have, it's mainly Ethiopians. Let me just see. Yeah. There's 6 of them. Let me just quickly see my my list real quickly. We can do the, sometimes it's long to go into every single attestation, but we can see that tahanuf was practiced by somebody called Hakim ibn Hazim. Another person, Al Harith ibn Abd Manat, Zayd ibn Amr, which you may mention, Abdul Muttalib, the Prophet's grandfather, yeah, and other groups of the Quraysh. Even Abu Talib is said to be the chief or the head of the Hanafiyah. Okay, we got these individuals. We got 5 groups of 5 people that we know practice Hanafiyah, and then it also says it's a group of Quraysh also that practice this Hanafiyah. And where you find out that a lot of them are linked to Ethiopia. A lot of them practice this tahanuf, which is part of Hanafiyah. All right, Muhammad was taught by the Hanifs. When are we going to learn this stuff? I'm asking this question. We don't even get taught this stuff, do we? We don't get taught this stuff. It's a holy week. It's a holy week indeed. We got Lent, and then we got Ramadan. It is a holy week. Yeah. So let's get into this. All right. So let me just break it down real quickly. So we know that the Hanifs, yeah, there's a group called Hanif. Hanif, yeah, actually means pagan. I'm gonna put it out there. It literally means pagan, right? It literally means pagan. Muhammad himself is also called a pagan prophet or a Gentile prophet in the Quran. Yeah? The Ummi Nabi. It's to do with paganism. But this form of paganism is not to do with worshipping different gods. It's to do with outside of Judaism and outside of Christianity. It's going back to the original, where all this started from, Enoch. right? And we're going to break this down later on in like further shows. When we spoke earlier on, we spoke about the vision. Remember, there was the vision that Muhammad had, yeah, which is the Ufuk narration. And then we're also going to break down the Waraqa narration. And you will see within all of that that's going on, you will see how that is so linked to Hanafiyah or to the Book of Enoch. You're going to see it all. You can just see, what's his name, Waraqa quote in passages from the Book of Enoch. Right? You can see that the whole vision is from the Book of Enoch. You can see the whole traveling up 7 heavens is coming straight from the Book of Enoch. The angelic being that is known as the Barak in Islam is straight out of the Book of Enoch. Literally, the name is there from the Book of Enoch. You will find the tree, the lot tree, or this particular tree at the furthest bounds, I'm talking about the night vision of Muhammad, is from the Book of Enoch. You'll find that there's a sacred place or sacred house there at the end of this, when you go past the 7th heaven, which is in the Book of Enoch. Everything that is there within the first revelation, right? I.e. Ikra, right? I.e. talking about the pen. This is all the motifs are there from the Book of Enoch. But if you don't realize that these people are clearly saying, you know what? Like Waraqa, Zayd, and the rest of them, you know what? We are Hanif. We are Sabians. Muhammad is said to be a Sabi or Sabian. All of them, like, let me see if I can bring this up real quickly. Let's see. Because sometimes, we're talking and then people don't understand because they just think you're talking. Let's see. Let me go to, maybe here. Let me see. Not there, actually. Where are we going to go? Let me see. I'm going to find something. What do I want to find, actually? Let me go into my other book. Let me go into my other book. Let me go into my other. You have to go to your other laptop, other computer, just to make sure that you're dropping something for you guys. Let me just drop something for you guys real quickly. Okay, Creed. Let's see if we've got Creed up here. Let's see, Creed. Let's see, Creed of. Nope, it's not there. So you know what I'll do? I'll drop it like this. It should just pop up in a little while. Come on, Cloud. Don't fail me now, baby. Don't fail me now. Let's go. Close that down. And we'll count to 5. There you go. Let's get it up. Let's get it up. Jeez, you see? Authors. Again, yeah? Authors. Moshe Jill or Gil. Yeah? The Creed of Abu Amir. Right? We're talking about Hanafism again. Hanifs yet again. Yeah? Other people that even said that they practice Hanafism. And when they were in Medina, was fighting with the Prophet because they were like, no, fam, you're coming claiming that you're practicing Hanafism, but you've introduced certain things that's not even part of Hanafism. What are you saying, fam? There was a little split going on. Yeah? Let's go into this. Let's quickly go into this. Let me just quickly show you something about the Prophet. Okay, what's this? Abu Talib has been called the head of Hanafiyah. Yeah, let's quickly go into this. Let's see. There is much of a signalness in the Hanaf, whereby Ibn Asaq, which praises Hanif. Okay, let's quickly go. Let's go. Here you go. Sabians now. Let's see what it says here. From what has been shown to this point, it seems clear that the Hanafiyah was not an invention of Islam, but it was rather a very lively and active movement among Arab tribes in Jahiliyyah. There are good reasons for concluding that it was also known as the religion of the Sabiyun, and there is evidence that the two terms were identical. Sabi is also used as a synonym of Muslim, just like Hanif. About to visit the Prophet, Umar says he is going to visit Muhammad the Sabi. After accepting Islam, Umar is described as Kad Sab'a. Yeah? Let's see. Let me see what it keeps saying. Look, in a tradition recorded by Ibn Hazm, Abraham is said to have been sent by God to the Sabians to make their shortcomings right by Al-Hanafiyah, Al-Samha. In those times, they were called Hanifs. There is a remainder of them today in Haran, but they are very few. In other words, the tradition recorded by Ibn Hazm says precisely that we assumed above that Sabi and Hanif were the same. Yeah? Later on talks about the Book of Enoch and so forth, right? This is what's going on. When you're hearing the term Hanif and Sabi and Sabian, and it talks about the three groups in the Quran that is promised paradise, i.e. the Jews, the Christians, and the Sabians, yeah? We're talking about those people who held on, yeah? Who were called pagans or Hanifs, right? Who held on to that ancient way, right? And it's usually the Ethiopians. When you go into them and you find out the genealogy of most of these people, you see that they're of Ethiopian descent. And what's important, and the reason why that's very important, is because that particular book, the Book of Enoch, yeah? Let's see, Book of Enoch. Let me just, there's a PDF I'm going through, but let's go images, yeah? If you just go, you know, I'm just choosing this one because you just know about it, yeah? The Book of Enoch. They'll say the lost prophet of the Bible, Enoch, the Ethiopian. We're talking about Ethiopia right here. Right? We're talking about this man is of Ethiopian heritage. When you go into the book yet again, let me just show you. Let me just start showing you, you know, documentations and that. Because sometimes we need to have the documents. Let me stop screen. There you go. There you go. The Book of Enoch right there. Yeah? Look at that. What does it say? The Ethiopic Book of Enoch. Because this book, yeah, was only available in the Ethiopic language. That's why you'll find people like Zayd ibn Amr practicing Hanifism. That's why you find Waraqa practicing Hanafiyism. That's why you find, what's that Kinana guy called, practicing Hanifism because he's of Ethiopian descent. Because in order to practice these things, you need to have the books. And you need to be able to read the language. And most people, again, don't even know that the Prophet used to speak Ethiopian or Ethiopic. And what was it? Crop? What was his name? Crop? You know, was dropping some bombs. Let me see if I can pull him up. Let me see something. Sometimes, you know, you have to just pull up some things here so people can just see. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, maybe. I don't even know. Let's see. Let's see if we can start dropping some of these things. Look, let's see. Big boy books, you know. Big boy books. See when Kalam does his stuff, yeah? I hope you don't think like Kalam just making stuff up from the top of his head or something mad like that. Nah, you know what we do? We make these purchases, we buy these books, yeah? So you guys can have this information. Yeah? Let's see if we can pull out something here. Let's see. No contents. Let's see. Epigraphy, the Quran and its relationship, Claude Juliot, Christian law, boom, boom, boom. Okay. There you go. Here we go. 204. Look at this right here. Beyond single words. Maida, Shaitan, Egypt, and Talmud. Mechanisms of transmission into the Ethiopic Ge'ez Bible and the Quranic text. He's basically telling you that the Quran has words from the Ethiopic Bible. How do you get words from the Ethiopic Bible? Because you're reading or you're either reading the Ethiopic Bible, or people around you, or you yourself are of that persuasion. Let's quickly get into this. 204, right? Let's get into this. Let's see, 220. Let's see, let's get to 204. Boom. Come on, tell me I've at least highlighted some words to make my life easier, right? Nope, I haven't even highlighted. Oh man. See? Let me see something. Let me see if I can just drop a little something. Okay. All right, let's see. You know what? You might have to just read this book. It's one of those ones. You might just have to buy it and read it. It might cost you a little something, but you might have to just buy it and read it. I was gonna just show you like little simple things where the scholars themselves are letting you know that Muhammad, yeah, was surrounded by Ethiopians, spoke Ethiopic and co. Let me see if I can just quickly. Okay. It says here, this is where the aim of the report is to yeah, besides these studies and that question of Ethiopic professors treated by large number of few philology, possible loan was from the okay, cool. Commentary on possible theological influences from the Ethiopian side of Muhammad's view and teachings remain vague and casual, perhaps due to the rather marginal importance and relevance of Ethiopian Christianity in the framework of scientific research on Christian Oriental churches and theologies. Ah, mate. Do you know what? Yeah, this man, yeah, goes in because he breaks down, yeah, how there is such a major Ethiopian influence on the origins of Islam, but the scholars are not going into it for reasons that even bemuse him, and he gives like some like possibly it's this, like it is mad. If you want to learn about Islam as well, yeah, proper, you have to really go into the Ethiopian side as well. Ethiopian and Syriac sides. But anyways, yeah, it says question has to be studied, starting from a certain Ethiopic loanwords in the text of the Quran. Okay. All right, let's see. Were these words already known in the contemporary Arabic of Muhammad's time, or are they innovations of the Quranic text and message? Certainly, this crucial question cannot always be answered since our documentation of pre-Islamic Arabic is meager and authenticity of supposed pre-Islamic literature is doubtful. Yeah? Let me quickly see. Let's quickly... Okay. Let's quickly see. Damn, I wish I just had everything highlighted so it just makes my life easier. Yeah? But anyways, let me take a quick break. Let me take a quick break and read some of your comments, yeah? I really wanted to show it to you. But I can't even right now. All right, let me take a quick break. Oh, them times it's not even on the screen. Can you imagine? Anyways, shouts out to John McDermott dropping that super chat. Salute. Shouts out to Rika as well. Oh man. Kalam, the Book of Enoch is quoted in the Bible, but so are other pagan writings. Doesn't mean those books are to be taken as scripture. You should know this if you study Judaism or Christianity. No, they took it as scripture. Okay. Early Christians took it as scripture. You can see how it heavily influenced the book of Revelations. They took it as scripture. In fact, I'm pretty sure inside of the Ethiopian canon, no, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I'm pretty sure inside of the Ethiopian canon, you have the Book of Enoch. Right? So yeah, no, they took it. Later on and I'm going to preface that a caveat as well, but later on, I think roughly around 300, there was this argument of the Book of Enoch where they didn't want to accept it as part of the canon. So yeah, it's there, fam. It's there. Okay, let me quickly read some of your comments. Boom, boom, boom. Jeez, man, like Riggs is up in the building. Oh man, cool. So let me see where we go. Where we going? Because I want to be quick with this. Let's see. Okay, let's see. We talked about his mentors. We talked about his peers. We want a source of authority. Book of Enoch and so forth, right? Cool. So, what I would like to do actually, because the way I'm trying to make this show go as quick as possible, yeah. The Ethiopic language, cool. Ethiopic language is called Ga'iz. Okay, they call it Ga'iz. There's also, there's Ga'iz language in there. There's Amharic as well, and there's Tigray. But I'm pretty sure that there's Ga'iz. The Quran is heavily influenced with Ga'iz and a little bit of Amharic as well. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is drop the link, family. Come on in real quickly, because I'm trying to get some food real quickly. On the way there, I'm trying to go and get some food. So if you lot can come and just like be on the panel while I eat my food, so I can have some more energy, let me know. Jeez, Arabian Princess is up in the building again. Salute to the Queen. Jeez. All right. So family tree. Let me know. Come on in. 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 And let me know. Like some of this. Why don't you go to Hamza's den? Mr. Man says, why don't I go to Hamza's den? I don't know. I have seen, that's EF Dawa. Is that on EF Dawa's channel? I think I've seen something like that. But I'm not too familiar with Hamza's Den. You're gonna have to let me know what that is really about. And then what would I be going on to Hamza's Den to discuss? You tell me. Because a lot of time, I hear you guys, why don't you go onto such and such his channel and discuss things like this. And I'm like, look, listen. Let me just see something like right now. You tell me, right? Any of the people that you want me to go on to the shows, like their shows, like you got your, I hear, okay, Hamza, you have Christian Prince and so forth, right? Tell me, let me start off with something easy. Let's start off with something easy. No. Okay, cool. Like we've done this. Moshe Jill. Ask them, do they know Moshe Jill? Do they know MJ Kista? Again, Do they know? Let's see. Load up. Like, are they reading? Sorry, look. Jerusalem Studies in Arabic and Islam. So this is like a journal. Are they going into journals? Hebrew University of Jerusalem, the Faculty of Humanists. Yeah. Are they going into journals? And are they going through scholarly works like this? Are they doing it? Are they reading like 64 pages worth of scholarly works, like journals by itself? Yeah. Again, are they going into, who's this one written by? Journal of Quranic Studies. Who's this one written by? Joseph Van S. from the university. This is in Sweden, I believe. Tübingen. Are they actually like studying like that? Are they going through academic pieces of work? Like, are they actually going through things like this? You gotta let me know. Like, I'm just dropping some of my the materials that I have to go through to do shows and discuss certain things. You let me know if they do that and they're actually putting in the work. Yeah, I would happily go on their channels and debate with them. Happily. The problem actually is, like, the most they read, Quran, and if that, Basit, and if they do read the Quran, the most of the stuff that they hold on to is the Hadith. So they'll go into the Hadith literature. For example, Christian Prince will go into Hadith literature and find, the ridiculous Hadiths to make Islam look like silly and dumb and stupid. Because what he's doing is a form of polemicis, attacking Islam.
Right.
And then Muslims would do a form of something called apologetics, which is defending Islam. But I come here and I provide academic research, critical, unbiased academic research. So I'm not telling you to be pro-Islam, and I'm not telling you to be against Islam. I don't have an agenda for you to be a Muslim, or for you to not be a Muslim, or for you to be a Christian. I'm just simply presenting information to you. So with most of these people, it's like it's pointless, because we're debating on two different levels. It's like Bart Ehrman debating, I don't know, let me think, who's someone, Bob the Builder. And no offense to Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder's my guy. Like, it's two different levels, my guys. It's two different levels. Two different levels. All right, let's go. What are you saying to me, my brother?
Come on, man. What's going on?
Hey.
I like that though, yeah. Like, I try to get people to think, let's not try to attack these things and just try to see it from a different point of view and try to break it down using the scholarship. So I like that, man. That's good that you mentioned that, because a lot of people, like the brother who's talking about going to Hamza's Den, you just know it's not, you're not, like, they're not there for intellectual debate, they're there for apologetics. So I don't really know why that was even a suggestion. Like, more time, they should come over here, because they know that if they come over here, we're going to give them the platform to be able to talk and say what they want to say. And they're going to be the ones that are going to run off, because they're going to be upset at certain things that they have to hear, in it. So that's just the truth, in it.
That's right.
Come on.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come
man.
on. What are you saying to me, my guy?
No, man.
Yeah? It's you that's got me onto some of these stuff, you know. Before, I wasn't even looking to touch none of this. Yeah? I am fed up, but it's you. Let's go. Yeah, wait, hold on. Family tree. I'm hearing that there's only 20 likes. What are you saying? I salute Animal as well. Like, he's holding it down. I beg you, family, hit up the like button.
Yeah,
hit up the like button. Come on.
Like button, people. Come on. We're just
checking
out. Actually, I'm pretty sure I was listening to it. I was listening to it on the background, in it. But yeah, I like it on now still. Come on. But yeah, do you know what it was? Yeah, it's interesting to me, because it's like, obviously coming from a Christian background, when you go into certain things in Christianity, you're learning about, hang on a minute, there was different Bibles. So what's these different Bibles about now? What's going on here? Like, and then you're learning about Marcionism? I think it was, or Marcionism, yeah. And then you're learning about Ebionites, and then you're learning about the Gnostics, and then there's even variations within them. So it was like, what's going on with Islam now? You see a lot of Muslims here today, they're talking about they've got the right truth and whatnot and everything. So what is the truth? Where's it coming from? So that's why when I started asking you these questions about Islam, and now I'm hearing about Islam just being heretical. Well, not heretical, because remember that if you look back in Christianity's history, a lot of what you call Orthodox is just a group of people agreeing that this is what the standard of Christianity should be. So basically, it's just their form of Christianity.
That's right.
So
that's right. So I know we've had this conversation about whether Islam was heretical. Do you know what? Yeah. Let me drop a little something.
I'm definitely gonna be getting those Book of Enoch books, though. I'm not gonna lie, folks. I want to see. I want to see it. I want to see it, man.
See. All right, cool. Let's go into this. You know what we're gonna do now? Let's get into some Christian information, some Christian. This is real Christian Muslim polemics. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to just see if I can break some stuff down. Let's see. Where are we? There you go. See, here we go again. Family, if you're on here, yeah, and you're not taking down notes, i.e., the names of these articles and journals and the PDFs that I'm showing you right now, family, let me let you know this, yeah. People don't even understand, yeah, like what I have to go. Let me see. Let me do this. Adobe CC. Let me show you something. Adobe CC price. Yeah, let's just quickly do that. Adobe CC price. Yeah. How much is Kalam paying a flipping month? Just so I can show you this stuff. Yeah.
Yo, you paying it monthly?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Just so I can show you these things. Let's quickly see. English. Okay. $39.95. Yeah. $39.95. I don't even look at the price again no more. I've stopped. You know the way it's there. Like I have stopped looking at the price. Yeah, that I have to pay every single month. Granted, I get my Photoshop, my Premiere Pros when I need to edit my videos and stuff. Yeah, but the thing that I use the most is the Adobe Premiere Pro. I'm sorry, the Adobe Acrobat. I pay £40 a month, just so I can have these PDFs. I can show them to you. I can highlight them. I can make sure that you guys are seeing this information. Yeah, you don't even know, and then I have to pay on top of that, for these articles. Or I have to pay subscription. You know, like JSTOR. I don't know if you don't know about JSTOR. You have to go onto JSTOR to get those subscriptions and Brill and all these other places.
Yeah, I'm
but listen. And then they want me to go speakers corner to debate people that don't have a clue. They don't have a clue.
And then and on top of it, they wanna call you some type of a snake or a hater fan for it. Nah, man, come on, man. Now I understand why. It was just like, is it even worth doing this anymore, fam? Is it even worth trying to go into information? Because people don't care about information, man. They just care about either the polemics or the apologists.
Yeah,
and that's just
who said it best? I think it was Apostate Prophet. They only care about who destroyed who, who annihilated who. Hey, okay. Let's see, John of Damascus. Let's go into one of the first polemicists. Yeah. Let's see, John of Damascus. Let me see if I can bring this up. Come on, baby. All right, new search. Let's do John. Boom. All right, good. Saint John of Damascus. Let's go. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's see if we might have to just do some reading here. Is it big enough? Can you see the screen, right?
I can't really see it now.
I'm gonna make it big as possible. There you go.
I wear glasses anyway.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, cool. St. John of Damascus and the heresy of the Ishmaelites. All right. Well, most people don't understand, that early Christians, when the so-called Muslims, were in their area, they never really saw them other than Christians. You know that.
Really?
They never really viewed them other than Christians. They just saw them as a Christian heresy. But let's get into it. Let's get into this, yeah? All right. The first Christian writer of interest here is St. John of Damascus, 749. That's the date he died, okay? Who needs little introduction. His inclusion of Islam in De Heresibus. He talks about the heresies, okay? Okay, John has been accused unjustly, I believe, of many things because of this. His critique of Islam, and especially of Muhammad, is quite harsh, but the few short pages in which he summarizes the belief of the followers of Muhammad are surprisingly accurate. John's synopsis of the Muslim version of Jesus' conception, birth, he's being taken up to heaven instead of suffering crucifixion, and Jesus' own teachings that he was not God reveal a God knowledge of the Quran on these topics, okay? All right, let's go. All right, here it goes. Let's listen to some early apologetics, and polemics. Now, this is the level of debate that we should be having. If we're gonna actually debate, this is the level that you should be debating on. Check it now. John follows his summary with a response to the Ishmaelites, who say that the Christians are associators. You mushrik. Okay, let's go. So they're called Ishmaelites. And during this time period, they're not even called Muslims. Okay.
Yeah.
Most people don't know that the whole Islam and Muslim was never coined as of yet.
I heard there was a name called the Mu'mineen or something like that.
Yeah, the faithful.
Okay.
And the faithful was a mixture of not even just what would be considered Muslims, Jews and Christians within inside of that fold. All right. When they claim that Christ is the Son of God and God, they maintain, he says, that this false teaching is the result of Christians having added to the scriptures through the use of allegory, as well as through deception by the Jews. Damascene's famous response is that the word and spirit must be inseparable from the one in whom they have their origin. So, if therefore the word is in God, it is obvious that he is God as well. If, on the other hand, the word is outside of God, then God, according to you, is without word and without spirit. Let me let him land anyway. Let me let him land. Thus, trying to avoid making associates to God, you have mutilated him. For it would be better if you were saying that he has an associate than to mutilate him and introduce him as if he were a stone or wood or any of the inanimate objects. Therefore, by accusing us falsely, you call us associators. We have, however, called you mutilators of God. Yeah? Let's just see what she's saying. She says here, in a few strokes, John goes to the heart of the problem. Now, what the hell? Big thing like this, and you ain't got even the heart of the problem? God, yeah. Let me add that in there for her. Let me add that in there for her. Let me just correct it real quickly. What does it mean to deny the possibility of the Trinitarian relationship in God? He answers that to strip God of life and word is to make the divine being more akin to a stone. And this is much worse than to say God is like human beings. In trying to explain the relationship between God's life, word, and being, John's obvious point here is that if God is who Christians believe he is, one, living and communicating to creation, then the spirit and the word must be God. The problem is not whether God is one, but the inner nature. Yeah? This is the big boy debates that they were having, and it might go over a lot of people's. Let me just quickly finish it off, and we can discuss it. Yeah, if one God, as it has been communicated to human beings. This, of course, the Damascene lays out in great detail in blah blah blah. John's approach. Yeah, that's pretty much it. To be honest with you, it just basically talks about like Trinity, like the central issue. Was a central issue back then. When it comes to, interfaith dialogue between the Ishmaelites and the Christians.
Okay.
All right. So you asked me, was Islam a heretic form of Christianity?
Yeah.
And the answer is, to early Christians that were engaging in dialogue with these Muslims,
Yeah.
they viewed them as, number one, Christian, and number two, heretical Christians.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But I want to say this. That's one layer.
Okay.
That's one layer.
Okay.
Because there's different changes that took place.
Okay.
Because the first layer, let's just say, the text itself, the actual text versus the people that interpret the text. Because we know that when people interpret the text, that's one form of change, right?
Yeah.
And then you got people after those people who've interpreted the text, and they even interpret the text on top of that. There's another change that takes place. There can always be a change. If that makes any sense. I even know. Let me try to.
So maybe say it back so it shows that I've understood what you're saying basically. So
okay.
What you're saying is that the first set of early Muslims, so-called, they weren't called Muslims, but obviously they were seen as Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were practicing what people and other Christians would have called heretical Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Then what happens is their text got left now, and the interpreters of those, like let's say the generation after them, interpret it differently,
mm-hmm.
and then that's what happens, so on and so on. They get interpreted differently by the generation going on after these lot, and that's what you get Islam today, basically.
There you go. But we haven't even gone to the beginning of the person that wrote these texts.
Okay.
What did they understand?
Okay.
The audience that they wrote the text to, what did they understand? And then the people who came into contact with these texts that was never part of the initial community that received those texts, how did they understand the text?
Okay.
You see that? You see those levels there?
Yeah.
There's a lot of levels, you know, and then it even continues. There's always like a reinterpretation and a different understanding that takes place. Because when you read,
we get that today. We get that today.
Exactly. So if you read the text itself, right? I've always said, yeah, like for example, I've always spoken about where it talks about Jesus' crucifixion.
Right.
I was even listening today, yeah, about you know, what's his name? Christian Prince.
Right.
You potato. Abdul. Have you listened to Christian Prince?
Nah, I hear about him all the time, but I never tune into
Prince
it.
Has to be the most hilarious individual, yeah. Like that's doing critical stuff, like that's going into text and you know trying to poke holes and stuff. Like he is funny, okay. And I was listening today, yeah, and then he said something, yeah. I was like, but I've heard him say it before about you know, the Jews, you know, they say we killed the Messiah, the son of Mary. It's like, you potato. The Jews would never say that. You know, they killed the Messiah. They're still waiting for the Messiah. They would never say it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I said, I hear you on that. Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you on that. But let me ask you the question. On top of Jesus's crucifixion, right? What is supposedly the inscription on top of it? I'm gonna wait for my Christians. If you're a Christian and you go to church and you're a Bible basher, yeah, and you follow your catechisms and you know your Bible well, yeah, like you gotta let me know. Yeah, you gotta let me know.
I'm trying to take myself back. I can't remember. I know there's it's like a Latin inscription or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Inri. I'm gonna say Inri.
Yeah, that's it. Inri. Yeah.
Go on. What does it mean?
I don't know. That's that's interesting. So even on there, they're giving you away certain gems. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. Come on. Where's the cross? Come on. Come on.
Images. Or you don't want to go on images?
Oh, yeah, images. There you go. I'm waiting for my Christians should be on here though. There you go. What does it mean?
Iri. That's crazy. I'm gonna search that now.
Come on. If you know your this is it Latin? Is Greek even, I think. Jesus. Yeshua of Nazareth.
King of the Jews. Oh yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean?
I remember that.
Tell me.
That's what Pontius Pilate told people to put on their he told them to put it on top of the thingy. But in the Bible it says that the Jews well basically from the Catholic perspective, I grew up Catholic in it. It said that the Jews were upset when Pilate told them to put that on top of his thingy. But yeah, they put it on. Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. Yeah.
Because this is to do with a boat. They're now making fun. They're mocking.
Yeah.
People don't understand. Yeah. This is to do with mocking.
Yeah.
Mocking Jesus. Like if you read the whole chapter of Surah 4:157, it's the Jews actually like mocking. They mock Jesus's mother, and you have to read the not the Talmud. The Talmud. Yeah, the Talmud. When you go through that, you will understand what is being said. The Quran holds a lot of Jewish and Christian thoughts and literature within inside of it that's lost to us in the West. Like we don't even know this stuff. Yeah, that's their source. They're pulling from like what Jews are saying. The Jews are mocking and saying like, you know, his mom is this, Jesus, you know, like we killed the Christ, blah, blah. This is part of their stuff. Like in a laughing, joking way, they make fun of that.
So are you saying that then they wouldn't be Christians? Then they would be Jews, isn't it? Because they're Jews mocking the Christians. Then
yeah. Yeah, but this particular verse, Surah 4, verse 157, and even prior to that, is speaking directly to the Jews.
Okay.
He's speaking directly to the Jews, saying, yeah, the Jews, because of their mocking, they're saying, yeah, we killed the Messiah, Jesus Christ, son of Mary, blah, 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 but they killed him not, nor did they crucify him, or is it was made to appear like that unto them.
But then I was, what's interesting, because I was watching another video by, I forget, Myth Vision did a talk with one guy, and the guy was quoting that same verse, and he said the idea of the Jews pretending, the idea that the Jews did not kill the Messiah was actually in defense of the Jews, rather than actually to say that, they're mocking the Jews for saying that or something like that, like the way you're saying now. He said it's in defense of the Jews.
Yeah, it could be read as in the defense of the Jews.
Right.
That's one way you can read it, which would be correct, because the Jews weren't the ones who killed
Jesus
Christ.
Right.
It was the Romans, right?
Yeah. The Byzantines.
But even that, it's not even true.
Yeah.
Because you got to understand, you got to read the Quran from a Christian context. If you put in your mind, that the author of these texts, or these texts are actually Christian texts. Put that in your mind first and foremost. Right. These are Christian texts. I hear people dogging, whatever. But they don't understand. And they dogging Muhammad and so forth, right? They have reasons to dog Muhammad, but they don't even understand, that would have been a Christian saint during that time period.
Yeah.
It's just like, for example, you got the Gnostics, right?
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't say, because you read the Gnostic text, Jesus was a murderer. A Christian would never say that. But the Gnostic text would break some stuff down. You'd be like, oh, sugar. But you would never
different guy.
Great, the prophet or the person, Jesus, right? The Messiah, Jesus. Yeah. But it's the same with Muhammad. Like you're denigrating this person, but you don't even understand. He's actually part of the whole Christian milieu. Like that's what he is. Right? So within inside of the text, it tells you, no, they didn't kill him. They didn't kill him. It was made to look like that by them, like that. To all intents and purposes, they believe they killed him. But you know what said within inside of Christian literature, within inside of the Bible, and within inside of anti-Nicene church fathers.
Okay.
They will tell you, no, the Jews didn't kill him.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ said, "I laid down my life." The Bible tells you that it is God that put the plan inside of the hearts of the high priest for Jesus to be killed.
Right, and he even says that this was supposed to happen, because remember, so it's not like he actually this event was supposed to happen. If it didn't happen, then he would never fulfill the so-called. Yeah, it's true, man. It's true.
So when you read it, you have to read the Bible the Quran from the biblical perspective.
Right.
The Quran is saying exactly what the Bible says. It's saying exactly what the anti-Nicene church fathers said. Yeah. Okay. But when you bring that text out of context, he takes it out like that. This is what I mean. When people come to this text, that it was never for them, but they now have the text. They now have to try to interpret the text. So now these people have the Quran and they haven't read any other text. And now they have to try to understand this. Oh, okay, so Jesus never got killed or crucified. But if you haven't read the church fathers and you haven't read what the Bible says to say, no, the Jews didn't kill him. It was God, I put this in my hearts off the thingy bobby to fulfill prophecy that Jesus must die for the rest of the nation. Yes. This was prophecy that was meant to be fulfilled. This is a revelation that's meant to be there. But you will miss the whole context. Right. Because you wasn't the author of this text, number one. You wasn't the first community that received this text. Now you're the next community that you're like, so let's debate the Christians because Jesus never died. And then there is another group that comes in that be like, oh yeah, look, here's Basilidian's text. It talks about Jesus never got crucified. He changed his appearance and made thingy bobbied. And now that comes into Islam. And then now that's another interpretation. So can you see how getting reinterpreted, and then you come up with nonsense that Muslims believe today?
So even because I've made statements in the past where I've said oh, that came from the Gospel of Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
So could that even be a thing where it's not actually from the Gospel of Thomas? There's just another explanation to, let's say, the two clays, the birds with two. Is it the two clay thing? Yeah, where
Yeah.
people say they come from the Gospel of Thomas. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Well, let's say this. Okay, you have to understand what a Quran is.
Right.
We have to understand when. All right, cool. When the early people that were listening to this preacher talk, right, and they heard the word Quran, what did it mean with inside of their worldview?
That's true. Because
let's
let's
quickly do this. Like we're gonna go Wikipedia.
No.
This was to do with Jude being okay. Jude reference of we don't even need to go into all of that. All right, cool. Let's just do this. Quran. Let's go. Boom. Let's go into etymology. Yeah. Boom.
Yeah.
There you go. Boom. The word Quran appears how many times? Okay. Let's go. The Syriac equivalent is Keriana, which refers to scripture, reading, or lessons.
Lesson. Yeah? Okay.
This is where it comes from. When you heard the word Quran, this is what they would understand it to be.
Yeah.
And a Quran is like lecture, where it's like a combination of stories within inside the Bible, but just broken down, just like small stories told. So if you're preaching, you could just quickly grab it and then tell like a little story from it.
That's how the Quran is actually designed as well.
That's how the Quran is designed.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's not meant to be taken. It's using that particular chapter within inside of the Book of Thomas as its source text, but preaching from it or saying something from it without actually quoting it verbatim.
Right.
That makes any sense. So I can talk about, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. We know that to be 1 John, right?
Yeah.
And we could just, we could be talking about 1 John, but not directly quoting it. And you say, you know that the Word of God,
was there in the beginning.
Was there in the beginning. He was the one that actually created everything. I'm telling you this now. Like, if God did not speak things into existence, nothing would have existed.
Right.
Everything that existed came from the speech of God. You're just talking about the same thing, but now it ends up in a book, and now it's like it's the Quran. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is why we don't even go ham. Like, if you read, like, the Quran is a very beautiful book. If you read chapter 19, the book on Miriam, Mary, like, it's very beautiful. It's hyping up Mary, like it's hyping her up. Like, there's nothing really wrong with it. You just have to understand where the Quran is coming from. What is the context? I have been commissioned as a preacher. I'm going to certain groups of people who are either Christians. They may have the Jacobites version of Christianity. They might have a Nestorian version of Christianity. They might have whatever. And I'm engaging with different Christians, and I might be debating with them, right? And these are my notes. This is like the outcome of it. I might be going to Jews and so forth. Like, if we go to Speaker's Corner, if I'm teaching Kemeticism, whatever I teach about Kemeticism is going to be reflected on the people that I'm speaking to.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. So it's almost like it's detailing the communications between different groups of people, because even in the Quran it mentions about there's specific Jewish sect that called Ezra the son of God.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's dealing with those people. The Quran says, if they say this, then say that. Like, it's teaching people how to respond to people you're debating or dialoguing with.
So wait, are we saying the Quran is polemics, or
is there some polemics in there? You could. I'm telling you now, you can go. If I bring up my Christian polemic books, that's written back in the 500s, 600s, and we pull them up and we pull up the Quran and we hold them side to side, on a particular something like tritheism, or it's talking about, you know, those people that worship Mary, you will see like, right, like, okay, right, that's there. It's all there.
Yeah.
It's all there. Like some of it is that. I'm not saying all of it is that.
Yeah,
some
of course.
Of it is that. Some of it you can go into the Ethiopian homilies and you can see how it inspired, for example, the Surah Al-Ma'idah, which was showing. I was going to show you. You know, this was big still. Where was it? This book. Not this one. Where is it? This one? No, not this one. Where is it? Yeah, this book, I think. Yeah, this book, where it breaks down. This book here breaks down how where Surah, like certain words like Ma'idah, it's an Ethiopic word, right?
Okay.
It's an Ethiopic word. Like that's where it's borrowed from. And Shaitan as well is borrowed from Ethiopia as well. But it goes down and it breaks down, like you see the story of the Quran on the Surah Ma'idah, it will tell you that, boom, this is actually a homily that was written during this time period, yeah? And this is where the inspiration of it came from. And you're like, oh, snap. Oh, snap. Okay. So basically, we're retelling stories, but from our own mind, but we're using, how can I put it? Yeah, we're using these source texts, but we're creating we're having I'm creating a dialogue, or I'm writing something, but I'm paraphrasing what's being said. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's like, right, okay. Like, this book here is bad. Man like Manfred Kropp, yeah, salute to you. But if you want to get it, it's called The Quran in its Historical Context by something Reynolds. What's it? Saeed Reynolds, yeah? Bad man.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. And then yet again, the whole concept of for example, the Trinity, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, we had this discussion. I'm thinking, yeah, when I read the Quran, yeah, to me it doesn't negate the Trinity.
That's interesting because okay, so another scholar was saying it does. So
yeah, everybody else says it does. Okay,
right.
So even this lady, what did I bring up? What's her name? Say Not Free, yeah, her, yeah,
yeah.
Thingy Keaton, yeah. She breaks down like, you know, like everything was to do with the Trinity, like the early Muslims was to do with the Trinity, like all of the dialogues, you know, it's to do with the nature of God, really and truly. Yeah.
So did you believe in the Trinity then?
It's to do with it. No. The Muslims, yeah, during that time period, did not believe in the Trinity.
Oh, okay.
But you know what the Christians were doing?
What?
They were using the Quran to even justify the Trinity.
Oh, so the people that were debating the Muslims at the time were using their own book to justify the Trinity.
There you go.
That's crazy.
So then now you have to check it, yeah? Because remember, at this point, these are generations, like generations is gone. Yeah. So, for example, what did Muhammad, like, again, number one, the author, what did Muhammad mean, or the writer of these texts, what did they mean, right? How did the audience receive it, and how did they understand it?
Okay.
So you could do it yourself. Like if you read this and you came from a Jewish background or a Christian background, because remember, these are the people that he's talking to, how would they particularly understand it? But then there's so many generations that have gone by that aren't coming from a Christian and a Judaic background, which these people originally were. So they would understand it from that particular context. Now they've just got the Quran. If you just hold the Quran by itself here and you try to read it, like, it's a madness. Yeah, it's like holding the New Testament by itself, right? And reading it, it's like, huh? Like, you may not get it.
It's even like reading a random research paper with no notes at the bottom.
Yeah.
No references, nothing. You're thinking, what is this about? What are you talking about? What are they trying to say?
There you go. Yeah. You may not get it.
Yeah.
But if you read the Quran and you read it properly within its context, yeah, it talks about the word. It talks about the spirit. It gives you the whole we's and us and so forth, right? Right. It talks within inside of Trinitarian talks. It talks about Jesus being the word of God and the spirit of God. So now the question is, yeah, if the word, which is the same thing that they were talking about, the word of God. Remember, they had the whole debate. This is the Mutasilites. They had the whole debate. Is the word of God eternal? is it an essential attribute, or is it part of the nature of God? Yes, because the God, Allah, needs to have speech. He creates via speech. So therefore, the word is an integral part of who he is.
Right.
So now we've identified, like God has part of his essential nature is the word. He needs to have the ability to speak, to think, to reason, to be effective in his speech, to bring things into existence. Right. Then you have to ask, is Allah alive? I.e., does he have a spirit? The Quran speaks about his spirit. Jews ask Muhammad about the ruh, or the spirit. And he says, boy, there's only so much I can give you. I can only give you small. We don't know too much about the spirit, my guy.
Yeah.
But if you ask, if you read the Quran will tell you that that Allah has a spirit. So if Allah has a spirit and he has a word, and these are the essential nature of him, this is the triune nature of the deity. He has his will and authority. He has his word. He has his spirit. This is what makes God God. This is the meaning of Tawheed. How do you have a unified? Muslims talk about Tawheed, which is coming from the Ethiopian Tawheed church, right? But how do you have something that's unified if there is not a multiplicity? You cannot unify something, right, if there isn't a multiplicity of it, i.e., 1, 2. Let's just say, you could bring two things together and now it's one. Now it's unified. But you can't have a unified one by itself. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You just call it one. In order for there to be a unity, there has to be a multiplicity within inside of itself, i.e., for it to be, God to be one nature. So is the word of Allah created or eternal? Yeah. This was a debate that, sorry, let me just put this up. Is the word of Allah created or eternal? This was the debate that the Mutasilites had, right? It was a big one. Big debate in the 8th, 9th century. Big debate. People was, no, that was the anthropomorphism.
That sounds like
during that time period, right? But the answer was no. Allah's word is eternal.
Yeah.
Allah's word is eternal. It's not created.
They sound like us today when we ask, is energy created or can it be?
So then, but this way it gets interesting now, because Muslim scholars, they know this. I'm talking about the high Muslim scholars, but there was like a thing where you don't speak this when we're talking about Kalam, or when we're talking about Aqidah or the essential nature of the deity. We don't speak it amongst the lay people, because you're gonna make people go astray, But now we understand that these are the essential attributes or essence of the deity, right? But then the Quran also states that Allah gave Mary his word, or Jesus is the word of Allah.
Okay. Just
like the Quran is the word of Allah, Jesus is the word of Allah. So now the problem is, and it also says that he's the spirit of Allah. So now the question is, like their Christology, the Quran's Christology is actually a Christian Christology. But that's something for another day. For another day. Yeah? This is where we're gonna lose people. Yeah? Because
man said their Christology that they were fighting since the 4th, 5th century is the same thing as the ones that they have been. Oh man.
Mate.
Oh man.
But let me make the distinction. But there is a slight distinction though. They do hold something different. All right. Reading the Quran, they don't think that Jesus is eternal.
Right.
But that which is being put inside of Jesus is eternal. So they separate Jesus from that eternal nature, that eternal thing. But whilst it's in him, he is the personification of the deity, technically speaking.
Okay. So trying to understand what you're saying basically is that there are references made, I think, in Surah 5, 116, where they say that Jesus is not the son of, but that could be a polemic again. That could be something that they are using against other people or whatnot. But
yeah, no, again, yeah,
yeah,
you got to understand, yeah. This is something that the Arabs are. There you go. There you go. Let me bring up this book. Let me bring up this. This book has it all, to be honest with you. But Al-Kindi said it first.
So Jesus is without the spirit. Jesus is just Jesus, isn't it? But when he does have the spirit, then he's obviously unified with God as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you were trying to say?
I would say that obviously Jesus' body is created. Yeah. So that's not what is the deity. That's not what's divine.
Right. Okay.
But he's, the spirit and the word that's inside of him is what is divine. Right. You see it. Right. And I wanted to find it where, for example, the Arabs, at the time, when they said when Christians were saying that, what's his name? That Jesus is God's father. They understood it in the literal sense of, are you trying to say that what God had sex with Mary, like physically had sex with Mary?
Yeah.
So that's why their apprehension of using Jesus being the Son of God is there. It's the physicality that they have a problem with. Do you see it? Like Muslims, they really have a problem with saying that Jesus is the Son of God.
Yeah.
If you ask any Muslim, do you have any problem with us saying that we're not the physical children of God, but spiritually we are the children of God? Metaphorically, we are the children of God.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? There's no problem with that. But that's what because some Christians, we have to go into the heresies, and you will see that some Christians believed that God had physical sex with Mary.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I remember last time you mentioned to me about there were some Christian groups that walked around there saying there was 3 gods, isn't it?
Yeah.
I actually remember a few years back when I was looking into it. There was a group.
Tritheism. Let me see if I can bring it up.
Yeah.
Tritheism. There you go. Hopefully, it might even bring up where these the polemics of this is the debates are going on it. It says that tritheism, tree divinity, is a non-Trinitarian Christian heresy in which the unity of the Trinity and the monotheism are denied. It represents more a possible deviation than any actual school of thought positing 3 separate deities. It was usually little more than a hostile label applied to those who emphasize the individuality of each hypostasis or divine person, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, over the unity of the Trinity as a whole. The accusation was especially popular between the 3rd and 7th century.
7th century.
Yeah?
Right.
So there you go, yeah?
I know one of the other heresies is that to do with Jesus not being the son. I think the Ebionites say that or something like that. So the Ebionites mentioned that Jesus is not the Son of God and Jesus is just a man. So that's where I've said in the past year that Islam gets its idea of Jesus being what he is and whatnot. But
it's not even that. It's not even that. That's the wickedest thing. It's not even that.
Yeah.
Because you now have to go into the Arabic context of what it actually means. And their thing was to do with the physicality of God having a son, rather than the Ebionite version of whether Jesus is the Son of God, which is
right. So they were struggling with something else to do with it. So, like you said, it's the idea that how can a deity have sex with a woman? Like that's what you're saying.
Yep.
Well, it's like that. Sorry, guys. It's, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, it's there though. Let me see if I can find it. Sex. Let's. No. See, I gotta go into the book. Yeah, in here it has the whole debates, like all the debates that they were having, and
So you see this book that you're bringing, yeah, where you're talking about all the debates. That means that basically you can see where certain verses in the Quran, what they were trying to actually say, and compare it to this, and you're really like, okay. So I know why they went to talk about this bit. That makes sense.
there you go. Here it is. Here you go. I think so. This is dated in the year 781. The original text is in Syriac, although later Arabic translations exist, and has long been recognized as containing the major themes and the earliest answers given by Christians to Muslims who were asking them to clarify their faith. This is well-trodden ground, and it is not necessary for us to examine Timothy's response in detail here. It is enough to note that the Caliph's question begin with the incarnation and how God can beget a son without genitals or sexual intercourse, which implies that God has a body like creatures. Moving to the question of the relationship between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The typical challenge presented to the Christian's respondent in this context is how to express the relationship amongst the persons of the Trinity without succumbing to tritheism. You see it? So we have these things here about the bodily stuff, the tritheism. Like others, our Timothy draw on the words of previous writers to develop formulae useful for Christians living with Muslims and needing to defend themselves. All right, let me see. He goes into it. Here it is. Okay. Central to the argument Timothy develops in the discussion with Al-Mahdi is that it is not contradictory to describe God as one and three, but it's rather necessary for a truthful belief about God. He begins by arguing that just as the Caliph is physically one, always existing along with his word or knowledge, and his spirit, so God is also is one, existing eternally with his word and his spirit. A further comparison can be made with the sun, its light, and its heat. This analogy has a limitation. Timothy notes, as do all comparisons between God and the created world. Yet what the analogy illustrates is that blasphemy lies not in claiming three persons in God, but rather in saying that there was a time when God was without his word and his spirit, that is, without knowledge and life. In fact, he argues scripture makes clear that God cannot be a creator without his word and his spirit. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, in there, yeah, these are the debates that was going on.
Right.
Yeah?
But these
things were having problems with the whole Son of God because they had it in their mind of the physicality of sexual intercourse. But Christians would never say, like, that's not what Christians believe. But because they were divorced of reading Christian scripture, that they just believe that's what Christians believed at the time. That's why they call him the Son. Yeah. And then the whole concept of the Trinity, that baffled their minds. But they understood it, they should understand it, i.e. when they gave the reference to the Caliph. And then they obviously would understand it based upon the the Quran. The Quran clearly says that Allah has his word, and he creates via his word. He does this with his spirit. So so if you really read the Quran, it's not really against Trinitarians. It's not against Trinitarians. Trinitarian. Whatever that word is, man.
Yeah, Trinity. Yeah.
It's not against.
That's crazy, man. Oh, dude.
Yeah. And you know what? This is another big book. This is another big book right here.
Which one?
Yeah. The Quranic. Let me see it. Yeah.
The Quranic Jesus.
A new interpretation. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, tension, transmission, transformation. Yeah. By Carlos A. Segovia. Yeah. This here. Big. Yeah. If I could break this down to you, it will show you how the context of the Quran really originated, or the ideas even on the Christology of Jesus really originated during Abraha's time, during the Ethiopian Arab rule. That's where this stuff really comes in. But
So you're talking about when you say Abraham's time, yeah?
Abraha is an
Abraham's
Ethiopian.
time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That one. That's what I was trying to clarify. That the year you're talking about, year of elephant, them times there.
Them times there.
Okay.
Because what they do, they go inside of the inscriptions,
Yeah.
right? And they show like how, instead of calling Jesus the Son of God and all these things here, they switch it up. They don't even have that no more. So that whole hey,
Damn.
mate. Let me see.
Damn.
Let me see. Page 89, maybe. Let me see if I can find some of this stuff. It's kind of cool.
So it's going now. You're relating it back to Ethiopia, where there was a certain group of Ethiopian Christians that were saying, "No, he's not the Son of God."
Mate,
Mad.
We're going back to the time, yeah, where the first Muhammad existed. Da-da-da-da!
What did you just say?
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a first Muhammad?
The first Muhammad. It was the Muhammad that everybody is familiar with. Yeah? There was the other Muhammad.
There's another Muhammad?
Yep.
Oh,
he was
man.
the Prince of the Muda, just like Muhammad is.
Prince of what?
The Muda, it's a tribe. It's a collective of the
Prince
Arab tribe. My man, yeah. He was now tasked by another Ethiopian king. You see how Muhammad has the Ethiopian king on his side. There's the first Muhammad has an Ethiopian king by his side. He's now told to, basically, how can I put it? He's now given a doctrine he's given preachings to go and preach to people as well. Like, bro. It's a story. It's a story for another day, It's a story for another day. That's a big one right there.
I mean, you need to put all this information out. But the thing is, though, I do get your point, though. You can't be doing this and then there's nothing from it, fam.
Mate, and then when I can start showing you, Muhammad, in the what's it called? The Sabian Ethiopic script that's written before about God and Muhammad. Woo! That's next level stuff.
Wait. Muhammad
that's maybe that's like a few decades before our Muhammad comes on the scene, even.
Oh my days! So there wasn't already another Muhammad that was written about.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, Islam. I'm joking. Oh man, that is crazy.
Yeah. So the shift. Okay. So it talks here about the shift. Okay. So the shift where they will call Rahman and his son Christ the victorious. Rahman and his son. And then afterwards, when Abraha's time came, it changes now to Rahman and his Messiah. So there's already there's a shift that takes place within inside of the inscriptions.
Okay.
Where this form of Christology we find in the Quran, it has its antecedents within inside of Abraha's time period. Yeah. Where before, when Christ is spoken about with inside of the Judeo-Christian literature, it's always Rahman and his son Christ, Rahman and his son, but it now changes to Rahman and his Messiah, leaving out the portion where it's called his son. So you have to go into like Ethiopian Christianity and find out what was going on during that time period, how they were influenced by the Syrians and how they changed, they changed it all, man. They changed it all. And then now, Islam picks it up. Fam, no. You know what? I'm not going to say that. I'm tired. It's time for me to go to bed. Anyway, go and make your purchases, family. Go and make your purchases. Yeah? Go and make your purchases. You show me, be nice.
You can't do them like that.
Yeah, what's let me see something. Let me do this. You treat me nice. Yeah.
You can't do them like that. You can't give me a little something before you go to bed.
What's it called? There we go. Let's see. Titans TV. Yeah. If you're nice, treat me nice. You can't even see it. Treat me nice. Yeah. treat me nice. Let me do this. Boom. All right. If you treat me nice, yeah, family. That's the cash app right there. Treat me nice.
Yeah.
Treat me nice, yeah. And I may just, if you treat me nice, you drop me your email with inside the cash app, yeah. The PDFs that you've seen today, yeah.
The cash app I can use it on.
The journals that you've seen today, yeah. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna email them to you, yeah. As long as you don't tell anybody, because obviously you get in trouble for it. But treat me nice. Treat me nice. Treat me nice. Yeah? And I'll email that to you. Treat me nice. Yeah? This stuff there it'll come up to hundreds of pounds, but treat me nice, innit? Treat me nice. I'll treat you nice. All right, family tree. What you saying? Saeed Al Mahdi. Again, there's the cash app there. And if you want to join us, you know, the link is right there as well. Come join us as well. But I've got to go soon, though. I've got to go soon. Yeah, the Quran does not deny Jesus as a spiritual son of God. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because in there as well, it also talks about the sons of God in there. It does. And it's fine. The Trinity is corrupted church crap. Early Christians didn't teach that. Do you know what? You have a point, but you have a point. You have a point. And what I'm going to say that like that is that did the early Christians teach the Trinity? Christians, jump on. Christians, jump on. Did the early Christians teach the Trinity? Maybe not.
There was different. Different groups in it. So yeah,
I don't think they did, and that's gonna be hella controversial, right? But
sticky one still.
Sticky one still. They didn't. I wouldn't even say they even understand the concept of the Trinity, but they had the rudiments of understanding the Trinity.
Yeah.
What I mean by that, they obviously identified the Father as God.
Right.
They obviously identified the Word of God as God, and they obviously identified the Spirit of God as God. But did they understand, the consubstantial parts and this and that put together equals the nature of this in such an eloquent way? Nah, I wouldn't say that they did. That's definitely a development. It definitely is a development. But even Jews, yeah? Because now we have to start, big boy stuff. We're going to start going into the big boy books.
Ooh.
Yeah? Big boy books.
Philo.
Yeah? Big boy books. You can see everything in there is highlighted or underlined or notes being made. Like, you can't even see, I'm not even showing it to you. Big boy books. Yeah? Where we read big boy books. When we read Greek literature, like Aristotle, we've got the complete works. Yeah? 3 volumes, big. When we read Plato, we read the bigger, complete works. It's a 1 volume one, still, it's big. Like, we read this stuff, we're getting into it, we does this. Yeah?
John McDermott is saying, yeah, the Jews had a concept of the Trinity.
There you go. It's true. They had the concept of the Trinity. Go into Philo. Yeah, this is Egyptian Judaism. Alexandrian Hellenistic Judaism breaks this ish down. It's all in there. Yeah? It's all in there. Go into, Kabbalism and
peace. What up, sister? What up?
Them ones there. You'll find it. The early Jews spoke about the 2 powers in heaven. This one we start going into the book of Enoch right there. Yeah? We start going in. Yeah? All the way we could go to David. Psalms. The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies my footstool or something along those nature. Who is that?
That sounds like Metatron and stuff like that.
There you go. They had it, baby. They had it. Well, y'all don't know this. Don't get me hype. Green Farm, come on in, baby. He says Jesus is not the son of God, God's son. Come on in. Yeah, come on in. Prove that he's not the son of God, or he's not God's son. Come on in. If Jesus is God, how could he be tempted by the devil? God can't be tempted. Jeez, come on in, baby. God, come on in. Come on in. Christianity is not pure monotheism, baby. Come on in. The link has been shared, you know. Yeah, the link has been shared. Let me just keep this up here, though.
Why can't God be tempted by the devil when in the book of I don't know if it's Job or something like that, where I think where God was having a debate with the devil, and he said that I bet you that if you strips this person of all his money and wealth, that he will not worship you. What do you mean he can't be tempted? Of course he can be. Well, based on that, I mean, based on that, isn't it? Like that story made it into the Bible, so why not? If he can't be tempted, why can't he? I mean, he's all knowing, he knows everything. Oh, smart man, anyway.
Come on, baby.
Which narrative do you want to go with? Can God be tempted?
Anyway, the link is there, you know. Like, if anybody wants to come in, you know, you can debate. Like, we get some Christians in on the panel with debate. We get some Muslims in on the panel with debate. Some atheists in the panel with debate. Come on, baby. Otherwise, you know, I gotta go, right? Because I haven't even eaten yet. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum to the people on the panel. Shout out to Sayyid CV. Shout out to the people on the panel. Sayyid Omaki out here, New York representative, RG Rock Political Party. What up?
Jeez. Hey,
come on, bro.
We out here, baby. We out here.
You already know. Hey, look, I wanted to. I heard the show, right? I went back on the live stream, the last one we had with Kalam. He was talking about he had made references to Aisha and the marriage of Aisha, but then he had said something about the Hanifa. And I don't know if you guys had dug into that on this live, but I wanted to kind of touch bases on Hanifa is basically Rastafarianism. And I wanted to put that out there on the live stream, see what the people think about that. Hanifaism is Rastafarianism because we understand Abraham followed the way of the Hanifa. And we study how he got revelation, how the man was in nature, and he was looking at the moon, said, "This is my Lord." And then he realized that wasn't his Lord because he started observing the behavior of creation, right? He said, "The sun is my God, and the stars are my God." And it's kind of like what Muhammad did, right? Muhammad went out in the wilderness, went in the woods, like a Rastafarian in Jamaica. He goes out in the wilderness and he starts to have a connection with nature, starts to come to certain conclusions about things around him, realizes that, oh, I have a connection with these things. And so you become to have a lifestyle that's in accordance to nature. And so if we was to take away technology, if we was to take away all the things that we are now relying on today, and we was just go out in nature and connect with the sun's clock. Imagine if you was to be outside, no electricity, and you have to be able to go outside and hunt food for your family. And then you had a certain amount of time because you know that sun going to drop, and then you got to cook the food, and then you got to think about the animals that live in nature with you because they smell the food that you cooking. So now you got to be able to learn how to protect yourself from potential predators out there who also live in nature with you. So Hanifaism, to me, in Islam, from an Islamic perspective, is the root of Islam, right? Allah says in chapter 5, verse number 3, "Today we have perfected your religion and called it Islam." But I think that it was a process, a revolutionary process from Hanifism. It started off as a natural roots culture, Islam. And so it eventually evolved into what we call today as Islam, where we have laws and we have codes of conduct. But from a very organic perspective, I want to say Hanifism, we should all always know that nature is always going to be our primordial source. Whenever all else fails and you don't believe that religious institutions are giving us a good education, you don't believe that these scholars are really teaching us Islam. If all else fails, go in the mountains. If all else fails, go in the woods. If all else fails, go in nature, and you're going to find God. And that's how Moses found God. That's how Muhammad found God. That's how Jesus found God. 40 days, 40 nights in the wilderness, right? This is how real spiritual men find God. And this is why the Rastafarian is Hanifa. And I may leave it at that. Islam.
Jeez, Islam. Hey. Hey, you know what? Just so we can have a scholar's point of approval on you right there, yeah? Let's just do this, right? So this is Moshe Gil Hanif, Creed of Abu Amir. And he says right here, in the Quran, the term Hanif sometimes designates the adherent of the fitra, the natural religion. Yeah?
Aya.
I'm gonna leave that there just for you. Yeah, when you're talking about a natural religion, there you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Another thing is, you're completely right. See, what most people fail to understand, Brother Dawood, let me make sure I add you to the stream. What most people forget is that what we're calling Islam today, it was birthed out of natural philosophy. Yeah, natural philosophy. You have to go back into the Sirah. If you don't have the Sirah yet, it breaks it down. But if you start picking up Ethiopian books, yeah, and start reading, yeah, what's going on, how certain things were put in certain, for example, let's say this: you write a particular word on a stick, which is the attribute of God. This is all to do with allegory, though, metaphors, yeah. You put in the fire. They used to do this. They used to write down the names of God on the stick, throw it into the fire. If it burns up, it's not God. Take another one, throw it into the fire, burns up, it's not God, and so forth. It's the same thing that Abraham was doing. He was looking around in nature. This is how you find God. Like, is this God? Nope, this can't be God. Why? Because you're how can I put it? What's the word? When you're experimenting, what's that word? Empirically testing your hypothesis. This is what you're doing. You're empirically testing your hypothesis. You have to, there's a process of negation and then affirmation. The whole formula, which is a Hanafi formula itself, right? There is no God except God. You have to go through a process of negation. Everything that you believe to be God or you think is God, you have your hypothesis, you test it out, then you negate it. Nope, 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 nope. This can't possibly be God until you get to it. Boom. Is this God? Yes, it's God. Is 1 + 1 10? Nope. Is 1 + 1 9? Nope. Is 1 + 1 8? Nope. 1 + 1 7 6 5 4 3 2. Then you get to the final one. Yep, it is. This was the natural philosophy that was going on. I'm just trying to do it as simple as possible, but jeez, when you get into it and you start reading the Ethiopian text and you see what's really happening, you would have a different love for these literatures, you know. It's sick. It's actually sick. Anyways, we have Brother Dawood. Talk to me, G. Talk to me.
What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Peace. I can hear you, my guy.
Alhamdulillah, all praise due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, man.
Jeez, I love that. Any questions, comments you want to make?
What is the belief system of you guys? What do y'all believe in?
We believe, I don't know about everybody on the panel, yeah, but my personal belief system is to never have any beliefs. The moment you start believing is the moment you're living in doubt. I rather know.
If you don't have any belief, that means you're a disbeliever, correct?
Nope. To disbelieve is to actually have a belief that you no longer believe in.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Either you're a believer, it's only two paths to take. Either you're a believer or a disbeliever. Simple as that.
There is the path that Allah teaches you in His Quran, that you shall know. You shall know God, and then you shall worship God, or you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free, baby. So we're trying to be people that are of the knowers, not the believers. Because the moment you believe is something that you don't know. That means you're in ignorance, you're in doubt about something. The moment that you know something, you no longer call it a belief. You call it a knowing, a knowledge. We don't believe 1 + 1 is 1. Sorry, 1 plus sugar. My goodness, Kalam, did you just say 1 + 1 is 1? Stuck for Allah. Anyway, we don't say 1 plus. We don't say I believe 1 + 1 is 2.
So you're not Muslim?
No 1 +
You're
1
not Muslim? You're not Muslim?
Sorry?
So is anyone on the panel Muslim?
We have my brother Saeed Al-Mahdi, maybe a
Peace,
Muslim.
peace. What up?
What's going on, man?
Man, who's this?
My name is Brother Dawood.
Oh, what up, brother Dawg? You from America? I can hear it.
Yes, I'm from Texas, man.
All right, right on. We out here in the BS.
All right, cool, man. I'm just hearing all these new doctrines come about because, you know, I accepted Islam 25 years ago and all this doctrine and stuff going on. I never heard about any of this type of teaching back in the 90s. Now in 2022, you got these new doctrines and new way. Because, you know, in Islam, we've always taught it says, Allah says, beware of newly invented things. Beware of those who innovate, who try to add and make new inventions and new ideas and new philosophies. So I'm very cautious when it comes to new ideas and new philosophies. That's why when I ask people, before you believe in what you're believing and teaching right now, how long was you upon that? 1 year, 6 months, 2 years? I mean, how long?
I mean, the thing about it is, what I want to do, as you know, first of all, I want to say, where was I wrong? Because everything that I'm saying could be substantiated by chapter and verse. It don't matter how long I've been studying. What matters is, am I wrong? Am I lying? Am I committed to innovation? That's what matters. And so, if I have said anything that was against or contrary to the Quran, and as we know, then you're gonna have to bring out the verse, because I know in the Quran that every single prophet and messenger received revelation. So how you gonna tell me how revelation comes? It comes through a man. It comes to a man spiritually. So Muhammad was in a cave, right? He was in nature. They say Muhammad's religion, he had no religion before he actually got the revelation. So what was he? Was he a pagan? Was the man I don't want to go as far as to call the man an infidel, but I know.
Well, I don't do hypotheticals.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go, Tex. I'm gonna let you go, Tex. Hold on, Tex. I'm gonna let you go. What I'm saying is, if I'm saying anything that's contrary to the truth, then you're gonna have to show and prove the evidence, because everything that I said is in the Quran. There's a whole chapter in the Quran where they talk about how Abraham got chosen. He was in nature. That's a
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not here to attack you.
Okay, so you asking me how long have I been studying?
That was a general statement. That wasn't specifically directly to you.
Let's use some hadith answers. We seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave, baby.
Yeah, so when I came in, I was speaking generalizing. What I was saying is that about the new doctrines, I wasn't specifically talking about you. I'm just saying in general terms, I'm saying beware of newly invented ideas and organizations. Because I know back in the 90s, when I became Muslim in the 90s and going into early 2000, I never heard of any of this stuff. Nobody was talking about Hebrew Israelites. Nobody was talking about worshiping nature and goddesses and they were God themselves and all this kind of stuff. None of that was really going on. Either you're a Christian, Muslim, or pretty much, because we know that the Islam and Christianity are the two top. Everybody else just playing catch up, right?
I don't know about that. So you're basically saying that your level of awareness 25 years ago was pretty small, but now that you lived life, you're starting to experience, and your level of awareness and knowledge and it's starting to expand and grow, because there's all these other things out here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying specifically is that the things that y'all are teaching is new.
What can you name one thing that we've taught that is new?
Right.
It's new.
Name one thing that we've taught that is new.
Like, for instance, like I asked you when I came on the panel, what do you believe in? What do you follow? What do you worship? Who do you worship? Let's start there. Like, who do you worship?
You asked me, what do I believe? Right?
No, I'm asking you, you don't want to do belief because you said you don't follow.
You asked me, what do I believe? And I'm going to say to you, yeah, we're going to test it. Yeah. You say that we're upon something I'm upon something that's new.
I'm not saying you personally, but I'm saying in generalized terms, that's what people are doing. They're newly invented ideas.
Let me do this now, yeah? And let me ask you a question, yeah? Does Allah ask you to believe in him, or does Allah ask you to know him?
Well, belief is not a sufficient answer, because it gives a different understanding as part of Iman. Like, just like faith, in the word faith in English, it's not sufficient for the word Iman. So when we translate those words like faith and belief and those type of terms, those words really are not sufficient for the Arabic, but we use those just to get an understanding.
Okay.
Why would the Creator reveal his words in a language that people can't understand?
You said what now? Is that question directly to me?
I've never understood that argument. Like, you're talking about a creator that understands what's going on for all times, and suddenly he can't get his words to people like us, where we can't understand what the definition of belief means
That's not what I'm saying. You're taking what I'm saying. What you're doing is you're taking what I've said and magnifying and bringing it out and giving a different interpretation to the people with a different understanding.
Okay.
That's not
Now, chime in. Hey, Dawood, what? I mean, what do you believe in? You saying you're hearing a whole bunch of different stuff. What kind of Islam do you follow?
I follow the true Islam, the one true Islam. The creator of Moses, Abraham, John the Baptist, Jesus, Prophet Muhammad, David.
Okay, let me ask you this question: the Caliph. Do you know about the Khalifa?
Yes, I know about Khalifa.
Okay, according to
many
your
Khalifas.
truth, is Khalifa a divinely selected position, or is this a position that the people choose?
It depends on what type of Khalifa you're talking about, because as far as Muslims, we're all a leader, or Khalifa is just the one who leads. You know what I'm saying? So we're all in a way a certain type of Khalifa. We're leaders. We're leaders to maintain our homes, to be the leaders and providers and protectors of our women.
No sweat. Are you familiar with the Khalifas historically known? Islamic history, you have like a president.
The caliphs. Okay.
Okay. So now I'm asking you the question: the caliph, all right, is he divinely chosen or is he selected by the people?
He's selected by the committee.
Okay. So now can you pull a chapter and verse to substantiate that?
But
because you said you follow the true Islam, right?
Hey, wait.
You follow the real Islam.
Hey, time out, right? I noticed that since I've been on the panel, you ready to attack me.
That's only because you said you hearing a new Islam. So now I'm asking you your Islam.
I never said nothing about a new Islam.
You can't give the fire. Now be ready to take it back, Dawood. Come on, man.
I'm not trying to take it.
Don't be ready for to take it back, brother.
This guy don't know who he's talking to, man. Like literally, you don't know who he's talking to, man.
So then, can you show me the chapter?
I'm talking to a regular. Okay.
No.
You don't really want to deal with me like that, man.
So I don't know what that means. You know what I'm saying? You want to break that down?
Yeah.
Keep talking to me, you'll find out.
Okay. See now you're going to another direction, and that's the energy of Satan. You know that, right?
No, it's not the energy of Satan, dude. Okay, listen, it's not the energy of Satan. Nobody's saying anything about a new Islam. Nobody's criticizing you. I haven't attacked you. I'm not trying to attack you. Nobody's trying to be your enemy, dude. So why are you trying to attack me and be an enemy to me? I don't know why. Okay.
Does anybody on the panel feel like I'm attacking him? Or am I coming at him with some real life scholarship?
Listen, they're not talking to you though. They're not the one that's talking to you. I am. I don't care about what they're
We're on the panel together, and so I have a right to ask we're having a consultation with all men.
Ain't nobody even talking to you, bro.
Let's keep it.
Look at Dawood.
Not even talking to
Let's keep it simple. Let's try to keep it simple.
A certain way.
Ain't nobody turning. Ain't nobody no track star, man. I'm a soldier, man. You just make sure you have your laces and your
stand on your truth, soldier. Stand on your truth, soldier.
Zayd, I beg, please.
He's not respecting me, and he sounds really his mannerisms are really horrible.
All right, well,
man, wow.
Just say that. What's it called? It's not.
I'm not hurt, dude. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's scared. Anybody angry? I ain't none of that.
I know. All right, no problem, dude. No problem, Dawood.
You just talk to me like a grown man.
That's what happens when you coming out. That's what happens when you coming online talking about everybody's Islam. It sound weird. And then somebody told you the question back.
Said that.
Now your Islam is looking weird. Because I'm so calm and cool like that line, but you over here sounding like you ready to go off your Red Bull. You off that Red Bull right now.
Man, whatever.
Yeah, wait. Let's not try and do this. Let's get the last word and kind of like. Obviously, you guys got off on the wrong track. You both are.
It's all peace, Dawood.
So yeah, you're all from a standpoint are Muslim, so you are one ummah. So let's not have this like what it was. Dawood, yeah, it was that he was asking a question. It got misunderstood in it, obviously. So that's what's led to here. But we can get back on track again and just like Said, if you don't mind, just making your point, yeah. But try not to be like where it will sound like it's condescending, because sometimes it comes off like people will feel like oh you're trying to be make fun of, but you're obviously from two you guys didn't grow up together, so you're not going to know each other very well to know that what's it called. Maybe certain ways I talk amongst some other people might offend people and whatnot. I'm not saying you were trying to offend him, but obviously that could come off that's the case, isn't it? So
there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, let me just quickly jump in and say, yeah, we've got somebody new on the panel. Salute, my brother, for holding it down, though. Rod the Alchemist. Talk to me.
May I say something? May I say something if I may?
Me, Mike. We're just introducing somebody else new. Okay, Rod the Alchemist. Talk to me, King.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. How y'all doing, family?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Akhi, talk to me. Talk to me nicely. Let's get it.
I've been just watching the the episodes for a couple of days, and I just wanted to introduce myself. I practice West African Sufism, and which is very intricate of going into the history of the Prophet Muhammad, and also the certain things that has to be connected to understand the certain inner teachings and how they involve. So I'm just here for the listen, and I'll comment when needed, inshallah.
I love it. Thanks for the input. Okay, brother Dawood, I know you wanted to speak, so let's get you back on here, my brother. Just unmute your mic and let's get it. Yeah, unmute your mic, my brother. Brother Dawood.
Maybe he's gone somewhere quickly.
Actually, let me see if can I unmute his mic? There you go. I've unmuted his mic. Brother Dawood, you there?
Yes, I'm here now.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Okay, talk to me.
Okay, I don't even know what the freak happened, dude. Like I just came on, I was listening to you guys live for like 10 minutes, dude. I came on, I was saying maybe I've been Muslim for a while. I got some knowledge and some insight. I'd be the right person to talk to. I said, let me get on here and share some knowledge, and and let's do some brainstorming, together, no matter what we believe in, because at the end of the day, it's all about learning, man, and growing, peace and love, man. So, I was just making my statements that, that are newly invented. Allah says there's newly invented. Beware of newly invented things that come to you. So we beware of newly invented things and stick to what the prophets have taught us, that are from God, So that's what I was saying. But the other gentleman, Saeed, he came and said I was attacking him. I was saying about the new Islam. I don't even know what this guy's talking about.
It's fine. We move on from that.
Yeah.
That's right. That's in the past right now. Let's go.
Yeah, I was none of that. Yeah, I was never coming to attack him. I don't even know why he has a problem with me. I want to ask this guy. I'm trying to have a decent conversation with him, man to man, without having this emotional route or trying to bogart the conversation. Because at the end of the day, we need to respect each other, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I want to ask him, what sect or group do you follow, Saeed?
Well, first of all, one of the things Allah says in the Quran is to not cast a lie on someone, because that's called slander. I ain't never said you attacked me. I said you came on the panel, and what you said, I ain't never heard no Islam like this. So you basically saying, come on, man, I'm paraphrasing. I'm going in the same direction. You came on the panel, you said that you ain't never heard no Islam, and you had made a certain type of timeline.
No, I didn't.
You said the 90s.
Right now, I didn't.
Say the 90s.
Listen, if I would have said, I would have told you I said that. I'm telling you that I've never
heard on the panel. I know y'all heard on the panel. This man said that he ain't never.
It's just gonna descend into an argument, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me cut their wisdom. Let's get into some knowledge. I don't know, Raf. Yeah. We saying we want to discuss something proper?
Right.
Because I haven't really eaten yet, and I want to eat. I got some salmon downstairs, just waiting for me with some nice salad, some vegetables and avocado, and some onions and red peppers and tomatoes, all in a nice little sauce. It's there waiting for me, and I'm hungry for it. I'm here with you guys right now. Yeah, you lot have all eaten. I haven't eaten. Come on, when am I gonna get to eat? Talk to me, man. Let's
hear about Sufism, because I haven't really heard much about it, but I did hear the other day that there's a Sufism supposed to be, or Sufi is supposed to represent a level higher than the Imams or something like that.
Okay, let's get it. That's Rod the Alchemist. That's you. You're in. Tag.
Yeah. It's just more of the inner mystical practices of Islam. To say it more respectfully. It's just like how we would see in Judaism, they have the Kabbalion, the Kabbalah. In Sufism, basically it's basically the system. It's not really like a title or anything. It's basically stating that you study the inner mystical teaching. Just like in the Kabbalah, you know, you have the 10 Sephirah, or like the 7 chakras. In Sufism, you have what you call the 7 latifs. So these are different energy spheres that correspond, but in respectfully to the 99 names, these are different frequencies. So basically, it's a science and study. So respectfully to the history, to the Prophet Muhammad, we can see that honestly is a preservated sciences that was being preserved, and whoever honestly was around him that was assisting him in being able to understand and how the revelations was coming to him as it was being digested. This was all for me, honestly, and this is my own personal opinion, that the Quran itself, respectfully, is one of the most preserved Gnostic texts that we have. In far as clearing up certain aspects and arguments, all of those arguments that people was arguing about has already been cleared up. Far as on when we talking about Gnostic scripture, and those people that Prophet Muhammad could have been around could have been of a certain type of lineage that preserved the actual true oneness and sacred sciences of nature, universe, and how that corresponds to you.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Anybody else want to chime in? I'm trying to stay out of this right now. Anybody else want to chime in? Your mics, everybody's mics are muted. Talk.
Salute to my Sufi brother. This is Saeed, man.
Hold on, before you with it, bro. I don't know if it's a sister or a brother. Is it? I've got is it a sister? Rod, your sister?
Yeah,
sorry?
I'm coming all the way from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm a brother.
Baltimore.
Cool.
410, man. Shout out.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes we always say bro, but we haven't even fact checked yet. You know what I'm saying? There.
Oh no, I knew he was a brother, no doubt about it. I knew he was a brother because he got that Maryland accent. I grew up in Maryland. That's what I'm saying. We know each other's cadence. We got that dialect. I'm from PG. I'm 30 minutes south in PG County. You know what I'm saying? We very close in terms of our you know history, Redskins and the Ravens. We know how that goes.
Exactly.
Man, I study Islam according to West Africa, which is it connects to everything back what you're saying about the 7 psycho spiritual centers. We call them the 7 psycho spiritual centers, which is the 7 heavens, where you're able to tap into your higher freak, your divine self. You know, your circle 7 is your 7th, your 7th chakra, or your Kuru, the Holy Spirit. We're all trying to remove ourselves from this world. These are the teachings of Jesus, right? Muhammad and Moses is to hate this world and to find a divinity by removing yourself from the ways and the mindset of the people, the sickness of jealousy and envy and arrogance and all of these, the impediments of the heart that keep man down in hell mentally. And so in order to ascend to a spiritual divinity, one has to now conquer the envy within himself, conquer the racism within himself, conquer the jealousy within himself to find his divine self, which is the 7th heaven. So I want to say, man, this is the Islam that is really for the mystics, like you said, for the deep people. This is for the disciples, the initiates, the high priest. And I want to say you're on a right path, man. So keep it up. I know that brother Dawood ain't gonna know nothing we talking about right here. This is a deep.
Oh man,
Islam, my brother.
Yeah, can I just say that? But Saeed, yeah, I hear you, but just try to not take shots at people, man. Because then it just descends into unnecessary chaos, bro.
Okay. I'll listen to my brother from the England. Peace, my brother.
Yeah. So yeah, that's. I mean, so would you say then?
But I want to say, in the Quran it says if you have an argument, if you have any type of disagreement, refer to the Quran and the Sunnah. So being debatable. This is one thing I don't like about a lot of men, because one thing about men today in the 21st century is we get very wet in the panties, man. It's like when a man calls you out on certain things, a man should not feel insecure. If he is solid, if Brother Dawood, he said, I'm stalling. I know my Islam and I know this stuff. Like if you was Muhammad Ali said, I'm the greatest champion of all time, and you have to actually pay the cost to be the boss. If you are a scholar, you should be confident in what you believe in. And if any man tries to knock you off your square, as we say in the science, then you should be able to stand on your square as a man and have an intellectual debate and not be bothered and insecure. See what I'm saying? So like, I wasn't taking no shot. That man don't know. This is what my brother from Baltimore just said. That's an Islam that you have to really know. That's some African Islam. Do you know that kind of Islam, my brother?
I hear what you're saying, but you have to also look at it like this. Yeah, there might be things that Dawood knows that you don't know, innit? So it's kind of like saying, oh, what's it called? Because you don't know this, therefore I have to stress it out that I know this better than you. And it might not be the case, bruv. Like, obviously coming from two different points of life, I have my own different walk of life, innit? So I'm gonna say, oh, you don't know certain things that I know and stuff like that. But I'm not. I don't think if you want to have a good conversation with someone, that's the best way to do it, innit? I feel like you would be if for someone who's confident in what they believe in and what they are living in, it would speak for themselves when they debate, and when they're debating maturely, innit? That's what I'm saying, innit? If you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, and who am I speaking with?
Raf, you can call me Raf.
Okay, nice to meet you. Are you Muslim?
No.
All right. So you're coming from the philosophy of?
I'm just an atheist.
Okay, right on. Well, you see, the thing about what you just said is you're making a deduction of manhood. Now you're talking about manhood. You're saying, I think that this is what would be proper in order to have a dialogue. So now I ask, according to whose standards are you determining my manhood and how I should interact with another man with? Whose standards are you determining that?
I'm not determined by it. I'm just saying, like, if you want, if it's going to be a more where if you want him to learn and understand more, if you want to get information to someone like him better, the best thing would be not to attack him.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to sound like condescending. I just want to know, what standard are you using to determine how a man can speak?
That's my experience. That's my experience.
Okay, all right. Well, see, and I respect that. That's you. But now he's Muslim, and I'm a Muslim. So whenever there's a disagreement, the standard, the furqan of a Muslim is that we don't go into the emotional stuff. Like my man was like, I had made a statement, and he was like, "Oh, I said, you could go back and play. Anyone who's spiritual knows when they started to get a little bit nasty." And that's why I said, "Oh, you on the Red Bull? You on that Red Bull tip?" Because I could tell the energy was shifting. See, when you can sense that in the man, then
may I respond, please?
I'm gonna let you go. Don't worry, I'm gonna let you go. I'm about to be done. Whenever you sense that in another man, if that calls himself a Muslim, to avoid what we call in the streets the nigga mentality, you just go right to the book. Let's go to the book. That way we can kill the ego right now. But if they don't want to go to the book, then you walk away and you say peace. That's what the Quran says. Then you say peace. But anytime men have any type of disagreement according to the standards of Sharia or Muslim, we don't get to the nigga mentality. What you said that I should do is not coming from a divine source. So I will have to kindly object to your suggestions. But I want to say thank you.
I want to just interject and clear that up. I mean, even in the Islamic system, you know what I mean? We got what you call a dad, and that's just like when you're sitting at a table, knowing what fork to pick up, the proper etiquette. And that's just even for both of y'all. And I'm just speaking just on Islamic facts that far as over talking each other and trying to just utilize certain bravado and also in the context of scripture to explain certain things is not needed. You know what I mean? So the proper adapt for us to take turns, you know what I mean? If we want to go off of Sharia law, inshallah.
Yes, I was actually, I came and I was speaking to the two guys up front, and they was asked me, "Hey, what's up?" They invited me in. They was very nice. They was polite. They invited me in, and they asked me a little bit about what I believe and what's up, and I just was telling them, hey, I gave them my opinion and my understanding of what I'm seeing in life that are newly invented doctrines and teachings that are amongst us in 2022. I said back in the 90s when I became Muslim, I didn't know of these people. I really never know. I'm not saying that they didn't exist, I'm saying, like, I gave an example, like the Hebrew Israelites. They may have existed, but it wasn't as popular. It wasn't, like, well known. Like all these belief systems, like, they have goddesses, and they say that they are gods themselves.
I mean, it's self-explanatory that you can
I finish?
one.
So what I'm saying is, I'm saying that I never heard of these things. I wasn't attacking anybody. I wasn't saying you're right, you're wrong, this and this and that. No, I'm saying I never heard of these new ideas, and so
Right,
I
and
was
all
also
for the
right. What you
fact of
saying?
the show, can we respect the brother's show? All I'm trying to tell you is that you just understand one faction of understanding. It's okay. So the certain things that you might come into is new to you. You never knew of these things. But all I'm trying to explain to you is in the spiritual science, if you want to tap into understanding that, tap into the 99 names of Allah. Because each one of those names correspond to a certain energy that will correspond to nature and all of these things. This is the whole point of trying to understand the lineage of the Prophet Muhammad and how these ways and sciences was preserved to come out to what we understand now.
Because me,
Respectfully, I'm
let me
not
just say what I go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not only a speaker. I'm not only somebody that's trying to come on and speak and eventually start speaking on these topics, but I also was a fan of Titans TV, and I just want to respectfully like be a part of the show and also enjoy it as well. Inshallah.
Well, I know that I don't know what any. I know you. I appreciate you came because when I had a dialogue with you or hearing you have a dialogue, I didn't have a dialogue with you. They did, and they were speaking about. You told them that you were Sufi, and even though me and you have a different understanding of Islam, it's totally two different groups. You still mentioned about what you believed in, and when I asked Saeed, I asked him like he just came in attacking me, whatever, just throwing whatever he want to throw, pebbles or whatever. But I was trying to ask him what did he believe in? What was his system of belief? What is his sect? What is the sect that he followed? Because I'm gonna say what I follow. I follow Ahasuna wa Jamaat. Okay, that's what I follow. Ahasuna wa Jamaat. I follow the true Islam of Tawheed. I follow the Islam of the Quran and the Sunnah and the way of the Prophet Muhammad and his companions. And I believe if you practice and do a certain thing, did the Prophet Muhammad do that? And if he didn't do that, where are you getting it from? So my source of information is from the Quran and the Sunnah.
Okay. All right, let's get it.
And that's why I said, go ahead, Kalam. I ain't gonna, go ahead. I ain't gonna cut your wisdom.
All right, so it seems like we need an enemy, and instead of making an enemy of anybody here on the panel, hey,
I follow the true Islam.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Let's make an enemy, and I mean this in the most loving and metaphorical terms, of free cops. Yeah, you know my enemy, free cops. But let us see if the panel members we can attack or tackle this, and if we can have some Christians. Yeah, somebody else. We need, like, I love my Muslims and that, but can we get somebody else on the panel, like some Christians and stuff? So
hey, free cop, you need to jump up in here, man, and defend that, because that's a full live right there. Go ahead and come up in here and defend what you're saying, because you really just trying to really start some controversy. I ain't gonna get that too much energy. I don't know about y'all brothers, Dawood and the brothers. That's weak.
Controversy.
That's kind of weak right there.
Times TV is built on controversy. So he says here, Muhammad is the Antichrist. Point one. All right. It would be lovely for my brother to come in here and give you evidence as to why.
Can I answer this question? You mind if I answer the question?
Hold on. Keep your mics muted. Okay, we're going through this, right? So Muhammad is the Antichrist. Yeah, come on, free cop, jump on in. The link is sent, right? We need evidence. You know what we do with this, right? We need a syllogism at least. We need at least 2 points of evidence as to why Muhammad is the Antichrist from your perspective. And I'm not here to judge it as of yet, right? Muhammad hated anything black, even the black dog. Jeez. Okay, come on in, man. Come on in. Give your evidence to that as well, right? Jinnah. I think you mean Jinnah. Okay, has only white females. Okay. How do you believe in something?
Actually, actually in the Arabic, that's a mistranslation. That white is actually supposed to be bright. That's a mistranslation.
Okay, cool. No problem. Let's just hold it down. How do you believe anything black, even the black dog? Okay. Let me just mute your mic quickly, but lower the YouTube free cops. All right. Let's see. How do you believe in something you cannot read? Jeez. Muslim rulers sold blacks.
Can you hear me?
That's a mistranslation.
Can you hear? Who will translate? I am native Arabic speaker.
Free cops.
I am a native Arabic speaker.
Easy, Tarzan. Easy, Tarzan.
We're gonna get into it, right? All right, but I need everybody to just respect this thing. So what I need you to do first, free cop, is to mute your YouTube. I'm gonna put you on.
You wanna listen to me or you block me?
What's going on is you have your YouTube in the background. You have your YouTube on in the background, and it is causing an echo,
distortion,
of
distortion in the background.
So I'm gonna unmute you again, but hopefully by this time you have unmuted your YouTube so we can speak with you. Okay?
Coming in pretty hot. Get ready.
To mute your YouTube.
Do you know what food line?
You still haven't muted your mic, your YouTube.
Listen, I'm a black guy. You are just black idiots.
So I'm gonna, can you mute your mic?
You shall know a tree by its fruits that it produced.
Yeah, it's you know, we tried. We tried. Yeah,
man, I knew he was a nut.
See you can always go. It's okay to get the knowledge from people, but when you see the character and your attitude and who you are, it tells who your heart is. It says this in Islam. It says that, well, it's a saying that the speech of a person is a gateway to the heart. The way you speak and how you carry yourself, your character, it explains it tells if you want truth or not. It tells where you stand as an individual.
Can I ask you a question, brother? Brother Dawood.
Sure, go ahead.
The term in Arabic, taskir to nafs.
Okay, your nafs, your desire is what?
Taskir to nafs. Do you know the whole term? Have you heard of it?
What about it?
It means the purification of the soul, and there's a spiritual science inside of Islam that teaches you how to purify it. And I was asking,
your nafs this is talking about the nafs within yourself. I understand. Go ahead.
Bro, you over talking me. Let me finish.
No, I'm trying to I'm adding on I'm helping you out. I was just adding on with the knowledge that you were saying. Go ahead.
Respectfully, I don't need your help. I'm trying to explain something to you because you say
another enemy. Go ahead.
Islam. I'm trying to educate you on certain things because we're still dealing with certain aspects in connection to Muhammad that you might not understand.
No, what can you educate me on?
I asked you one thing. What's the terminology? Taskir to nafs. You said something about the heart. I was adding on to what you said in Arabic. That's what it means. Look it up and you'll see what it means.
I know what nafs mean. Go ahead.
I said taskir to nafs. I didn't just say nafs.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
I already said it, bro. I just wanted to add on to what you were saying and show you that is a particular science in connection to.
I don't need your help.
There you go. Alhamdulillah. Kalam. I really would like
That's not how you're supposed to be, man.
About the history of Prophet Muhammad with this video.
That's the Aglo Sunnah with Jamaat. That's how they get
I'm showing when you act like that and talk like that to people, how it making people feel. That's not how you're supposed to do that.
It's called Shariat. Then you got the Tadakat, and then there's a different level called Modifat. You only know one level. That's all I'm explaining. Period. And it's fact. Respectfully, I don't know, boy. It's the month of Ramadan. This is not you're not even showing a proper adab. This is what I'm talking about.
Listen, what I'm saying, you can say anything when I'm not doing. You're not a sheikh. You're not a scholar. Okay.
I'm an imam. You don't know who I am, but I'm not professing that to you to take on any type of title. All I'm trying to do is assist in the proper education.
Listen, it doesn't matter what I say, how nice I am. I'm gonna be the bad person on the panel because I agree. That doesn't matter. Everybody's gonna go with me. So it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna be right. I'm not gonna talk right. I'm always gonna be angry. All of that stuff. I get it because I'm supposed to be the one who's getting attacked here. I get it. Go ahead.
Can I educate you on the Satan and how it utilizes your own thought process to attack yourself and make you feel sorry?
Wow.
We not here for that. We not here for that.
I want to know what
lineage of the Prophet Muhammad. That's what I'm here for.
Who's the founder of Sufism?
The Prophet Muhammad.
Sufism was around the Prophet Muhammad.
This is what we listen. Can we get the show going on so we can understand why Prophet Muhammad was in the cave? Why was Prophet Muhammad in the cave meditating before Islam began? This is what
all you gotta do is hit him with the chapter. All you gotta do is hit him with chapter 33, where Allah says, "Remember and remember often, thicker and thicker."
Listen, Sufism came after the Prophet Muhammad, correct?
This is an actual
Don't
command.
get caught up in the words, bro. Don't get caught up in the names and the time.
What does it mean to dhikr Allah? What does it mean to dhikr Allah?
Islam, Sufism then came afterwards, right?
Dawood, brother, what does it mean to dhikr Allah?
To remember, it's just the remembrance of Allah. To remember Allah.
Okay, how is that done? It's an actual action. Like you have to
what is the science of remembering Allah?
You have to actually do that.
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm not against the remembrance of Allah, and I'm not against.
Oh my God! Can we keep the show going?
I'm not against that. I'm talking about the Sufi group. The Sufi organization was not here during the time of the Prophet Muhammad. It came way after, correct?
Check this out, bro.
Neither the Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, neither that too. I think that's a 1970s concoction. What year did they come out?
Sahid, are you Sufi?
I am a revolutionary Muslim, black I am.
Are you a Sufi?
I'm a Muslim. I already told you what I am. I'm RGY, man. I represent my own sect because the prophet said there will be 73 sects. I represent mine proudly.
It says in the hadith. It says in the hadith
I love my
hellfire except for one, right? Prophet Muhammad said that all the sects, including in Islam, they're all in hellfire except one. They said, "Oh, Messenger of Allah, which one?"
The way how your belief is in Islam is just like a Christian, yo. It's no
group. It says, "Who are the saved group? Those who follow me and my companions." Right. So I'm asking you, during the time of the Prophet and his companions, Sufism did not exist, correct?
We talking about. Listen, you are trapped inside the terminology. That's not the point. But I'm gonna tell you like this: what did exist? What did exist?
It's a bid'ah, it's an innovation to the true Islam.
Check this out. In the house of Imran, they say Ibrahim was neither Jew nor Christian, and he worshipped Allah alone. And he built shrines and did burnt offerings, and he was close and a friend to Allah. So don't question nobody about what sect and practice they practice. We here to understand.
I'm saying that Sufism is a sect that was made
just like Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah is a sect.
You're not even
developed the religion.
You're not saying anything. That doesn't hurt me.
One of the belief systems of the Sufi is they believe that they can become one with Allah.
When I was 15 years old, I studied the Sharia. I am 28. I studied the Sharia all my life, and I've practiced Sufism, been practicing the inner sciences of that for 2 years. So all I'm telling you is, stop getting trapped inside the terminologies. Stop getting trapped. We talking about what we call in the Quran the Deenullah, the system of Allah. And to understand the system of Allah, Allah says in the Quran, "Have you not seen my ayat and my signs that I have revealed to you within nature? When I send the rain down and it grows fruits for you to eat, it's showing you embedded within the frequencies of its names." This is what we're here to talk about.
I mean, and not only that, just to add on to what the brother was saying, like,
that's not going to work. Peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum to the family. Peace and blessings to Kalam, my brother, long time, inshallah. Big up to the brother. And can the brothers with the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah orthodoxy please explain how they managed to? You're muted, I think, Kalam. Kalam, I think you're muted.
Wait, them times that I'm giving you your high greetings and praise, you know.
Sorry,
Listen,
brother. Go ahead.
can I just salute Issa the Black Telect real quickly, you know? I need to salute him because most people don't understand, you know, without Issa, I have to give him his praise, you know, his flowers whilst he's still here on earth with us, because many of brothers have gone and passed, yeah, and they didn't receive their flowers. But Issa, if it wasn't for Issa, yeah, Titans TV wouldn't be as big as it is today, you know that. If it wasn't for Issa that's exposed me, yeah, to going down to Speaker's Corner and actually filming and having debates and discussions with people there, yeah, and recording this information, Titans TV wouldn't be as big as it is today. So I just want to give my shout-outs and salutes here to Issa the Black Select for actually, you know, for busting me, bringing me in, and show me what's all about.
Well, this is the thing. Alhamdulillah, my brother, blessings. But this is the thing. Between me and Kalam, there would be no Dawah shows on YouTube from Hyde Park Speaker's Corner.
Facts.
All of them followed our trend. We're the ones that videoed down there, brought it on a channel, discussed and debated what we filmed, etc., etc. They copied what we did. As usual, you know how it works. We do something, people do something, and they follow trend and remix and don't give credit as usual. But anyway, we know who started it. The dates they show for themselves. But anyway, alhamdulillah, let me just, because I think this battery might be running out soon. But I think it's Rod the Alchemist, big up to my brother, and Zayd Al-Mahdi and the other brothers. He's been around from the start. Yeah, John McDermott, big up my brother. So count us. Assalamu alaikum to all the brothers in the show. Before my battery run out, Brother Dawood, can you please explain, because I heard you mention something about scholars. How is it that did you, when you jumped on the train of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah that you follow right now, and then you mentioned scholars, how did you personally come to sift through which scholars you should be following? So what was your criteria and measure that you said, yes, out of the scholars of history, the Salaf as-Salih and so on, that you chose? Or were you just told, these are the great scholars, they've done this, they've said that, they've given their tafsir, and that's what it is? Brother Dawood, can you please answer that? You're muted if you're trying to talk, Brother Dawood.
I've unmuted you.
Yeah, I'm unmuted right now. I wanted to make a statement before I actually dive into that. Have you noticed that I'm the primary target? You two are not to worry about. It's me.
Okay, let me explain. Yeah. All it is that you would be the primary target when, let's say,
because I have the truth. That's why I'm the primary target. The black sheep.
Okay, that's fine. But I mean, to play the victim might work, but it might work among ignoramuses. But when you have brothers that actually think for themselves, we will think, okay, if you have the truth, first, can you define truth? Second, can you give a step-by-step process as to how you arrive at the truth in these various processes, how you came to conclude that these scholars are the right one, how you came to conclude that you're on the safe sect among the 73 or whichever, how you arrived at the conclusion that you are feeling so sure.
Hello. What I would like to say, what I have to say is that for this, I believe is that as a believer, we follow the way of the Prophet and his companions. And his companions was Ali, Uthman, Abu Bakr, Black Bilal, and the great companions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And we take, in Islam, it says to, when you have information come to you, verify it, right? So yeah. I've always learned to, when information comes to me, I like to verify it. I like to fact check it. I like to see if it's correct or not, because anybody can throw out statements against anybody. You're a liar, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're not correct, you're angry, you're this, you're that. That's a new thing now, right? But are you actually that? And I just understand from my understanding, from where I get to understand it, from the Quran and the Sunnah.
Okay,
companions.
you just made a statement regarding the Prophet Muhammad and the companions. Yes.
Right. Yes.
You get the idea of the companions being the ones that would teach you the Islam you've got. Where did you get that from?
Well, we're taught from the Prophet Muhammad, from himself, is that we follow the way of the Prophet and his companions. Just like when Jesus, when Jesus, I'm explaining, I'm clarifying it. So like when Jesus, right, when he was teaching the gospel, the Injil, when he was teaching the true word of God at the time, right, he had his disciples, right? He had his supporters, his disciples that believed in him and that believed in his message. So we know that the prophets, they had disciples or people who believed in them, just like the Prophet Muhammad had brothers and sisters who believed in him.
Okay. Hold on one sec. So the problem you're having there, the Quran does not compare Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to Isa bin Maryam. He compares him to Musa. So why wasn't your example with Musa and the companions or the Bani Israel under Musa? Why didn't you use that comparison?
That was the when you're talking about what you're talking about is the test of prophethood. Is he a prophet or not? I'm talking about something. I'm talking about, you asked me at first, how do I you asked me first about knowledge and how do I know to get information from. Then you switch it and tell me why didn't I use it from Moses? That's to verify prophethood. That's a totally different topic.
Oh, brother, you're not listening to what I'm saying. The Quran compares Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to Prophet Musa, correct?
Yes, fine.
Okay. What I'm saying to you is, we find that Prophet Musa brought a revelation, a law down. Prophet Muhammad brought a revelation and law down. Yeah. Isa bin Maryam followed the Torah and added something to it, the Injil. Yes. So the comparison, what you're talking about, of the companions of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, would be comparable to Musa. Yes, because he brought and started from the beginning. Isa carried on what was already, a whole train of prophets that came before him.
What's your point? Yeah? What are you getting to? What are you trying to prove?
I'm asking you a question. When you claim that you verify, I'm telling you, I'm asking you a question in relation to what your claim is, which is that you, when someone comes to you with something, you verify it. So then I'm simply asking to you, what was your process of verification regarding the companions being the ones to follow after the Prophet, peace be upon him?
We are told by the messenger of God, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, he said it himself to follow him and the way of his companions. This is an order, this is a commandment to follow him and his companions. And he also said that how will we know which of all the sects is correct? Because he said they will be of those who follow me and my companions. So when you come to new age knowledge and people and groups and organizations, if they do not follow the way of the Prophet Muhammad and his companions, then we know to reject that.
Okay, let me tell you the hadith properly. He said, he quoted the thing about the sects, and they said, which one is that? And he said, the one on which me and my companions are on today.
Right.
Okay. And you're quoting hadith. Why don't you quote the Quran, the supreme book that is the criteria for any hadith? Why don't you quote that to prove your point?
Because I didn't choose to. I can quote from a hadith, I can quote from a Quran, any source of knowledge that we have been provided with within Islam, I can quote. You can't tell me, oh, why didn't you use this and why didn't you use that? I choose to use what I want to use. I have that freedom of choice to do so, correct?
And he called himself the Akla Sunnah. I just want y'all to know that. Y'all heard what he said. Akla Sunnah is the #1 sect.
Hold on, brother. One sec. So
do you know what Ahasuna wa Jama'ah means?
Of course,
I know this man kicking your ass right now. I know that.
He's not kicking anything. This guy is not kicking anything. Be quiet. Man, he's like a freaking, like, I don't know, dude.
One sec, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. All I'm asking,
but he's just saying that to hype things up.
Brother, that's fine. All I'm saying to you is this: when you're coming on a show to correct people,
he doesn't need a hype man.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. So you're saying that you've come on, you thought you could add something, which for me is a brilliant thing to do, especially in Ramadan. All I'm asking you is when you make a claim, you've said you follow the Quran, which says to verify the information. So when you say you bring a hadith, the first thing is you need a scholar to authenticate that hadith. Is that true or false?
The scholars have already authenticated it.
Exactly. But the Quran, we can prove is from Allah, correct?
Yes, it's from Allah. Quran is from Allah.
Right. So we don't need a scholar to prove the Quran is from Allah. We can study the Quran and prove it's from Allah direct, just because of the nature of the Quran. But when it comes to hadith, you go into the history, and there's certain hadith that one scholar says was authentic, and another scholar said it's daif. This is the problem. So that's why I asked you, if it's the foundation of your belief, it should be in the Quran.
No, because Allah says in the Quran to obey Allah and His Messenger. So the way we obey, Allah says in the Quran to obey Allah and His Messenger. So that's why we follow the Sunnah to find out what is the Prophet's way is through the Sunnah. So
I agree.
This is my understanding. So you can't. So what you trying to do? You trying to turn me into a Quranist to tell me I'm only supposed to be following the Quran?
No.
You are supposed to be. Can I add these two terminologies? Is the terminology that you might not know other than Sunnah is called fard. Fard is a term that's utilized to state that these are the things that are obligatorily directly inside of the Quran. So it's no Sunnah that's truly needed. A Sunnah means is a way how someone do something. Everybody take. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me just say this. There are two different types. There's a sunnah of practice, meaning the Prophet, peace upon him, he done something and we practice and follow. Then there's the sunnah of the whole thing, meaning the hadith, the practice, the understanding, the whole lot together is considered the sunnah of the Prophet, as opposed to those that reject anything else but the Quran. So the whole way of the Prophet. Whereas you might be saying, for instance, after you do your fard prayers, you have sunnah prayers after it. You know, they're the things that the Prophet, peace upon him, did, but you don't have to do it. So there's two different or more types of sunnah. But what he's saying is,
I already understand all that. I know that.
Okay, I hear that, brother. I just want to clarify because of what you said. And remember, people are listening.
I know what are you talking about? The fard and the sunnah. You're talking about the different rankings of the hadith. That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not different rankings. That's hadith.
Listen, fard is a rank. That's a rank.
No.
When you say fard, that's classified as something to be obligatory or fard.
No. You're talking about
directly in the Quran.
There's Sahih, Hasan, another one, and Daif. You're talking, Brother Dawood, you're talking about something else. The classification of hadith, yeah, you got the most authentic, which is Sahih. You got Hasan, you got one, and you got Daif. But what, Brother Dawood, all I'm saying is you're feeling attacked and so on, but you shouldn't feel that way if you're.
But it's okay. I'm comfortable. I'm very comfortable.
If you're strongly rooted,
very comfortable. Yeah, I'm just listening and building.
All right, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. If you're strongly rooted in any belief system in which you have got from the all-knowing of the heavens and the earth, right? Not somebody, your teacher, a university, whatever it is, who's got his master's degree in practice. No. The all-knowing. You should be on a calm and confident. You shouldn't be a victim in any situation.
Listen. I don't need you. This is not a therapy session. I'm very confident. Okay, it's not a therapy session. It's just not a therapy session. And I'm not going to let y'all turn this into a therapy session. This is what I'm telling y'all. Let me tell you this right now. I'm confident in what I believe in. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not doubtful in nothing. I know what absolutely 100, 1000%, and what I believe in is absolutely correct. Okay?
No, but you're not. When I said do it from the Quran, you started throwing your toys out.
What it is you're coming in here like a dictator, okay, and trying to dictate what I should answer and shouldn't answer, and the way I should answer, and all that. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about something special, shall we? What do you believe in, Blacklist? What is your understanding of what do you believe in? What do you follow? Who do you obey and worship?
I'll tell you. Isa the Black Telek used to be upon the so-called Orthodox Sunni Islam.
Oh, just block him. Get him out of here. Pretty sure you want to block me.
Okay. Yeah. So then, Manska Ultra coming with G Block. Yeah. All right. Yeah. As I was saying, so Isa the Black Telek basically sees the Quran as the supreme book. 1 sec. Sorry. Of all knowledge. Right. So therefore, any foundational beliefs in Islam, the context would be referenced from the Quran first.
What do you follow, Black Liz? What do you follow and believe in?
I follow the Quran and the true Sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
So what is the name of your sect or your school of thought?
What's my school of the Islam of the Quran? So I'm not a Quranist. So any hadith that's brought before me, I would use the Quran.
So Black says you're a Muslim.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you didn't know. Yeah. I'm a Muslim. Yeah.
So why are you attacking me for?
No, I'm not, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. The difference is I'm saying that you're following scholars. All right. Basically, what I'm saying.
Listen, I'm not following scholars. I don't bow down and kiss the feet of scholars. What I do is I look towards the scholars for knowledge and understanding, but I'm not a blind follower to a scholar. Okay, you're not going to straw man me telling and saying that I follow a particular sheikh and I don't do nothing else. I just listen to my sheikh. That's not what this is about. I am a Muslim who believes in Allah as his messenger. And what I follow the way of the Prophet and his companions, and I understand the way of the Prophet and his companions. Now, if anybody has a disagreement within that, that's fine. But I don't believe in a certain specific sheikh or follow a certain specific school of thought. I understand knowledge as from Quran and Sunnah. I don't know what you're talking about, man. That's not me, man. You got me misinformation with someone else.
Man, look. Dawu, you've been tested twice and you couldn't stand the heat, man. I think you need to really try new
Okay, since I can't stop it, who is it? Is Saeed talking?
Yeah, that's Saeed.
I can't stand the hate. Okay, come on, bring the heat to me.
I love you, my brother.
Listen,
I love you, my brother. But let me tell you this, man.
You don't love me. Stop lying.
This is not the type of confidence I thought I was going to be seeing from the Akhla Sunnah. I thought y'all was going to be definitely.
You sound like a thug in Islam is what you sound like. You sound like
I know you're trying to find a way to redeem yourself, but you got
I've been redeemed.
You got smacked up by Saeed, and my man from England just gave you the work.
That's why he chose to talk to me and not you.
Brother definitely gave you the work. It looks like you need to go back to the basics, and the basics is this.
Man, how long, man? You don't even got what it takes, man.
Repent, my brother, and come back to the truth. Come back to the light. Come back to the real Islam. And that's his spirituality. Because you know what Dawood? When it's all gone, when it's all said and done, when the material things are all gone, you're gonna have to stand before Allah with your deeds. And you know what he's gonna say? It's not what you have, but what you did with it. What are you doing with it, my brother?
Okay, check this out, man. Check this out, Saeed, right?
Huh?
Okay, you gotta listen to what I'm saying, okay? You talk, I talk, you talk, okay? We're talking man to man, all right? Man to man, right?
Let's talk man to man.
All right, so man to man, I'm a man, I respect you, you respect me, all right? That's how we're talking, right?
Let's go.
Okay, David. So Saeed, you claim that you got the truth, and what I'm saying ain't right. Then what is the truth? Tell me the true group and sect. Tell me, go for it.
The truth,
I want to hear.
Is what Imam mocked. According to the Prophet Muhammad, he said in the last days there will be an antichrist, the Dajjal, and there will be a member of his family who will rise up and spread justice as there was injustice. So whatever sect is promoting and talking about the coming of the Mahdi is the right sect, because we know he's the only one who's going to establish justice. So I follow the theology or the philosophy of Sheikh Uthman Dan Fodiyo out of West Africa, Sokoto, which is connected to my Sufi brother from the 410. See, we have this. It's called a tariqa. It's a way of.
Okay, so you're Sufi, right? You're Sufi, right?
Well, you asked me a question, and I wasn't kind of finished. So if you want to tell me,
wait. First of all,
talking man to man.
First of all, you come on here.
Man, you gonna have to. See now you acting like a child who don't get what
being a man and
you not getting what you want, David.
You didn't have all this type of stuff. But at the end of the day, you couldn't be man enough to admit what you
feeling kind of like you need to go in the corner of the room. You need to sit down and have a timeout, David. Because right now what you're doing is you're doing what children
talk to immature people like this, bro.
What children do, my man.
I'm talking way better people than this.
Yeah, David, you definitely gotta go. You definitely gotta get the teachings, my brother.
It's a life, whatever. But this guy here, that's not how you communicate with nobody. Your manners are horrible, dude.
Yeah.
Your manners and
Really
etiquettes
crazy.
are
I
horrible,
feel the
man.
same way. I feel the same way about you,
No, I'm
David.
just saying they're really horrible. And I
I
talk to
feel
a
the
lot of
same way
people
about you, David.
on a daily basis, and they don't talk nearly like you, man.
And you know what, David? I thank you for expressing yourself, but I feel the same way about you. I think
No,
your
what it
enoch is
is that
terrible. I
no,
think
no,
that
no.
you
What
have
it
to
is that
learn how to
yeah, you
purify
just
yourself.
he wants to just
I think
keep
you should
talking. Let
come
him just
back to
talk.
the
I'll be
teachings
quiet because he
of
doesn't
the
want me to talk at
Rasulullah.
all.
I
I'll just
think you
let him
should
talk.
learn how
Go
to
ahead, dude.
meditate. I think okay, okay, shout out. Kalam muted me. All right. We here. We here.
You know, like, do you want the show to continue? Can I come off? Right? Even if I come, you guys can come here behind or backstage and actually have things and so forth. Oh no, you can't hear me? You can hear me. I'm sure you can hear me. Oh, we got some on anyone else's thing. Okay. Let me know, family tree. Is it working or is it not working? Drop a 1 to let me know if it's working. 2 if it's not working. 1 if it's working, 2 if it's not working. Okay, now we can. All right, perfect. So yeah, I'm trying to keep it moving, you know, like we've presented a lot of information. Let's just quickly like recap on the show today. You know, I'm actually going to read the description box. Okay, Kalam raises questions on what religion did Prophet Muhammad follow? Who were his mentors? Who were his peers? Who and what were his sources of authority? Brief discussion on the Hanafi or Hanafiyah, their system inclusive of Waraqa ibn Naufal and Zayd ibn Amr, the Ethiopian Book of Enoch, the Arabic Hermes, the Pagan Sage, the Prophet of Science. All roads seem to lead back to Kemet, Egypt, and Ethiopia. Woo! Okay. So, anyways, yeah, real quickly, let's run that through them. So, in the beginning, we asked the question on what religion did the Prophet actually follow. We see based on now let me do this. Let me actually like speak properly. Give me a hot second. I'm going to share my screen and then we're going to recap basically. Yeah. So on recapping, there we go. Yeah. So on recapping, with this Ramadan series, we're going through 4 major themes or motifs. Okay, 4 major themes or motifs, which is kind of outlined by a particular individual called Andre. I believe his name is Torah Andre. Okay, and he's basically found out that the complete version of the first revelation story of the prophet is a conglomerate. Okay, and it's consisting of 4 main elements or motifs. Okay, that's basically stitched together. And those 4 major motifs, elements, or legends, okay, is known as the Tahanuf narration, the Ikra narration, the Ufuk narration, and the Waraqa narration. Okay, and today we went through the Tahanuf narration. Okay, oh, truth be told, I didn't actually read it out. It's from Aisha, actually. And she basically breaks down that the Prophet used to, began to love solitude or, was practicing a form of solitude where he would go up into the mountains of Hira and do something called Tahanuth. Okay, Tahanuth. All right. So we went into the scholars who broke this down on Tahanuth, and I gave you guys all of the books and stuff where you guys should be going. So, for example, I think this is M.J. Kister. He gives a whole breakdown of the meaning of Tahanuth. He goes through the lexicon or the lexigraphers. What did they come up? What did they understand the meaning of Tahanuth was? He gives a nice breakdown of the Tahanuth and who else was practicing this particular rite of Tahanuth. We found that there were 6 main groups of people that was practicing the Tahanuth. We also find out these 6 main groups were linked to Ethiopia, and there was linked to Hanafiyism. Okay, Then we broke down a little bit of Hanafism. Let's see, do we have a book here? There we go. We have something called the Creed of Abu Amir by Moshe Gill, and he does a nice little breakdown of the Hanif as well. From the Quran, what the Hadiths are saying about the Hanif. You know, we go through Christian literature and literature up till about the 10th century that make mention of the Hanif. We found out that this group, actually, before we even find out about this group, we also find out that Muhammad was referred to as a Hanif, and another name for Hanif is Sabi or Sabians. Okay, and Muhammad was known as a Sabian. Even Umar is calling Muhammad here as Sabi or Sabian when Umar is, converts. He is also referred to as a Sabi or Sabian. Sabi or Sabian is also mentioned in the Quran as along with the three individuals that, as long as they believe in Allah in the last days, if I'm quoting it correctly, their reward is with Allah in paradise. Okay, so these are the three groups that are mentioned. We also find out that the Hanafis, basically their guy was known as Hermes, which is he's known as Hermes in Greek. Egyptian, he's also known as Jehuti, and Idris with inside of the Quran, Hanuk inside of the Torah as well. Okay, we didn't really go into the major practices of the Hanif. It would have been good. But we also made a claim that a lot of the practices that you need to know about the Hanif, you can actually find it. Let me just make sure. Okay, your device is not connected. Okay, yeah, you could find it within inside of the Book of Enoch. A lot of the Book of Enoch holds a lot of, early Islam's revelatory experience, i.e., which we will go into, right? We will go into, I think the next show, we will do the Ufuk narration. Okay, which is the horizon where Muhammad now sees a theophany. Theophany, literally theo, phany. Theo means deity or God. Phany means appearance. So we'll go into that later on, but we didn't go into that today. So yeah, we broke that down. We showed you a lot of the scholars that you guys should be, going to read and research to find out more about, early Islam. The origins of Islam, which really starts with Ramadan, which really starts with Muhammad going up into the mountains and going into the cave, receiving his dreams, receiving, the revelations of Iqra, Bismi Rabbika, and also going into and speaking to Waraqa and so forth. Like, this is the foundational story. This is the story that was told in order for people to actually convert to Islam. This is the authority right here. This makes you know that Muhammad is indeed a prophet. Well, that's what the story is trying to inculcate itself. Okay, and we're going to go through this month of the Ramadan series, really getting down to the basis of that. Have I missed anything? I don't think I have missed anything. After that, we opened it up where you guys can come on, have conversations with us, discuss the information that we presented so far. That's been fun. It's been chaotic, but it's been fun. So now, is there anything else, people, is there anything else you guys you would like us to discuss, or do we now have the permission to close down the show? You got to let me know in the comment section and on the panel.
I just want to know, you say you guys are Muslim. I'm trying to find out. I know you're not. I don't know why it's so difficult. Like, for me, I follow the way of the Prophet Muhammad companions, Sunni school of thought. I mean, those type of, maybe anybody connecting with that? I mean, what are y'all? That's what I'm trying to figure. Y'all saying y'all Muslim, but nobody's actually saying what sect they come from. Like the other guy, after like a whole time of straw man in me, he finally says he's a Sufi, I guess. I mean, what are y'all? Because I never, reason why I asked that question, because I've been having a lot of Muslims throughout my life. I've been all over a lot of different places, and nobody, even when I'm on chats and social media now, nobody's like arguing with me, attacking me. We're all on one accord as believers. And so when I'm trying to figure out if I believe that I'm on the hawk, right? I believe that I'm on the hawk. I got the truth, right? So I'm on hawk. I got the truth. So if I got hawk and I got the truth and I'm on the hawk, and everybody's attacking me, somebody's not on the hawk here. Either it's me or y'all. What's going on? Because from my understanding, I'm just trying to figure out what are you guys? It's a simple question, man.
All right, pretty simple. This is Titans TV, baby. This is the home of intellectual giants. So what that means is we have people that come on. They can come on from all different types of backgrounds. We can have Muslims, we can have atheists, we can have Christians, we can have Jews, we can have Hindus, we can have Buddhists, we can have everybody on the panel. And we can discuss whatever topics that we want to discuss, right? Personally, I don't actually care about anybody's religion and what they believe in, because we're not here to discuss really and truly beliefs. We're here to actually, come to an understanding and a knowledge of things. This is the point of Titans TV. It's a conscious platform. Okay, so we try to leave. Or let me say this: I leave my beliefs at the door, and we come in here, with an eyes to learn something. We come here to be academics, to be scholars, not to follow scholars, but to be scholars in our own right. My own personal philosophy is to be a walking, talking question mark. Question everything. Okay? So even if I have a belief, I'm gonna question that to the death. Okay? Because I understand beliefs are a form of ignorance and knowledge is the true path. Let's go.
Okay, so what sect do you follow? That's a form of your show, but I mean, what sect or what group do you follow? What kind of Muslim are you? Like, are you the Nation of Islam? What are you?
Not a sect of anything, and I'm not a Muslim.
You're not a Muslim?
Nope.
So why do you greet and salam and all that? And I mean, is that just being friendly, or?
It's a nice greeting. It's a friendly greeting. It's an Arabic greeting. And yeah, there you go.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So, and the rest of the panel, I believe, were Muslims. Bar one.
So you don't believe in nothing, right? So you don't have a belief. You don't believe in nothing.
I try my very best not to have any beliefs.
Similar to the atheist.
Sorry?
Similar to the atheist?
I don't know if it's similar to the atheist. It's simply if somebody comes and presents me a belief, right? I understand that a belief can be right and it can be wrong. But I also understand that knowledge or facts can never be wrong. It can only be true. So I'd rather stand on the side of truth and knowledge rather than beliefs and ignorance. That makes sense.
So do you see yourself as a person who is like searching for truth and like a truth seeker?
I'm a person that's a walking, talking question mark. So whatever I come across, I'm going to question it, I'm going to critique it, and I'm going to use my mind objectively.
They call Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam the walking Quran.
Okay. That's good. I guess if that means he speaks the Quran or he embodies the Quran, that's a very good thing. Okay.
But I appreciate you having me on the show, having me up and everything. I don't mind having dialogue. My thing is, I don't mind having dialogue. I don't mind having discussions. I'm all about brainstorming. If anybody believe in any kind of belief, that's their right to believe in that. I'm not always trying to attack somebody because they believe in something, you know what I mean? So I appreciate coming. I just didn't like how, everybody gang up on Brother Dawood Day, but I'm okay with that. If y'all want to have me back, I'll come back and lace up my shoes and put my gloves on, you know what I'm saying? And I can get ready. But, as long as it's respectful and we can be respectful towards each other, I'm okay with having dialogue, because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be nobody's enemy and I don't want them to be mine. I just want to be able to share knowledge and get understanding, because for me as a Muslim, I understand the Quran says that there is no compulsion in religion. So Islam is not a religion or a faith. Well, Islam is not a faith that forces itself upon you. Rather than it's a faith that gives you the knowledge and understanding and lets you independently make up your own mind on what you want to do for yourself as an individual. Because at the end of the day, it's up to God, Allah, to change the hearts of the people, and ultimately God, Allah, is the ultimate guider. He's the one who changes the hearts. He's the one who chooses to bring people into truth. So me as a Muslim, my job is just to convey the message to the people and just bring the truth. It's up to them to accept or not.
All Okay. Let me read this comment out. I don't know if anybody else would like to chime in on this. It says here, Titans Africa King, salute. He says here, Titans TV, was Muhammad racist? I'm ex-Muslim and I think he was very racist. Okay. That's a good question, actually. Do I think? Let me look into that. Was the Prophet Muhammad racist? Okay. Let me separate it like this. Let me separate it and say most of what we know about Muhammad is very little, very slim, very small. Okay, there's a lot of hadiths that's been attributed to Muhammad. Okay, but the slim hadiths or the slim reports that goes back to the early days that may have a kernel of truth to it. There doesn't seem to be any racism inside of it, of anything that he says. Okay, but is there racism inside of Islam or the institutions of Islam utilizing certain hadiths that may that is attributed to the Prophet or his companions? And I will say yes, there are hadiths attributed to the Prophet and his companions that have racial elements. Indeed, there are. But it's going to be very shocking as to whom the racism or the superiority or the racism or the superiority actually goes towards and against.
I would like to respond to that if I may. That question that the guy proposed, African King. That guy African, when he proposed a question, he said, "Was Muhammad racist?" He said, "I'm an ex-Muslim, and I think he was very racist." In defense of that, we know the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace and blessing be with him, the woman that raised him all his life, to who he ever known to be his mother, was a black Ethiopian woman. She breastfed the Muhammad. She raised him as his mother. He called her his mother. So we know from Islamic teachings that the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was raised by a black woman.
Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there?
Go ahead.
The question one has to put into the mind: why do we immediately think that Prophet Muhammad would have been racist towards black people and defending any racism towards black people? In fact, you will find that there is a lot of racism not towards black people, okay? Because if you're not a follower of this channel much, but you will understand that we definitely do have a lot of hadiths, and we've spoken about the complexion of the Prophet, and we've already understood that he was of African or black hereditary, okay? So that is a non-starter anyway. You will find throughout the literature that there is a lot of racism, not towards black people per se, but actually towards Persians and to the Romans. There was policies that were put in place, for example, not to attack when you actually, how can I put it, invade, occupy, take over Egypt. It says quite specifically, do not treat those people who are, black, with crinkly or curly hair, don't treat them bad. Why? Because we have familial relationships with them, i.e. through Abraham's wife Hagar and so forth, right? And also through his wife Miriam, which he had a son Ibrahim with. So don't treat them bad, but the Romans or the Byzantiums, beat them up, fight them and so forth. And
that's not true.
You also find hadiths talking about the Persians.
That's not true.
Sorry, we also find we also find hadiths talking about the Persians as well, and you will see that quite clearly when they invaded. Of all of the empires, there was 3 major empires, right? There was the Ethiopian Empire, there was the Byzantium Empire, and there was the Persian Empire. You don't hear about Muslims attacking in the early Muslims attacking the Ethiopian Empire. It was strictly the Byzantium and Persian Empire.
Well, reason why, let me say this, there's some knowledge that you're leaving out. What it is that at one particular time that Prophet Muhammad and his companions had a peace treaty with the king of Ethiopia. So some nations had peace treaties with Muslim people. So if you're going to judge a truth of a peace treaty versus those who don't have a peace treaty, that's a different thing. And the Prophet Muhammad didn't treat anyone because of their skin color, because in actuality, the Prophet Muhammad SAW said an Arab is not better than a non-Arab, nor is a non-Arab better than an Arab. And he said neither is a black superior over white, and a white not superior over a black. He said Allah's messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has said that the messenger Muhammad said, the best of those amongst you are those who fear and love Allah the most. So Allah's messenger said, the one who loves Allah the most and who worships him the best, this is the best person, not your wealth, not your status, not your race and your nationality, nor your lineage. Islam put everyone on an equal level that anyone can achieve. Is based upon you having love and fear and worship to your Lord. That makes you better. So the Prophet Muhammad never treated anyone worse. He didn't treat the Persians better than this group or that group better. There were stipulations because there were certain times in war that things applied to people, but it wasn't done out of racism. It was done based upon the rules of law.
Okay. I'll say this to you, right? That hadith that you just read out is not a sahih hadith. It's something that was made up. Okay? Much later on.
Which one? Give me the one.
The red and blacks, like, you know, an Arab over a non-Arab and so forth. If you could find a sahih version that's not mursal, then I'll say, yeah, you got a point. But that is not. That is something that was made up. Okay?
Okay. You said what? You said in the hadith that I said that an Arab, about the Arab?
Yeah.
That's made up. Yeah, that's fabricated. No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not fabricated.
Okay. And then if it's not fabricated, just provide it. Just provide one sahih account of it. We're here all day long. You could post it, or you can tell us where to go, and you know when you do the research, you'll find that it's fabricated anyway.
Okay, listen to this. Let's say what you're saying is true. It's fabricated. It ain't authentic. Whatever the case may be, right? The Prophet Muhammad still, even in his other writings, it still doesn't change. We can even knock that hadith out of the box and throw it up against the wall, because Allah still says in the Quran, it gives several verses in the Quran that support it. Also, there's other hadiths that support this as well. So we don't even have to use that to validate that an Arab is not better, because actually Allah speaks about the Arabs.
All right, and let me just quote something real quickly. This is from right here. This is the Sirah Rasulullah page from Ibn Hisham. We're going into his notes right now. So 691, right? It says here. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Let me actually read the isnad actually. Abdullah ibn Wahab from Abdullah ibn Lahaya on the authority of Umar's client of Gufra told me that the apostle said, show piety in dealing with the protected peoples, those of the settled lands, i.e. Egypt, the black, the crinkly haired, for they have a noble ancestor and marriage ties with us. Then said Umar, explained that by ancestry, Prophet referred to the fact that Prophet Ismail's mother came from them, and the marriage tie was contracted when the apostle took one of them as concubines. Okay, so in that, he's saying when you go into Egypt, yeah, make sure you look after the black people, but go and fight. And I'm not saying that he did say this or didn't say this, right? I'm just showing you that there was a policy, because racism, you know, most people think that racism is just, you know, treating one group of people, one person bad or whatever the case is. I'm being racist to you. No, there is a systematic form of racism, okay, that early Islam did actually have, where the Arabs were placed on a superior footholding, and certain other groups who were claimed to have Arab descent or, you know, had close links to Arabs were looked at more favorably than others, okay? And that particular hadith, you know, basically says it like, you know, make sure you treat these people okay. Make sure you look after them. Make sure you protect them. But when you go into that country, you fight you fight the Byzantiums, but you leave the native Egyptians alone.
Yeah, that wasn't, but that's not racism. That's based upon laws of rule of if that's not based upon being racist though.
Okay.
That's not racism. That's based upon the rules of law. I mean, of law and of the Sharia. That has nothing to do with being racist.
I hear that has nothing to do with racism. You can say that, but it's putting a policy in place, right? Where specifically a specific race, a specific ethnic group, or specific phenotype is placed above others, i.e., the blacks with crinkly hair, protect them. It's like now, okay, I'm in the UK, right? I've got an army, okay, and I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna invade. Where you from again? Texas. Invade Texas, right? But you see all the European-looking people, all the white people with brown hair or blonde hair and straight hair. Make sure you don't, fight them people. But you see,
I get your point. I get your example. I get what you're leading to. But when I'm
those
saying
Negroes over there with thick lips and broad nose and dark skin.
I get your point. I get your point of what you're trying to say. But what I'm saying to you is that if we look at the ruling of Islam, we know that according to the Sunnah, the Sharia, we only attack the people who are attacking us. That's the Islamic law. When you go into war, you only attack the people who are attacking you. Okay? So if they were going to a certain type of land and there was 2 to 3 different type of nationalities and different groups of people, but if one group of people of nationality, they were the ones who were robbing, stealing, killing, doing all kinds of bad atrocities to your people, and they have been killing your people, right? Then you're going to attack those who've been attacking your people. He's going to say, we're not, because that's the ruling of Islam. You only attack those who are attacking your people. Leave everyone else alone. Only attack those who have been attacking you. Okay. That's not being racist. That's called justice. And I wanted to add a bonus. I wanted to alley-oop that with this one, because you were saying that the non-Arab hadith that I gave, you were saying that it was fabricated and it wasn't sahih. So I would like to give you the reference to that so you can look it up and see that it is authentic and it is sahih. And I would like to quote it if I may. It's Ahmed. It's from Ahmed
ibn Hanbal.
Yes, it is.
Yep, go ahead. Do you want to post us do you want to post it or tell us where to go?
Okay, yes, it's Ahmed 22978.
22978.
Yeah.
Let me do this. Let me share my screen. Yo, Gabs, you say, fam? Is my screen even sharing?
Peace. I want to add on to that, you know what I'm saying? And I say this, according to what I have learned in my understanding, the Prophet Muhammad said in the hadith, according to Abu Buraida, this is narrated by Ahmed ibn Hanbali. The Prophet said, my nation will be given over 3 times to a people with small faces and broad eyes. He said their faces will be as if the skin was peeled. And then they asked the Prophet, who are you talking about? He said, the European Turks. And so there's a law that we follow here at the RGY, and that's every adjudication necessitates opposite polarity. So when the Prophet says that his nation will be taken over by people with peeled skin, it necessitates the opposite polarity. The Prophet is telling the nation how how the conqueror or the enslaver will look like. So that will now necessitate how the Arabs look like. So Muhammad couldn't have been a racist against black folks when the Arabs are black. I would also like to throw this out there. Racism, right? What is racism, and how are we going to define it? Because we're using a European term and Islamic theology, right? Because Allah says in chapter 7, verse number 33, that he chose the family of Abraham over all nations. Is that a racist? Because Allah loves a particular people over every other people and says that they are the best. So is that a racist? So how are we going to understand, how are we going to construct this term in the Islamic paradigm so that we can be able to edify the people? You see what I'm saying? So I would say that, racism is it has to be defined, and we have to all, as Muslims, this is what they did back in the day. They were able to come to a consensus. When we talk about this word racism, my brother from the Ahl Sunnah, my brother from the Sufi, my brother, me over here with the RGY, how are we going to be able to edify people and come up with a term so when we dialogue into the people, when we say racism, this is what we mean. Because racism could be understood by everybody in their own interpretation. We got to come to one interpretation. And so I would say, no, Muhammad was not a racist, but hey, racism could be what I just said. So, chapter 7, 33.
Can I add on to that briefly? May I add on to that briefly? Is what I wanted to say, and just to reiterate, if I may, about what I was speaking about earlier, is that's the point a similar point I was making, is that the Prophet Muhammad and his companions, he's gonna fight those he's been fighting. If he's fighting Europeans and he going to a land and there's Spanish and other groups of nationality of people, he's gonna tell his companions, don't worry about these people. These people are not our problem. They ain't been fighting us. We cool with them. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're not a problem. We're only gonna attack those who have been attacking us. And that's just what my point was, is that, you know, that it wasn't a racist issue. It wasn't about race. It was about people who wanted to do injustice towards the Muslims and to fight up against the oppressor. So he's not going to go to a land and just say, let's wipe out everybody. No, we're going to just fight who's fighting us. Everybody else is going to be left alone. And I feel that that's justice.
Quick question. Were the Egyptians oppressing the Muslims when Muhammad said that?
You said what now?
Were the Egyptians, okay, or more specifically, the Byzantium Egyptians, were they oppressing the Muslims during the time of Muhammad? Or was this an offensive war rather than a defensive war?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay, that's Free Somali Minds. Basically, he drops a comment. What? So no offensive wars in Islam? What? LOL. Okay, but we'll find out that particular, going to fight the Egyptians. Of course, the Egyptians weren't doing anything to the Muslims. The Muslims were or the so-called Muslims were in Arabia. Like, it's got nothing like you're going in, you're invading Egypt, you're taking over Egypt.
Or maybe I know about it, and maybe I know, because I know the Arabic terms for the wars, but maybe I don't. Maybe you probably know like the nationality. I really didn't focus on the nationality a lot. I just focused on the Arabic terms. So maybe you may know more about the races in them.
Okay. Sapid said, Asadi said, how about the Persia? You know what? I'm gonna have to go and pull out all of those, quotes. So I ain't got time. I'm not prepared for that today, but maybe next time we'll do that. But again, I want to say to you that there is nothing in early Islam in terms of early literature that is authentically going back to the Prophet in early literature that has overt racist tones, but we do find things within side of Islam and also inside of the jurisprudence of Islam that actually did institute a form of racism, which helped them to actually go and conquer and enslave other people as well.
Who was the brother? I apologize for my interruption. The one brother that was speaking before me, was that Medicine Man?
No. That was Saeed.
Saeed, what up?
That was Saeed that was talking?
Yeah.
He actually talked like a man. I don't even hear him talk.
What do you think?
All right. Let's keep our mics muted because I want to bring Medicine Man in. Let me mute him for these mics. God damn. All right, Medicine Man. Hey, yo, Medicine Man. I like that smile.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
What's popping?
Hey.
There you go.
I'm trying to get off this soon so I can jump on COD, to be honest,
Oh, COD, yeah? You trying to get online?
Hey, yeah, G.
There you go. There you go. And I haven't even been on in a minute as well.
I know, fam. Listen, Rebirth is calling my name, I'm talking I'm hoping that we're talking over everybody's heads, yeah, so they don't know how childish we really are. But Rebirth is calling my name, fam.
There you go.
He has gone way down. But anyway,
that because I'm there. Literally, I just come in, I see you live. I was out, so I just come in, I see that you was live. So I thought, let me come in and have a little peek and see what's going on with the brothers and that,
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. Yo, man, I'm here.
Let's do this. I like this topic, yeah, because there is controversy, yeah, and this one here that most people don't even have a clue about, yeah. African king, yeah. I know. Do you know what is, yeah? You know what it is? It says here, Muhammad was very white man. So many hadiths to back this up. There is actually a video that I want to do on this where it really breaks this down, yeah. But I've done shows. I do shows on this, and I have done it, okay. And I would say that let me go on the yes of your answer, okay. Let me go on the yes of your answer, right? Muhammad was a very white man. So many hadiths to back this up. I will say to you, yes, there is a lot of hadiths that will back up exactly what you said, that Muhammad was a white man. Okay? But there are also hadiths, okay, that say the complete opposite. They say what? That Muhammad is a brown-skinned man, or he's he's of a black lineage, right? And let me just drop one of those ones real quickly for some of you guys, because some of you guys don't know about this one. So Al-Jahiz, we've dropped it before. I love the way it just comes up straight away. Yeah. So remember, you've got hadiths that say he's white. I'm going to show you hadiths that also talk about him being black, right, or brown skin. They said Abdul Muttalib fathered 10 lords, black as the night and magnificent. Stop right there. Pause. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's get into this. Abdul Muttalib is who? Muhammad's grandfather. He fathered 10 lords, black as the night and magnificent. Hold on. So who are these lords that are black as night?
Maybe black means white.
That means, hold on. That means Muhammad's father, which is obviously Abdul Muttalib's son, is black. Muhammad's uncles are also said to be black. Shit that you never learn when you hear Islam being mentioned. That Muhammad's grandpapa and papa is black, skinned. Let's just quickly continue. Yeah, we're going to continue to the next one. Abdullah ibn Abbas was blackest in magnificent, and the family of Abu Talib. So Abbas is one of the uncles, right? His son, which is Abdullah ibn Abbas, the great, hadith and tafsir compiler and so forth, and scholar, right? It's said to be black. Therefore, Abbas is black. Well, obviously he's black. The family of Abu Talib were the most noble of men, and they were black with black skin. Stuff that you don't normally hear, right? Stuff that you don't normally hear. Let's see. Since we've got stuff here already, right? We've got stuff here already. Let's just see. Brown Muhammad. Let's see if we got this. Brown Muhammad. Come on, let's go for that. Let's go for that.
Interesting.
Let's go for that. On here we talk about Muhammad having locks hanging down to the shoulders, right? People don't even know that Muhammad had locks. Yeah? People don't even know, yeah, that he had 4 side locks.
So Muhammad was a dread?
Man, Muhammad was a dreadlock. The messenger of Allah was thicker than your hair. And and those were more fine. Okay, so Muhammad has thick hair. Let's see. It's curled, etc. Cool. All right, let's see if we can find, some other stuff. Oh, his hair stuck together with gum. Oh, wait. Hold on. We have to go through the whole locking process. How does somebody lock one's hair? Yeah, it says here, Ibn Umar used to say, I saw Allah's messenger with his hair stuck together with gum. So his locks were stuck together with gum. Jeez. People don't even know that Muhammad was a dreadlock Rasta. Hey, let's see. Come on, baby. Come on. All right. Let's see. All right. We see here that Anas ibn Malik, gives a record of the Prophet. It says here wheat colored, right? But when we go into the Arabic, we see here Asma al-Lawan, lawn, which basically means brown. Asma. Let's just quickly do that. For some people that don't know that about the colors, Asma means brown. Let's just quickly see that. Let's just see. Let's see. Translate. Let's Google Translate quickly. Translate Arabic. Oopsie. Translate from Arabic. Yeah. Let's see. Is he gonna do it? Come on. Work with me, baby. Work with me. Translate. There you go. See? Asmar means brown. For those people who don't know, Muhammad is being described as being brown skinned. Yeah. There's other hadiths that talk about him being brown and so forth, brown in complexion, We're going into Al-Kalabi right now. It says Al-Kalabi mentioned though through above chains. They had changed the description of Allah's messenger. Allah blessed him, give him peace. In the scriptures, they made him white and tall, while the prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, was brown and of medium height. Okay, so I'm just giving a few little somethings out there because most people don't even hear about the black Muhammad or the brown skin Muhammad, all these things here. Yeah, so when they hear about racism in Islam, or Muhammad was white or he was racist and so forth, nobody thinks that, hold on, could Muhammad have been black or brown? No, they immediately think he was white. No, Arabs, okay, if you go into an Arab dictionary, classical Arab dictionary, they tell you how they describe themselves. They are brown-skinned people with curly hair. That's how they describe themselves. Okay, they
That
don't have.
sounds like a Habesha.
Yeah. We haven't even got into that. We haven't even gone into the ancestry of Muhammad, finding about his Ethiopian ancestry and all of that. Okay, so yeah, and let me just go back on to Muhammad was a very white man. Yeah, there is hadiths that talk about him being white, but the problem is, okay, and this is the devil right there, because the translators, okay, is either they don't know how to read classical Arabic, or they do know how to read classical Arabic, but they're simply withholding, i.e. omitting, the context of how white is being used. For example, you'll find that, Muhammad was smiling and you could see the whiteness of his cheek, or he turned his face, you could see the whiteness of his cheek. He was riding his horse and you could see the whiteness of his armpit or the whiteness of his leg and so forth. But nobody stops and question that. What do you mean the whiteness? If he is white, why are we seeing the whiteness of this? Why is it making?
I want to say something. I noticed that sometimes when I read it, when I go into the Arabic, they mistranslate the word white for bright. It will say bright, but they'll use the word white as in a translation.
Yeah. There's that, but there's also the context. Okay, and we brought this up before. Okay, where there is other hadiths that says, Muhammad was sitting and we could see the blackness of his foot. So if we take all of these hadiths to be true, right, and his leg is white, but his foot is black, is Muhammad a zebra? Is he, striped colored?
Maybe he has vitiligo.
Hold. I'm gonna say something brief. I'm about to get off. I'm just gonna get off because I had to go run and do some errands. Two things, and I'll get off. The first thing is that you make a valid good point, because I do know there is one hadith. It says that somebody was talking mess about a black man. It was a black man that was there, and they were saying some things that was rude to him. So the Prophet Muhammad, it was a whole bunch of people there. So the Prophet Muhammad, he grabbed the black man and put him close to him, and he said, "You got a problem with him, you got a problem with me, because I'm just as black as he is." Okay, but that's point one. Point two is this hadith, Ahmed 22978, narrated Abu, and after this I'll get off, inshallah. Someone who heard the khutbah, the messenger of Allah, blessing and peace of Allah be upon him, on the second of the days of Tashriq, told me that he said, "O people, verily, your Lord is one, of the Father is one. Verily, there is no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab, or a non-Arab over an Arab, or a red man over a black man, nor a black man over a red man, except in terms of taqwa, fear and love of Allah." He says, "How have I conveyed the message?" They said, "The messenger of Allah, blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, has conveyed the message." Class and Sahih by Albani, Sheikh Albani, and his Sahih 6/199. And there are other hadiths and other narrations that support this. So this is not a fabrication, nor is it da'if. This is actually authentic.
It is fabrication.
No, it's not fabricated. It's fabricated.
Sorry. Let's not go into
the majority of the Muslim nation agrees that this verse is sahih. So we take the majority of the scholars.
All right, that's no problem. Let's not even get into it. So yeah,
but yes, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. I appreciate the conversation. I've seen your host. I've seen your video regarding this issue of Muhammad being black. Great video, bro. Appreciate the video. I learned a lot. Very good, insightful information. If anybody would like to follow me, I'm on TikTok. Mr. Dawood 254. I'm on TikTok, so I have debates, discussions, knowledge building, all the above. You guys want to follow me? You want to see me? Mr. Dawood 254 on TikTok. Peace and blessings, man. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm out.
All right, peace.
All right.
Cool. So Africa King, yeah, I hear you, you know, I hear what you're saying, yeah. I hear what you're saying. You're saying, wait. There you go. I hear what you're saying, yeah. But you know what I'm gonna say this? You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna do something that's big right now.
Can y'all hear me?
Hold on, one second. All right. Boom. If you want that information, baby, cash at me, baby. Times TV. Let's get it. Shameless plug. Cash at me, baby. We ain't doing nothing for free no more. Let's get it. All right, let's move on to another topic. Let's move on to another topic. Let's go.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I wanted to talk about because I was about to drop another source, Ibn Manzur, on that black skin, but because the host wants to move forward, I want to talk about what do the Muslims of England feel about the imams and the scholars, the duties and their positions, right? Because I noticed that we, the surface level Muslims, the ones who praise these scholars and we buy their book,
you're better off talking about the black one, man, because we don't even have any Muslims on the panel like that. Can
you hear me?
Yeah.
So it's more like it's almost like a man who has a blowhorn and he's pulling it out to the entire universe. Like when Muslims on the surface level are debating and bickering about theology and law, but then we see on a higher level the celebrities are not doing anything with regards to the political tyranny, like in Syria and Yemen and Palestine. Right now, you got 18 million people in Yemen starving. You know what I'm saying? In Palestine, in Nigeria. And how come all these so-called famous Islamic prestigious figures like Mufti Minik and all these big heavy hitters on Facebook asking for donations for Ramadan? Why aren't they at the United Nations trying to bring a ceasefire? How come all the Muslims are screaming to the United Nations for bread and food? Why are the Muslims who call themselves Akhla Sunnah wa Jama'at? Why are these so-called leaders in the Salafi organizations with millions of dollars, the Sunni sect? These are the three main heavy hitters. Why aren't they speaking up against the political corruption? You know what I'm saying? I wanted to talk about that. What do the Muslims feel about the leadership of Islam and all these major sects, Salafiism, Sunniism, and Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'at?
Come on, family. I'm gonna invite the Muslim brothers to come on in and discuss that if you want to. Go ahead, family.
I don't even mind even chiming, even though I'm not Muslim, because I think I can even chime in and give a little thing of what I think about that. Like, calm, yeah?
Yeah.
I was gonna say to the brother, me personally, the reason why I think it's a valid point what you're speaking about, because not only do we see that in the Muslim community, we also see that with the Christian community as well. Do you understand? And like you said, there's millions of people around the world starving and all this stuff, and then you have a load of these dowrists or scholars or people that go out preaching and advocating, being a good Muslim, converting, doing donations, same like with Christians as well. But yeah, none of them are actually putting in the groundwork with the real matter, the worldwide issue. And I just think that's just down to the ego of man, because we have people out here that will say that they're highly religious and stuff like that, but they still haven't mastered their inner self. They don't know themselves. They haven't mastered that ego self. So when they get like a following, and you know they preach or they teach a few things to a few people and they get big. Remember, because they haven't mastered ego, they don't know how to conduct themselves. They don't know how to then what's the word? Push themselves to try and fix the other issues, or you know, round up other brothers and stuff, that round up other brothers and in the faith to try and sort out these issues. Don't get me wrong, you do get one or two that are on it, but if they know that other people ain't backing them and they ain't got a full-fledged backing of other brothers and sisters, they ain't gonna do it. Do you understand? And then people just get sucked into their everyday life. You know, they just carry on doing what they're doing, and that's it. And they just do what works for them. Do you understand? So that's the reason why you're not going to get that. And then even then, on a religious level, I don't expect things like that to be done anyway. Me personally, I don't expect things to be better like that, where everyone comes together and fixes the problems. Like you get a lot of people saying, what about the poor, and we need to stop this, and we need to come together and do this. But when you look in any of them religious texts, yeah, when it comes to Judgment Day, the reason why you have Judgment Day is because none of that stuff happens. That's the reason why there is a Judgment Day, because the world is still corrupt. You know, in both scriptures, whether it be Christian doctrine or Muslim doctrine, Judgment Day is because the world is corrupt. The world is going to get worse. Hence why Jesus or Isa and the angels have to come down and do battle and, you know, cleanse the earth of evil and whatnot. And then people get judged. So we're not going to expect to see things get better like that. People are just still going to do what they're doing because evil still runs the world right now. That's just the way it's supposed to go. That's just
and that's the reason why, you know, the Mahdi is supposed to come and bring a sword to all of these mainstream, kind of like when Jesus came onto the scene. He was his war was not against the common Israelite. He was going against the Pharisees, the scribes, the so-called celebrities, right? The people who everyone bought their books, listened to, revered, and awed. So the Mahdi, I believe he has to come from like an underground position. He's not going to be known like Mufti Minik. He's going to come from like an underground, out of nowhere kind of like condition, condemning all of the mainstream. Because I mean, what you just said is so powerful, man. Because essentially, when you hold a status and a position like Nicki Minaj in the religious sector, everyone knows you like Nicki Minaj, but you hold a religious title. Everyone's following you. But if you're not going to stand up for the deen, you're not going to practice what you preach, then essentially you're going to lose a lot of followers. You're not, I mean, not followers, but you're going to get a lot of people who's going to not believe in God. You know what I'm saying? You're not even, you here you are, you got the Pope Francis position, and you ain't going to use your Pope Francis status to stop the war in Yemen. 18 million people, women, and running around with these kids and all that. Like these things are major. And it seems like every time I look at the news, United Nations is talking about, yeah, and there's another 1 million people gone, another 1 million people, another dead. It's like they just on like, and it seems like it's almost like, and the scholars say nothing. And it's like, so now everybody who's like thinking about becoming Muslim, heard about becoming Muslim, is like, just look at the leaders, man. They're not even doing shit. So I kind of feel like, you know, I understand why you have atheism now. I understand why people don't believe in God, because you got these religious leaders who ain't doing shit. They just wear the title. And so that goes on in America. Like the Islamic centers out here, they make a lot of money. You know, Ramadan going on, and they will recite that Quran all for the whole 30 days. Total prayer, standing up, the Muslims standing all day, all night. You go in there, you ask them a question. What's the solution for being attacked? Like what's going on in Yemen? What's going on in Syria? What is the solution? And these brothers would say, make dua. So you know, so the young people without the masjid, the young people don't care no more. And so that's why I'm like, yo, if there's gonna be any revolution in the 21st century, it's gonna have to come from the young people. It's gonna have to come from a underground type of young youthful energy where they don't give a fuck about what the elders are doing. The elders are kind of like not being accountable. You know, because, you know, when you the duty of a father to a son is to protect his son. And you want to teach your son how to stand up against that bully. But most people have become in love with the higher tadunya, as the man said. When the man gets a little bit of wealth, he gets a little bit of fame, that goes to his head. Suddenly, the kibbles and bits made him weak. Now you got a little bit soft. It wasn't supposed to get you soft. It was supposed to, it's not what you do with it. Go ahead, my brother.
Peace and blessing, bro. Peace and blessing. Big up medicine man, my brother. Long time.
Yes, brother Isa. What you saying, brother? There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been listening to you for a while. Now and again, you get me. Inshallah, we'll talk at some point. Inshallah, you get me.
Come on, brother. Yeah, man. 100%. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask this brother one question. Have you heard, brother? It sounds like you either were a Muslim or something, or you're affiliated. Have you heard of the saying that allegedly attributed to the Prophet, which says the people get the leaders they deserve? And if you have, what do you think of it? If you haven't, and you've heard it now, what do you think of it?
Well, I think that is like a very good karmatic clapback for anybody who's conscious that they follow a coward. But for those who don't even know that they're following a coward, that can't be applicable, because it's like they actually believe Mufti Minik is a scholar, but he don't say nothing. And so the people who be like sharing his stuff on Facebook, the people who actually like praise him and they'll cut you if you say anything less, like these people.
I mean political leaders. Hold on, I mean the political leaders, like you were talking about invading Yemen and blah blah blah. So I'm saying whichever country it is, yeah, when somebody has somebody in power that oppresses them, Saddam Hussein, whoever else, and it says you get the leaders you deserve. I'm saying when you look at global karma, so to speak, if you look at history, you're always going to find groups of people that probably had a good leader, and for some reason it could have been, another family that felt they should have been in power, so they took out that good leader because they wanted to be in power for other reasons than righteousness or caring about the nation. Do you get me? So when you look at the ripple effects, the kinetic effects of how history's worked out, is it a case of, well, now you've got enough knowledge, are you going to risk what it takes to put into place what's necessary for justice to be the top thing? Do you get what I'm saying? So
yeah, are you asking me that on a personal level, or you asking me that on a general level?
Yeah, no, I mean on the political level, the top thing.
Okay, so this is personal. Yeah, well, for me, speaking for myself, I've taken the same path as the ISUPK. So RGY, we're in the streets doing what they do with the Bible. We do it with the Quran, and we put out a message that's like standing for Yemen. Because in America, there's a lot of foreigners out here. There's a lot of people from Yemen, Egypt, right here in America, who come from these bombarded lands where they supposed to be, predominantly Muslim. But then they come here and they forget about their responsibilities and duties. So me being a representative of the poor and oppressed black people who have been suffering for 300, 400 years under the so-called white supremacist system, we're trying to find an escape out of slavery. We're still trying to get free. So, when I see a whole bunch of Muslims coming from oppressed lands and then they interacting with black folks on a day-to-day basis in commerce and all of these other things, but we don't have no type of connection to the same oppressor, then that shows me that the scholarship in Islam is wrong. So for me, I don't go to the Sunni masjid. I don't go to the Salafi masjid. I don't go to the Shia masjid, because I know that they can recite a whole bunch of shit during Ramadan, but when it comes to standing up on the political level, they're not going to do nothing. So I said, I'm going to just go ahead and do my own thing, like I used to say, create my own sect and try to unify the young people. Rightly got a youth organization, RGY. We're about the young people, because a lot of young people in America are very, mostly black community. We're mostly my generation, 30 years old, 20 years old. We're like in shelters, man. A lot of the young, it's kind of like Yemen. Like, all those
Muslim?
Children. Huh?
Are you Muslim?
Oh, 100%.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry,
man.
I'm like.
Wa alaikum salam, sir. Yeah, so
Why
go ahead.
Why do you follow Shia then?
Huh?
Why do you said something, you don't follow the Shia and all of that? So I agree with you not following the orthodox ayatollahs and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm saying basic knowledge. So let me just throw down the basics from what I see. If my battery cuts out again, I apologize. The charger He's not putting in, it's draining more than it's putting in or taking in. So basically what I'm saying is, if you look at the Sunni doctrine, it generally has to have scholars from the get-go interpret the whole thing all the way down to now. Whereas at least with the so-called Shia, they're pointing you to the Quran when you become qualified. So once you can read Arabic and you know the basics, you go to the Quran. And they claim that, you know, they use the Quran as the foundation, as the criteria for everything else in the hadith, whereas Sunnis don't. The Sunnis are saying it's which scholar or which hadith is authentic according to the chain of narration, which means you rely on other men to authenticate the hadith for you. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying at least the basics of so-called Shia is correct. But I get everything you've said as far as I'm concerned is 100% correct. They're they're misguiding our people. They're taking advantage of us.
Can I add something to what you said, Issa? From looking at another thing, I'd tell you what another issue is, in these sects or in these beliefs or just in people themselves, there isn't enough people that have knowledge of self. And when you don't have knowledge of self, before you even get into any doctrine or anything, if you don't have knowledge of self, the way you're walking into the doctrine, not having knowledge of self, you're all going to come about it wrong, because first and foremost, you're dealing with the energies of the world: greed, selfishness, power, trying to get money, and ego. These are all the things that your body and your characteristics build up. And before you are able to diminish those things and have knowledge of yourself and find out who you are in yourself, you ain't going to be able to move. So if I give an example like this, everybody knows Neo from the Matrix. Once Neo had knowledge of self, you've seen what he was able to do. But prior to that, because he didn't have knowledge of self, he didn't want to take the task that he had to do. Do you understand? He didn't want to come forth. He didn't want to do certain things. You know what I mean? He just thought, well, it's not me. I'm not the one. Do you understand? But once he understood knowledge of self, him one alone was able to do stuff. So what I'm trying to say is, as a collective, if there isn't a group of you that have knowledge of self in a faith or belief, or just even a group, and it's not spreading like that, when you're trying to move and operate things, it's never going to get to the point of where you want it to go. Do you understand?
But that's you have to remember. Sorry, the whole thing was to remove that methodology. If you go back to the Saudi Arabian movement, people don't even know this, but there was a banner that's been there from the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, that was only removed when Abdullah ibn Wahhab, the Salafi Saudi scholar lot, came along. They removed that. It was there for all of them time, from the Prophet's time to then, and it referred to them. The Prophet pointed and said, from there, 3 times, nudged, which is where the Saudi family's from. He said, from the side of the horn of the side of the head of Shaitan is from there. And he pointed 3 times, referring to them. You look at all of the traditional, so-called traditional, even Sunni Islam, they've always got a spiritual system amongst them in which they had personal development, some form, of interpreting dreams and writing, they would get certain herbs and write the Quran in herbs and wash it off and let you drink it. All of that spiritual stuff was part of all of these systems until this piece of whatever come along. So what you're talking about would have been natural and was natural. And notice they all went back to Ali, by the way, apart from the Turkish one, Naqshbandi, right? The knowledge of self, I mean, remember, we're kind of unique, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Americans, where your identity is ripped so far away from us, literally gone like that. Most other people that are conquered don't end up like that, or they're just wiped out. Stop. Do you know what I mean? Like certain groups in Australia and whatever. So those that have survived, like, we're in a different situation when it comes to knowing yourself, because normally at least some sort of identity of tribe and nation is intact. So then from that, you then look into whatever religious scripture you've got. And then from there, there's a kind of a rebound back and forth of development of self, of where you're coming from, your tribe, your nation. You can judge where they're right, where they're wrong. But then there's still an inward journey that goes beyond your nation, your tribe, your personal self. What is your personal destiny here for? What are the qualities that you've been given by the Most High, so to speak, for your personal destiny in relation to people's personal destiny? Do you get what I'm saying? And that's where you probably don't even know, but you know, oracles are part of Islam. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So you would
I know
go to
that.
certain masjid, normal for them to get. Some people use date stones. Some people use whatever it is, and they fling them on, you know, on their little towel or head wrap or whatever, and they're doing whether prediction or knowledge of, you know, whatever it is, communicating with the spirit, so to speak. These are all part of things which you're not going to see, because remember, who backed Saudi Arabia? Remember, it's the British
West.
first, right?
The West, yeah.
They backed. Remember Lawrence of Arabia, all of them lot, right? They backed Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab. He slaughtered so many different, bruv. There's a whole thing of some innocent group, and man, just, you remember, what's that guy in Star Wars?
Which
the one that became Darth Vader. The one that became Darth Vader. I can't remember.
Anakin Skywalker.
Remember he went to them youngers and he killed everyone.
Yeah, he killed the Jedi. Yeah, wiped out all the Jedi kids and everything. Temples.
Right. Bruv, if you read the history of Abdul Wahab, them man, they just rinsed, just killed. Supported by the British, then the Americans. So you have to know that this thing is not, it's you know, it's a purposeful thing, because remember what the Mahdi of Sudan done to the British. That was embarrassing. Yeah, they were supposed to be the superior race with the superior religion, and God was supposed to support them. And the Mahdi of Sudan took their commander, chop off his head and fling it about.
Wow.
Do you remember? Just like that, Colonel Gordon or something like that. You remember that?
Wow.
The Mahdi of Sudan.
They made a movie on it.
Yeah.
Do you remember? It's called Khartoum, the movie. But imagine this: the Mahdi of Sudan, his grandsons come to the park. Do you know that? His grandson comes to the park. Yeah, he's called Mahdi as well.
Oh wow.
He's been coming to the park over 20 years, brother. You've spoke to him as well. He's spoken to all of us. Me and him, we used to go to his house. We used to go to his house and stay there till all 5 o'clock in the morning, bro. Discussing, bro. Trust me. Inshallah, if we come back again, I'll try and get him done and introduce it. He said that, like, what they even say in the biographies, a lot of it's, you know, nonsense, and they try to, you know, they try to dampen down some of the victories and whatever else, and they try to portray the British more victorious, etc. But he's saying, like, with his family is, you know, the true history of what happened, which is normal, isn't it? The family's going to know what's what. Mm-hmm. And the Mahdi family still have big influence right now in Sudan. But what I was saying was that was an example of what could have continued to happen to the British, to the Americans, the Islam of what was in Sudan under the Mahdi of Sudan. Just think if all the rest of these Muslims started doing what he was doing. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why they made sure they put this Saudi family in power that would do what the American and the British wanted them to do.
Yeah. Do you know what I was gonna say? You made a good point. I wanted to touch on that point that you made when I was talking about knowledge of yourself, and you talked about the tribes and family. And I think this is another major thing, because it's like this. Getting knowledge of self, before you even get a knowledge of self, if you don't have your tribe or know the history of your tribe or your identity, it's always going to be a struggle. It's going to be hard, because even like I can see it when I speak to some of my brothers that are Muslim, especially the black brothers, they find it after a while, they find it hard to kind of connect with Islam, because they see so much of the Arabized Turkish, you know, that kind of sect. So it's like they still, even though they're reading the deen and following what they're doing, there's still that type of connection, because obviously the way it's been portrayed is that, or the way the world sees it is that when you mention Islam, you think of the Arabs from Saudi Arabia, you think of those type, you know, Turkish, Ottoman, them type of people, you know, Quraysh, his family. Do you understand? So that even that in itself, no matter how hard you push to say, yeah, this is what my religion, and that, there's always that little thing in the back of your head thinking like, have these people really accepted me? Do they really look at me like I'm this? Because, you know, they might still feel like this is their thing. This is like a type of Arab religion. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even like when you look at, for instance, like the Chinese community, because they know their culture and their history, they're able to move in a certain way and do certain things. You understand? Even though they might get another family or whatnot, or have these different things, but they ultimately know their main roots and their main heritage. Same with the Jews. So even when the Jews look at the Torah and the Bible, because God came down and said, this is my line, Israel, you guys are my chosen people. Yeah, from this line, from this lineage, you're gonna do this, and your prophet's gonna come through there. They have a certain connection. Yeah, then they get the knowledge of self, and that empowers them to be able to move about and be confident in themselves and say, yeah, we're Jews, we're ordained by God. This is our line. This is this. So we can go out and do what we have to do. Do you understand? The same with the British. They know their origins. Yeah. Same with the who was you gonna call the guys from Europe, the Norse, the Swedish, all the people that have their culture, they're able to stand on their feet and do their things. But you see, when it comes to like the melanated family, I don't even like to say black, melanated man, because like you said, we've been stripped of certain cultures and we don't know. It's like we're always trying to gravitate to something, but yet we still feel some sort of disconnection. Something is still not connecting us. You can pray as many salats and do as many wudu and pray to Jesus and Yahweh and all that, but still at the back of your mind, I know you're still thinking, is this really for me? Unless you're moving like the Hebrew Israelites, yeah. The reason why they can go so hard, because guess what they do? They push and show for like, hold on, wait a minute. In this scripture, this is talking about us. This is me. I can see this is us. They've taken this out, you know? And that's why they can go so hard, because they're literally finding their origins and trying to connect their origins and then trying to put that into practice to show the masses. That's why you see they're so, you know, when you're dealing with Hebrew Israelites, you can't trying to debate them or shake them. They're like, nah, bro, this is us. This is us. Because they feel they got the origins and the foundation in that text. But if they didn't have that, if they couldn't see that, mate, they'll be still wondering, okay, am I this? Maybe I might just leave this because I can't really feel that type of connection. Let me go and see what Islam is saying. Do you know what? This ain't really what they're talking about, black power over here. Let me go and see what this is saying, because all we're trying to do is find our origin. Yeah, the same way the atheists that you'd call them, you know, the Europeans, the NASA, all these people that are going out, searching the cosmos, searching the galaxies, interested in finding out something, because guess what? The origin story that they have, which is even complicated for them because they don't want to tell you the truth, they want to go out and find their origin story and find out what is the truth. Do you understand? Because they still have a missing part or something in the back of their minds where they know they don't have the true story and they can't find themselves in the history books of the planet. Do you understand? So this is why they try so hard to look out in space, check for this, digging up bones. What about this DNA? We found this. Oh, this might change this history books because we found this. Because they're trying to find something as well. Do you understand? That's what it's all about. If you don't have your roots and you don't know your origin and you don't have knowledge of self, mate, you're just basically a fish in a pond, swimming around in circles and circles and circles and circles. That's it. That's how I see it.
That's right. That's right. A man without knowledge is like walking down the street and forgetting where you're going.
There you go.
You gotta have a you know, you gotta have a route. It's like a receiver trying to run a route to complete that touchdown for the team. And then all of a sudden he gets out there on the field, don't even know what is played, don't even know the play.
Don't even know where to play. Exactly. You don't know the play. You're just gonna be running around looking at the coach saying, "Coach, where am I supposed to go? Is it this? What's the play?" You said you looked is that way. Are you sure?
You were supposed to run a 4 route, but you ran a 3 route. Where you going, boy?
Trust me, you're serious, man. And I think, you know, seriously, this is literally, you know, as my time I've been, you know, doing a lot of, you know, talks and reading and researching and things. This is the main thing that is coming to my understanding. When I sit back and think, I know these are the things, because these are things that went through my mind. And I'm thinking, I know there's millions of people with the same mindset, because, you know, some of us, we're all connected. I know this is what it is, because I see when people, I know deep down in the back of their minds, they feel like there's still something missing. No matter how much you say, yeah, I'm this, I'm gonna, you know, I'm from this, I follow this belief, and I'm that, or I'm an atheist and that. You're longing for something because you still don't have your origin. You don't know. You don't actually know. If someone was to actually stop you and say, "Excuse me, sir, do you know your origin? Do you know yourself?" You're gonna look and be like, I don't know. I think I do this. I think you don't actually know. You couldn't stand there and tell them, yeah, I'm this, I know this and that and that. There'll be a lot of I don't knows, maybes, and I'm this. That's it.
Absolute, man. Yeah, and you know, this is this. I remember. I don't know if y'all remember the hadith where the prophet said in the last day, um, when the Dajjal rises, that he encouraged the believers to recite Surah Al-Kahf, the story of the young. And so I kind of feel like we're living in those times where we're seeing like a young uprise all throughout the world, where it's like the elders who are supposed to be charged with the duty of giving the child knowledge itself, giving the child standards on how to carry himself. You know, one of the things that I be preaching out here is that when a man sees the type of corruption that he sees today, there has to be a certain standard, a certain limit, a boundary, that when that boundary has been crossed, you can't chase the melons no more. Chasing the melons is like, you know, and during slavery, you had that house nigga slave who would do whatever the white man say, and then he'll give him a melon. So we call him a melon head, right? So in America, you got a lot of melon heads who just chase money. You know, they like the melon so much that they forget about the injustice. So now the young people are growing up, going to high school where there's bullies. They got to deal with all these type of peer pressure, and you know, a lot of the elders and the parents are not doing nothing. So the story of the young people is that they have ran to a cave to preserve their sanity. It's like, yo, the elders are going bonkers with this dunya chase.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Gabs, could you let Kalam know Issa's trying to get back in? I didn't want to interrupt your conversation, but Issa was asking, so.
Say that again. Can I what?
Oh. Could you let Kalam know Issa's trying to get back in? He's stuck backstage.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I really didn't want to interrupt, guys.
I think he's in. No, that's cool. I think he's back.
Peace.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick. But that story is critical, because if we can see what's happening in Palestine and Yemen and Syria, and you see who's fighting back against the Jow, and his the Surah 33 represents the United Nations, the story of the Confederates. Allah says the whole Quran is an analogy, right? Mathalan is the book is full of analogies. You could take so many analogies out of that book. Right now we living in the modern day Babylon, the modern day Egypt. So when we looking at, go ahead, brother.
No, said to cut you. I was gonna say what I would say, how I see it as well. It's like quote from the Bible where the Bible makes mention that the world has been given unto the hand of the wicked. Like Satan or Lucifer got cast down to earth, to run this place. Even in the book of Job, when God called on to Satan and asked him what's he been doing, he said, I've been walking to and fro in and on the earth. Do you understand? Right. And then that's when God told him to gave him a test about testing Job. The reason why I see these things is because, remember, the earth has literally been given to the hand of the wicked. This is why evil runs rampant here. We are literally tested mentally. People might not even think it. People might not think or might not see it, but you don't realize we're being deceived. Like the deceiver has got his minions working around the clock. There's so much things happening now, so much distraction, so much things going on that it's like you don't even get time to even think. We're going from pandemic to wars to pandemic to viruses to this to artificial suns to someone trying to create a nuclear thing underground.
Insanity.
Solar storm. There's so much things happening that most people don't even realize that. Don't even sit back and think, geez, what the heck is going on? Because evil is at work. And this is why I'm trying to say, like, people ain't grounded mentally. People won't even see. Some people don't even notice what's going on. People don't even notice that they're partaking in evil acts. They don't know that they've literally been deceived. You understand? That's even the crazy bits about it. So this is why I'm saying knowledge of self and knowing who you are and being grounded, and then being around people that have knowledge of self and are grounded is very key. And like you said, there is slowly an awakening of more people, starting to see these things and know what's going on and look out for deception and see where the lies are. You understand? But it's still going to get rampant.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Have you heard of or do you know about how the ancients in particular, or at least the esoteric people of science, would use like a one person or a mass, the ways of humanity into the metaphors of an individual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you come across that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel about the fact that humanity is going through their own process of learning? So they've been told, stay away from this particular fruit, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The devil has come along and dangled this. He's shown all these movies of what the future can look like and how things can be made easier and so on. And they've gone and chased that carrot. And this is the result. Is that not the case? Did they not show us all what the future would look like? And we said, yeah.
No,
they don't.
Not necessarily. The reason, the only thing I would say to combat that, yeah, is even when you're saying humanity, you know, I've heard the, you know, we hear the talk all the time. People that have that in a what's it, ability of knowing right from wrong. Yeah, that's something that's been bestowed upon us from the Creator. So that's something that the Creator has given humanity, his creation. Yeah, the innate feeling to know what's right and wrong. If that is the case,
you think that's innate?
Me personally, I don't think so. I'm just going by, because obviously the analogy that you're bringing, because it sounds similar to what you're saying about Adam and Eve, right?
No. All right, how can I put it? You know, like you're raised by parents, and then they say go out and learn for yourself.
Okay, yeah.
Now, all right, look at the black people. How many black leaders have we had warning us about the people that we're clearly seeing as our enemy? And the majority haven't followed them. Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh. How many people have come to us and we've gone with the mainstream news and soap operas and whatever else? Yeah, cooned out.
Yeah.
When I grew up, black Caribbeans were dissing Rasta. The only people in the Caribbean that carried as a group black culture was Rasta. And I grew up with.
I tell you where that stemmed from. Do you know where that stemmed from? I'm sorry to cut you. I say where that stemmed from. That still stemmed from post-traumatic slave syndrome. Do you know why? Because you're forgetting the trauma that we had. Remember, nowadays, if someone goes through a traumatic experience with a family member, or you know, you got like you even got the LGBT community. If someone says negative something about them, yeah. The counseling, people get counseling, talking about mental health now. You know, come and speak to us if you're dealing with mental health. There's this hotline, ring this, ring that. Now, the trauma that the melanated people went through, we didn't have no counseling. We didn't have no one saying come and do the melanin, mental hotline. There was none of that. So basically,
but it's been like that before. That's what I'm saying. Before any Europeans came among us. You've always had, before any other invading people come amongst any people, you're going to have the same thing where a group are calling to this. Yes, you can look at every single major nation on earth. There's always a group calling their own people to something, and the majority have followed otherwise. They've allowed that small group to get crushed. Romans, Greeks, Egyptians, Sudanese, Nubians, all of them, China, everywhere. You're going to find it everywhere. Where you've had a small group, when the oppressors started doing their thing, a small group that said, no, this can't happen. And they've just let the blooming oppressor just smash them to pieces. It's just been a habit all the time.
Are you talking about, I'm confused, I'm trying to understand. Are you talking about the people themselves oppressing someone themselves without outside intervention? Or are you talking about, just talking about like tribal wars, like just between them, families?
The principle which can be manifested, number one, if an outside oppressor is oppressing you, and then groups side with the oppressor, and then go against the people that are on justice, i.e. Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, or before an outside people seek to oppress you, when you have your own person oppressing you, there are people amongst them trying to fight against the oppressor, but they side with the majority and the powerful against the minority, who are calling them away or to get rid of the oppressor. That's what's continually happened.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. The second part, from a Asian African point of view, where can you give me an example of where that might have happened with the second part that you said?
As in a small group getting crushed by oppressors?
Yeah, by their own people. Yeah.
I can say the lack of history prior to, let's say, Islam and Christianity coming there. I can only go by, i.e., how can I put it? The way that they've continued their traditions since then. So even amongst people would be voodooists.
Okay.
The traditions that are told by people from those areas would tell me how people are bad-minded. This one didn't like this one, and they done juju on them, and that one didn't like da. And I'm saying it's not like when an enemy comes, everything changed. Everything changes.
So no,
your whole thing.
See now that's the thing I was gonna say. That's because I knew it would be hard for you to find something like that prior. Because I knew even like what you're mentioning, that sounds like that's something more recent, still after the adoption of Christianity and Islam around the people. But I wanted to say, if you go back, like you said, if you go back before like these things, and you look at the melanated people for your second part question, you ain't gonna find it like that. Like you said, you will have obviously your in-house tribal wars. Not saying everything was fine and dandy, but when you're talking about oppression and people saying that this and that, you only get that later on once we get the invasions of freaking religion and Greeks, Romans, and Persians. And
no. So are you trying to say that prior to let's say European, because there was always invasions in between, but are you saying prior to any invasions from people outside of so-called Africa, or at least sub-Saharan Africa, they call it, are you saying you didn't have oppressive tribes towards others?
Yeah, of course. I said that. There was tribal wars. Yeah, I said tribal. Yeah, 100.
Okay.
Yeah, I said there was tribal.
Right. So when they're oppressing them, is it not agreed that some of the oppressed would side with the oppressor?
Okay, now that's where I'd say where, because where would you get that? Where have you seen that? Because if we're talking about tribal wars, like what we see is tribal wars where two tribes would go against each other, but I haven't seen in ancient time where there'll be a tribal war and the tribe that's coming to oppress another tribe, some of the people from the oppressed tribe are backing the tribe that's oppressing them. I've never heard or seen anything like that. Unless
really
the only time, unless the person that unless the tribe that was bringing the war was literally going after a certain dictator and someone in their thing that they didn't like. Other than that, I haven't heard of nothing like that.
There you go. This is what I'm saying. You've given it in like a few words, but everyone can justify it in some way. So if we could say, for instance, in ancient Egypt, they had Nubians fighting for them, even when they were attacking Nubia.
Nubians fighting.
Huh?
Nubians fighting for who?
In Kemet. So the pharaohs in Kemet, one of their main archers were what they call, I think, the Magi, right?
Yeah.
And they were the best in what they know as archers, that were in the history of mankind. So even when they were fighting Nubia, they were using them. Yeah. So it's what my point is. I mean, it seems to be that you're saying that didn't really happen amongst people of the continent. All I'm saying is, unfortunately, we haven't got a lot of records to prove that point. We've more records of Greeks, Romans, Persians, and all these other people. Do you get me? When it comes to your continent, you ain't got the record. So all I can work with is pattern. But I'm saying with Kemet, and when I'm looking at humanity and human behavior, I'm saying, well, we aren't as different as we're claiming.
No, but with Kemet, remember, when you're talking about Kemet and the Magi, and the Magi, that wasn't the same. That was during times of war when invaders was coming. And remember, another thing that they keep forgetting is that Kemet and the Nubians, it's only Egyptology that tries to separate them as they're two different tribes or something. But they're literally, in Kemet, they were seen as the same people. They were family. The only time when you start getting the separation and stuff is when you started getting other invaded forces coming in, still using the Kemetic customs and traditions. But obviously, we know that they're different. Do you understand? Like, they've come from over there. They're not literally our family. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's the only thing where people will get a bit confused when they're seeing that people from Kemet or Egyptians were had Nubians as their archers. The only reason why they could do that is because they were family. They were literally, that was a whole family line. Do you understand? You had the Nubians, the pre-dynastic, the Nubians are the ones that were on the seat in Upper Kemet, in Egypt. But it was only until invasion when you started to get that whole separate thing, like they're the Nubians, we're the Egyptians, do you understand? That's when all that stuff started carving up and all that. But other than that, they never saw themselves as different like that. That happened after invasion.
See, even when you say that happened after invasion, then there must have been a difference anyway. That's what I'm saying. You can't expose a difference that don't exist. So, but I'm saying a lot of the times people are unified until an issue comes up for them to be disunified. You get me? So but all my point is really is that when you're saying it's because of post-traumatic slavery syndrome, all of these different things, I totally agree with you. That is one angle of the problem. But then I've looked at people themselves and how it actually goes a lot deeper than just rejecting, let's say, Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, etc. It goes deeper because a lot of them actually want a lifestyle in which they don't want to be accountable to the community. It's more than just, well, I don't believe that. You know, the thing that it doesn't make sense, or I don't believe in religion or something. These are just words to cover what they're really about, which is, and I'm not saying people like you who've gone through things and you're looking at it and you're saying, well, look, that has a whole tradition of being anti-black or anti-African. I'm talking about people that don't really want nothing to do with anything pro-black, and they just want to live, let's say, a more or less reckless lifestyle, benefiting off the enemies of or a system that's anti-black. Do you get what I'm saying?
But that goes back. But then see what? That still then goes back to what I was saying earlier about not enough people are teaching knowledge of self, and forgetting who they are. Because if they had knowledge of self, if they had knowledge of self, I'm talking about they had knowledge of self, and they had knowledge of their origins. Deep understanding of their history and origin. Because remember, like we said, we haven't been given our origins. Some of our stuff is still shrouded in mystery. Yeah. If we had the full knowledge of self and our history wasn't obviously suppressed as to how it is now, and we had the full understanding of our history and everything the same way the Chinese understand theirs, and the Jews have theirs, and the Europeans have theirs, and the Indians have theirs, I think it will be a bit different. I don't think you'd get black people falling into that trap, because like you said, because they don't have knowledge of self, it's easy for them to fall for the recklessness. Do you understand what they can see?
I've spoken to people who love this white Jesus with their whole heart, and they can do their great grandfather's name and how he used to have a little.
That's not a little. Hold on. That doesn't mean that.
That's why I asked you, what do you call knowledge yourself? Because I'm saying they know their history, they know the tradition that their ancestors followed, and they push that to the side. So what are you saying is knowledge of self?
No. Okay, knowledge of self. I'm seeing it as in a deeper way. So that's knowledge. That's mental knowledge. That's knowledge of, okay, I know who my grandparents are. Okay, I know that. They said loads of people know that. I know that. But when I'm talking about knowledge of self, it's deeper than that. It's like, for instance, knowledge of self, to put it in the right framework, is just like, okay, let me give you something like the prophets or something like that. You know that the prophets, the reason why they were bestowed or seen as such high people is because they had knowledge of self. They would either be seen go into a place to meditate, or, you know, taking time out to themselves to understand who they are. And then at that point in time, they'll be bestowed, I don't know, they'll be either, what's the word, encountered by a spiritual being, or some sort of notion will come into their mind and they'll get some sort of enlightenment. Do you understand? That's the type of knowledge of self that I'm talking about. Not just on like physical, like, okay, I know who my grandparents is.
Because I'm saying that what you were about just now was not knowing history, but I'm saying now you're going into a knowledge of self where everyone has to go into this deep spiritual journey and have some mystical ecstatic experience. So is that what you mean by?
Yeah, so that's why I said earlier, knowledge of self, you have knowledge of self, which I said that's not really been taught, because these were practices like you were saying that the ancients was dealing with, like you was talking about on the spiritual sense. But then not only is it knowledge of self and on the spiritual sense, remember I spoke about knowing your origins as well, and your foundation and your roots. These things go hand in hand, innit? Because remember, at the end of the day, no matter how we see it, we're still spiritual entities having a physical experience. So the spiritual side of yourself, you still have to come into tune with. Because look, like for instance, look, I can give you an example of myself. There was a point like me, I grew up, both parents. I knew my great-grandparents' name. I could speak in the language and whatnot. Yeah, I know that stuff, but deep down, I didn't have knowledge of self. I didn't know who I was until I started doing research and thinking to myself. Yeah, until I started looking at proper history and origins and getting teachings and stuff like that. I didn't know. I was just out here like, yeah, man, I'm a Nigerian, boom, 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 doing what I'm doing. Didn't see the world how I see it now in the spiritual lens, to be able to see when there's corruption and evil and stuff. Because like, for instance, there's people out here, there's a majority of people out here that can't see evil in front of their face and what's the word? Can't see when they're being deceived. Did you get what I'm saying?
I totally agree with you, but I'm saying the systems. I mean, if I cut out, I'm sorry, because my battery, I don't know why this thing ain't charging properly. I'm gonna get another something. Basically, if you put all of that together, so you've got on one side your physicality, which is your tribe, nation, and blah blah blah. Yeah, your tribe, etc. But then there's your personal identity going on a more cosmic level of why you're here. Who are you really? You know, most people don't get in touch with what am I really about. They don't even get time to even think about them things. You get something.
Why?
You get a lot of people out there. Lock them in a room for 20 years with nothing. No, because I'm saying they've been presented a world in which this is a chain in which you're supposed to follow. This is lifestyle.
Yes. Right. And why is that chain been put there?
Well, brother, it's very simple. You think of it from the perspective of people who've said, if we continue as we are and everyone lives happily ever after, then they won't live happily ever after, because the genetics of the darker people of the earth is stronger than the genetics of other people. And therefore, if they all start interbreeding, so to speak, there won't be any of the other people left. So they've said, well, they're the minority. We need to be able to control the others and dominate them. So let's create systems to distract, weaken, disempower, etc., these other people. And that's what's at play right now. Yeah? Very simple. So, disempower the people. I mean, there's so much more into it, but I'm just trying to get a pinpoint of what that means, because essentially you're talking about a path towards knowing self. Because when you say knowledge of self, how does that come about? And that's a never ending thing in this life anyway. You don't reach a point and you say, all right, I know myself now. Yeah?
Okay.
Do you agree?
No.
So you think in this life there's going to be things about yourself that you don't
knowledge of self? Because look, for instance, do you think the Prophet had knowledge of self?
He did.
Why did he, and how did he gain knowledge of self?
Yeah, but he didn't complete it though. You can't complete it in this world.
No, but you said he had. So then if he didn't, you said he didn't complete, but you said, okay, so how did he attain knowledge of self? Did he always have it?
I would say no, definitely not consciously anyway. But he had a call into it. So in other words, some people have that. But no, but that's not
but how did he get this calling? How? What was he doing? How did he get this calling to it? How?
I'm saying the calling is something you can be born with. Yeah. It's something you can be born with and other people just don't have it. And then you have that drive to know this thing, whatever it is, you just want to know. And then you continue through conversation with this one.
I'm fine, but I'm talking about the Prophet. How did he get the knowledge of self?
That's what he did. He was discussing with these people. He was listening to them when he was trading, all of this stuff. He wanted to know.
He was doing what? Sorry, he was doing what?
He was asking questions. From Jews, from Christians.
Why was he asking? Oh, right. So this is what I'm trying to say. Why was he asking questions and searching?
Bro, I know what I'm saying. So
what I'm trying to say is, you're basically we're both agreed, but I'm just basically showing you that he also acquired knowledge of self. He was just a normal man. He went about asking these questions. Huh?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want to cut away from the point where you said that you can come to a point where you know yourself and that's it. Do you understand?
And
like you read a book.
No.
Okay.
Not like reading a book. Like, yeah, just come to knowledge of self and boom, boom, boom. That's it. Knowledge of self, like you said, knowledge of self. The main fact that you actually seeking it or you've attained it, like you said, the Prophet must have had some form of knowledge of self. Hence why he was able to go out and do certain things. The same like Moses, the same like the rest of the other prophets, the same like other people, the same like people even today that believe that they've got knowledge of self. The monks that, meditate and believe they got knowledge of self and do what they do. Do you understand?
Because
I think,
let me put you like this. The knowledge of self that they're on is the knowledge of the individual human in relation to the others around it, in relation to the rest of creation that they can conceive of. So it's a continuation of what really is self. Because when you start discussing that, it becomes much more broader. You go inwards, but then as you're journeying inwards, you're actually going further outwards.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
And this is why I said it's both the journey. Remember, this is why I still merged the two. Knowledge of self, you also need to acquire your roots and of origin. That's why, hence why the prophets, who attain knowledge of self, the reason why they could go about asking questions because they knew of their origin and roots. So they knew where they could go and seek questions and ask questions and gain more knowledge to help them on their spiritual journey. Yeah, the same like Jesus, because he knew his line or knew where he was coming from, he was able to ask questions and attain things to help him on his journey. The same with Moses, because he knew of his line, he was able. So what I'm trying to say is that stuff for the melanated people has been scrapped. This is why it's tough for us to have knowledge of self, because one, we don't have knowledge of self. Two, we don't know our origins and our roots. Our true ones, the true ones. You get what I mean?
When you say that, you talking about tribe and nation when you say origin and roots?
Origin and roots, yeah. So tribe and nation, yeah. So I'm talking about, tribe and nation, and actually who we are as a melanated people.
Yeah, but what does that, bruv? Come on, don't speak in this vague. Listen, as you are as a melanated people, there are certain people that are secure in who they are. So I meet them, I'll talk to them. I'm from this tribe. My great grandfather was this, and and we are this in this community with princes and kings and whatever else. They know who they are physically, tribally, and nationally. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that. Yes, that as a collective.
That's the root, right? So I'm saying there are groups. Obviously, the diaspora is different, isn't it? But I'm saying there's many people from the continent that have got that in place. When I speak to certain Ethiopians, there's never a question of, they're so proud of not being colonized and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's never a question for them. But even when you get into the point of Christianity and that some of the paintings look a bit whitewashed and whatever else, you know what I mean? But still, they seem to be secure in that thing. Now, what I'm saying, what I sense that you're saying really is the so-called spiritual inward journey. Yeah.
Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut you. No, it's also the spiritual, and it's not actually the nation. So say like for instance, I'm a Nigerian. I'm talking about the actual melanated from the beginning. So for instance, when we look at religion, the reason why the Jews have this strong inkling is because from the very beginning, they have a creator that says they're from this and has bestowed them this line, and this is your thing. So anything from there, if you're from this lineage, you are chosen and a special people. Do you understand?
Okay.
So I'm talking as the black people as a whole, not as in nations. Okay, I know that I'm a Jamaican and I know my Jamaican roots.
No. Which group of people have that? Which race has that one origin and blah blah blah? Because the Jews are basically white people, bro. So you know what I mean. Although they separate themselves off, you know what I mean. A lot of them are working in places, unless they tell you they're a Jew, they just could be English American, whatever. You know what I mean?
Europeans,
So
yeah, Europeans have that. The Chinese have that. The Asians,
have what?
Asians have that.
Have what?
They have that nation, that they have that notion of that one collectiveness. They may differ with their deities, or their deities might change in their area, but they have that one notion of themselves.
No, but that's what I'm saying. There are white Jews that think they're superior to everyone else, including other white Europeans. So in the example,
yeah, no, but remember, like you said, the reason why they separate is because remember, from their doctrine, the separation's been made from everyone else. You get it? So they don't see themselves as them Europeans, like what you say, even though they look like that. Yeah, but that's because of their doctrine of origin, which they call the Torah or the Bible.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying even the others do not have a common, how can I put it? They don't hold on to this. It's just like a unity. What's that thing where you got a solidarity of a common benefit, a mutual benefit, right? And let's say after they got to that benefit, do you think they're not going to go back to having World War 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 that they had already? You get me? Like
quick interlude, family tree. Huh?
Okay,
you know,
anyway,
you're actually entering the 5-hour mark.
Jeez.
Yeah, 5 hours. I don't know what's going on here, but this is what I'm going to do. Yeah? Next 15 minutes. Yeah, do we have the permission to close down the show?
Yeah, let's do that. My battery might run before then anyway, but I'm trying to keep this thing on.
Cool. I'm back to me. Whenever you're ready, guys. Rebirth.
Oh snap!
No, I hear you. All my point is this: is that so for instance, you would have traditions where how certain tribes came about. So they would have a label on their tribe, maybe a totemic animal, and who their head tribe ancestor was, and whatever it is that they have. Could be a snake, a python, it could be a lion, tiger, leopard, whatever it is. Yeah. And that would have made them feel special at the time. Just like you say with the Jews, their book, the way that they've got it anyway, makes them appear to be chosen by this God before creation, as soon as creation start, and you've got a special lineage from which they come and they're chosen all the time, blah, blah. I understand that. And I think you're saying basically, when I would put it, see, when you say knowledge of self, the problem is you're putting the cart before the horse, because with the Jews, they're coming along and saying, this is how it's always been. And they've got that established for over 2,000 years. So they've had this identity for over 2,000 years in a book or in scrolls. So what you're saying is create the thing where we've got the thing. You're talking about creating it. Because in other words, we're not going to find unified black or melanated people, oneness, where we're the people of God and blah, blah, blah. But to be honest, what you're saying is actually in the Quran. But putting that to the side, because obviously you don't see the Quran as a supreme book like he said the black let knows it to be. What you're saying essentially is something that needs to be created in that way. Is that what you're basically saying?
So you basically asked, so you said you got that similar type of thing in the Quran. I would like to, you might as well just share it. What do you mean in the Quran? Because if that is it, that has it. This is what I'm talking about. If it's there, I need to, if what I'm saying, like what you said, if what I'm saying is in the book, is in the Quran, like, that means you basically understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying. Now that you've given the examples you have, all I'm saying is you said it in a way in which knowledge of self, it's like it's something we had and we have to latch back onto it, as opposed to finding a teaching in which is giving us that thing. You know what I mean? In other words, maybe it was there, but it's been so long ago it's forgotten, and now a teaching is giving us that thing. Whereas let's say the Black Hebrew Israelites, from them it's like, boy, they've been cut off for 400 years and now they're re-establishing themselves back to this book and this tradition. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you. That kind of thing I'd have to tell you in person. I wouldn't be telling you on here. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I've given you a few hints over the years still.
Yeah, I think that's what I think. I think that knowledge of self is something we've been given, because like you said, I think if we believe in the creator, we know there's a creator out there. He's obviously bestowed knowledge of self, innate things in us. We have that. That's why before books or teachers or stuff like that, man was able to do certain things in the world prior to books and scrolls and stuff being written, and scholars. Do you get what I'm saying? Before you got all those stuff, people was able to do. Huh?
Bro, check this. Imagine you've got over 500 plants here in the Guyanas and those areas, and their uses and their mixtures, and the knowledge of which ones you can take internally, although they're poisonous if they go through the blood. So they put it on their dart. Yeah. How did people know? Now, certain people like Uncle, you know who Uncle Ket is, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So he would tell you, oh, Issa, man, they done a trial and error experiment. I'm saying, bruv, have you gone out into any bush, picked up a leaf and tried to do experiment? How would you know all that they know just through, how would you test that? And when you mix certain plants with another plant, the reactions you get, your head will be swelling up in your face. Bruv, no, you can't do that. You see out in those hot areas, you see like England, maybe not so bad in Europe, but when you go to Aboriginal, like Australia, parts of Africa, you go to India, China, where you get the most poisonous plants, bruv, and they look beautiful and pretty, bruv. These man them are telling you what the plants, their constituents are, bruv, what they're good for. And the people that are telling you they communicated with the plant. Do you understand? And they have a herbal book. Yeah, they passed this on from traditional healer to the next one. And what they were teaching was methodologies of communicating with nature and the plant. They could pass on like a whole, like we would put a whole disc and upload it. They would download the information down to the next man.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm
you're
saying?
right. It's right. It's right that you're saying that. And that's why I look at nature, because like you said, nature doesn't have a rule book. Nature you don't see books growing off trees and showing animals and plants to do what they do. You understand what I'm saying? They're still on the same earth as we are. Do you understand? We might even look at ourselves as more intelligent as certain animals and certain plants, but yet they never had a class or university that they went to or college to learn certain things. Them first animals, they was just doing what the heck they was doing. How did they know? Who taught them that? Where did they get that information to do what they do?
This is the thing, bruv. We've gone away from our nature, right? Because I remember my cat. I must have got my cat when I was my little kitten when I had her years ago when I was young, and this cat obviously would just walk through, the grass, back garden, blah blah blah. Never did I see it grass, but this one time it was sneezing and it was sick. Do you get what I'm saying? I see this thing chewing this one plant, bruv. Keep chewing on this plant. And the thing became better within a short space of time, like a day or something. No more sneezing and what. I think I must have bathed it or something. I was young, bro, like 10 years old or something. Do you know what I mean? Got my new little cat. I'm bathing the poor thing, probably getting cold or something. How did it didn't don't know herbal book to know what plant to eat. Do you get what I'm saying, fam? So it's that nature, bro. I mean, so what was it? This guy was on YouTube, He's given a thing how they knew to the cure, the plant that cures you from a cobra bite. He said they saw snakes, I think it was cobras fighting, and one bit the other. The one that got bit was like it was dying. The one that bit it went and got the leaf and put it in the mouth of the one it bit, meaning it was an argument. He didn't mean to kill him. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, he didn't mean to lick it up.
This is what I'm saying. These are these things that you see in nature, and people. And the thing is, you'll see like these videos come up on YouTube or TikTok, and people be like, "Rah, did you see what that creature did?" Or "Rah, did you see this thing?" And I'm like, "This is the natural way." So this is literally what I'm talking about, because those that follow the religions or the Arab religions, think about it. When you go back to the beginning in the creator, the creator created man and put him on the earth, and you know, it was up to God said to man, or the creator said to man, go about and do what you're doing, like learn, like, you know what I mean, do your thing. You have to learn.
Bro,
do you understand? He knew what he was doing. Oh, if they didn't know if they didn't think about it, if the first ancestors of everyone didn't know what they were doing, bro, we wouldn't be here talking today.
Well, this is the thing, bro. You have to remember the instinct was there. It was part of their nature. But one of the things is, you see this term Abrahamic religions, it's a European paradigm. A lot of Afrocentrics carry on with that thing, but they don't realize where that's coming from. Remember, the people on the continent that were practicing those so-called tribal traditions, they didn't see it as Abrahamic. They looked at the science of what's being taught, the principles, and do they agree with what they call his righteousness? Abrahamic is a term coming from a Judo-European Christian paradigm, because they worship human beings. Do you get me? So they focus on the human being in the thing. Islam does not. The very word Islam does not refer to a human being or worship of a human being. It's talking about submitting to something. Do you get me? Following laws, etc., and giving up, you know, acquiescing certain things about what you want and desire for higher principles. Do you get me? And it's similar to what you're saying, to know self. That means you have to be fasting in relation to not just food, but behavior and things you want to do, your desires, etc. And you're trading off some of those things for what? Higher understandings. And that's how it works. To be honest, one of the things that I learned kind of late was patience. A lot of the things I was trying to get, bruv, you know, if I just took myself off the hamster wheel for a little while, not only would I realize how to get the thing, seriously, that's how it was. Just, you know, like, you know what I related to? You see like a ball in a swimming pool, and you got a ball and you're trying to run after the thing, you're trying to get it, and you're catching waves and pushing waves, and the ball's getting further away from you, because every time right. And that's what it is. Patience, bruv, trust me, sabr. In the Quran, this is my point to you. I understand why a brother like you would move away from the Islam and the Quran. Inshallah, soon we're going to show you all, and I need to get Shakara and Asa, Imatep, and all these, you know, Afrocentrics on panels and whatever else. And this thing is actually been twisted from a pro-black thing to actually a Eurocentric anti-black movement with a show. I see it as a thing where it's black people wearing white masks in blackface. That's how bad this thing has become. Yeah, bruv. Remember, with Marcus Garvey, yeah, all the way, all the previous before, but somehow they've snaked this thing around where they've slid up in there and they've got black people wearing white masks in blackface. They've covered the white mask in blackface. So really, it's an anti-black white movement now. And if you're a herbalist, you'd know this. That after you insert a medicine for healing, after a time, once you've reached a certain point, you keep using that herb, and at least that dosage, it can become and do the exact opposite of what you're taking it for. And that's the problem with Pan-Africanism majorly. It hasn't evolved to what it should have been, hasn't transformed to what it should have been. And so now it's becoming a big problem in our community. It's actually anti-pro-blackness. You get me? But anyway, I'm saying, as a person that's gone through a lot of this and researched it, you know, sincerely dedicated so much time to it, and, you know, several times looked at the Quran and Islam and all of the different parts of it from outside and back in and outside and back in. And I'm like, right, it's only through really studying Kemet, really studying other ancient so-called African traditions, I was like, right, okay, this is what the Quran is saying. Do you understand? And that's what I was like, now I can see this thing. It's literally, it's almost like somebody could see our situation as black people and they put this book together for us. It's literally like that. It's when you start to see the dots being connected, bro, you'd be like, rah. Trust me. And all the sciences you're talking about in Kemet, they're laid out more clearer in the Quran than you find in the hieroglyphs. It's brother, it's deep. I was proper like, what was my Kemet name, brother? I had some other Kemet name. I was proper in and everything there. Have you heard of The Temple in Man? You heard of that book, right?
No.
Okay, so there's a guy, I think he was French, and he spent all of 15 years or more. He was one of these obsessed, dedicated people, and I've got to give him his credit where credit is due. This man spent years in Kemet, measuring all different type of things, deciphering hieroglyph, wrote all kind of spiritual, psychological things. So for instance, he showed some of the measurements, the proportional measurements of certain, I think it was tombs, and the proportion of certain sections of the brain. Yeah. So you got the cerebrum, you got mammalian and the reptilian brain, and how they're proportioned to each other, how they relate to each other and stuff like that. And a lot of people call him pseudo. When you look into his stuff, bro, oh my head, the man is deep. And I went through so much of this stuff. It's really, the ancient knowledge is in and of itself, like when you're just on a high, a natural high. So I'm a man that never drink and take drugs and stuff, but I can imagine what it feels like. And it's, you see, like when you come across certain information and knowledge, and it's like, wow, you just lay back, relax, and you look at the stars in the sky and blah, blah, blah. And it just has you just in that kind of feeling. That's what happens. So when you start to understand the hieroglyph and you break down the deepness of that knowledge, you're like, and to be honest, I think that's what you're talking about. When you say knowledge of self, it's that you've got knowledge of something else and it connects directly to you because it's put in a piece of the puzzle of who you are. You could be studying, I don't know, some Sirius B and how they relate, but somehow it connects something in you. Do you see what I mean? I totally hear that, my brother. I told this brother, I think Kalam won't go sleep. It's 15 minutes. All right. We're gonna listen. Go on. Sorry.
I was gonna say now, but I see how sometimes you subconsciously you mention the word Ra. You said Ra a lot of times.
Bro, I have absolutely no problem using the term Ra. Amun, how many others? All the rest, they're all our languages, brother. And this is the thing, I don't separate. Like, even when I saw Imhotep and these people talk about so-called Abrahamic and these foreign languages, I think I must have asked him, what about the Semitic, so-called Semitic languages in Ethiopia? Amharic, Ethiopic, Ge'ez, all of these. I mean, they're so close to Arabic. What do you say about them? Are they African languages or not? What are they? But I mean, he says now and again that Arabic is actually an African language. So, I mean, I don't know, whatever. But to me, it's you have to remember how languages, how you've generally had secret languages within languages. So amongst each of these traditions that I know about in specifically Central and West Africa, you've always had secret societies that could use their knowledge of the forces of nature for good or bad. And they would generally, actually, you heard of what do they call it? Free man on the land, yeah?
No.
Okay, so it's basically where, if you look at Black's Law's dictionary, we use, for instance, the word person to refer to an individual person. But in law, they have...
Hello. That's the sign, man. Kalam. People in the chat. It's been good, man. I think Issa got cut off. Kalam, you there? You. Hello, hello, hello. Jeez. Kalam, you there, yeah?
Everyone has died. I think Issa's microphone is dead, is what happened.
Yeah.
Yo.
There's the king.
Yeah.
That's me.
Let's see
That's it, sir.
it. Oh, let's quickly see what Mala Hassan. Oh, Sheikh Hassan is saying Abrahamic faith is a Masonic term coined by a Jesuit priest who was a spy for the French during the World War. It's a Masonic idea. Okay. Let's see. The path to fame and recognition in these times is to say anything and everything about Islam, extreme revisionism, conspiracies, things were hidden, etc. That's the rhetoric. Cash in, people. Shake my head. I don't know about that, I don't know. I don't know, because you know what it is, yeah? Let me just quickly read. Anything about conspiracies, things were hidden. Things were hidden, to be honest with you. You know, in everything. Like that's the same with Christianity.
Yeah.
Things were hidden. Okay. Let's give an example. Let's step away from Islam for a hot second, because sometimes we don't feel comfortable mentioning Islam. So let's just say step away from Islam. And let's just say, in the history of things have been hidden. For example, with Christianity, how many people knew about the Gnostics or Gnostic Christianity or the things that were unearthed in the Nag Hammadi library? Does anybody do? Some people here don't even know about this. How many people know, like in terms of Jewishness now, like the Essenes? How many people know about the Dead Sea Scrolls? These are things that are actually hidden.
Yeah.
People have no knowledge about it. And if people now talk on it, it's not that they're cashing in and making money from it. It's people don't know. They need to hear about it. You dig? And people's time should be rewarded for information. If they're doing all the research and studies, I don't blame anybody for selling books on topics as such. I don't believe so. And it's the same with Islam. Like, how many people, the most that people, especially in the West, right? Especially in the West, most people only know about Sunni Islam. Who knows about Shia Islam? Who knows about the Khawariji Islam? Who knows about Sufi Islam? And so forth and so forth. Like, people don't know these things. Who knows about, what about Muhammad, or, things that people don't even know about Muhammad? So let's say some people know what's inside of the Hadith literature. Let's get to that level. How many people know what's inside of the Tarikh literature? How many people know what's inside of the Sirah literature? How many people know what's inside of the Adib literature or the Fa'id literature? How many people know what's inside of the Fiqh literature? People don't know these things.
Bring up on that point, because you said you wanted to bring it a little bit towards Christianity. Most Christians, Catholics, are unaware of what is taught by the Eastern Orthodoxy as well.
Okay,
and they're unaware of the different wars within the religion itself.
There you go. There's a lot that we just don't know about. And I think it's, we need to discuss these things. I really do.
I agree.
I really do. But yeah, I think Sheikh Hassan might be coming in. I'll just see quickly.
Oh.
But I'm trying to go though. It's 5 hours, We've been on here for 5 hours, baby. I'll wait. Jeez, man, like Darth has been holding it down for us though.
Yeah.
I've just been sitting and listening. I've been enjoying the conversations. I like hearing everybody's different thoughts on subject matter. It's always good to listen.
Come on, baby. Let me ask Sheikh. Sheikh, are you coming in? Let me know so I can go to bed. Because I don't want to disappoint. Yeah. So you say medicine man.
Try clicking again, Sheikh. He says he's not able to get into the link, so maybe the new one will help.
I'll try again. I'll copy link. Send it.
You do have to click some things, so you have to activate your mic or your camera if you have one. So that'll be a thing. So he might not be noticing that. Just to help him. And thank you for the long show, Titans. Always enjoyable. I do wish Big Man Ultra would have got on. That would have been enjoyable. I always love when Ultra drops in.
Ultra.
It's not a show until you have Ultra jumping in. Okay, Sheikh is here. Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Yes, talk to us, Sheikh.
Hello and welcome.
Let me explain myself.
Mm-hmm.
In the black community, I mean, I've been hearing this for years. I'm 60 years old, and I've been in the black struggle since 12 years old, shouting black power in Trinidad to remove the Columbus statues and all these things. And forever I've been hearing, oh, they hide this from me, they hide that from me. Then how you find it? Even in Islam, people are saying, oh, well, we never know that about the Quran. The information is there, but people do not read. They do not study. They love song bite, right? So I am really trenchant against this idea about you're hiding this from me, they're hiding that from me. Okay, you talk about the church. I mean, Catholic history is there. People who are interested could buy the books and do the research. I mean, nothing new what is being said. That whole thing about Ethiopia, what you're saying, that's nothing new. You quoting the text. These texts are there. But people don't research them. People don't evaluate them. People don't. So that's what I'm saying now. Like, I've been reading that Muhammad don't exist. Then they say Muhammad is part of the Trinity of some Christian church. Then every day I'm hearing something different. So that's what I'm saying. It's just revisionism, up to revisionism, right through. This is what I made my statement about, right? And of course, people cashing in because you know, Kalam, if you say anything about Islam today, negative, all the cameras, you could get onto BBC, you could get onto all the major networks. You know, so why are we pretending as if that don't exist? Right? If I say no, some foolish statement about, just to prove my point, if I say no, some foolish statement about Islam, tomorrow I'm famous. Right? Because, I mean, and that is just the battlefield. I understand that, right? But the thing is, the revisionism have to make up their minds. The revisionists have to make up their minds. Okay? What it is exactly. Because there are reports of his existence. Okay? And this thing about Islamic history, come on. What we call the Sirah, okay, are not thoroughly investigated as, let's say, Bukhari. And even Bukhari had problems because he only investigated the chains of narration. He never critiqued the text. For example, in Bukhari it says that if it wasn't for the children of Israel, meat will have never gone off. You know, like meat will have never rot. I mean, that absolutely make no sense. You see? But he was just concerned with the Isnad. Now, if you do your proper research now, you will know that hadith, most of those hadiths are Israeliyat. They come from a group of people in Yemen, called two brothers called the Munabih brothers. Okay? And they used to relate things from Bani Israel. Not that they were true or not. They just used to say Bani Israel said this and Bani Israel said that. But the Muslims now take the hadith, and if I say what I just say, they say, well, I'm talking against Bukhari. They don't understand that these guys were just saying the Israelis used to say this and say that. And of course, the Prophet said that, them say that. He never said that it was true or not. You see, Tabari, everybody has bring up Tabari. I just hitting from all sides. Tabari. If you read the preamble of Tabari, said, I have collected everything that is known about any particular matter or subject in his book, and I leave it for the future scholars to sort out. So in Tabari, you have all kind of stories, fables, myths, everything there, because his methodology was to collect everything and leave it for the future scholars to work out. So Imam will come and say, how come we never know this? How come I never know that? How come you never read the preamble of Tabari? You know, so let me hear you. This is what I'm saying. I like to make it clear. I don't want to sound like if you personally, but I just noted across the board, this is what I've been seeing. You know?
I missed the beginning. I don't know. I completely missed it. I was trying to catch up on my phone to hear what you said.
Which beginning? Which part?
When you first came on and started speaking, I cut out. I don't know if you noticed that I wasn't here.
He was speaking a little bit on what we talked about earlier. Sorry to cut you. You were
No, I
saying
was
how most
speaking
people
about.
don't do research into
Yeah,
what they
that's what I'm
believe.
saying. I was
And I-
saying that I've been around long enough, right? And people I've always even heard from the black community a lot. They hide this and they hide that. They don't hide anything. It's just that the knowledge is there. They make it expensive. Okay? They make it inaccessible.
You know that
Right?
famous saying, if you want to hide something from
Yeah,
certain
thank you. Thank you, brother.
you put it in a book.
You know, I
You
mean,
know?
like a Muslim complain about like he didn't know that there are various ways to recite Maliki or Medin. I mean, these is secondary school thing when I'm training in Africa be writing on the slate board. Right? But a big man in Europe, grew up as a Muslim, went to university. The first time he heard that, he get knocked out because he hasn't take time to study what he believes in. And a lot of people, they grow up in something and they never challenge it. They never face any challenge to, issue with it. Because Umar said, the benefit of us over the new Muslims, the young Muslims who are growing up in the Prophet time, is that he said, we know kufr, we know what it was to disbelieve, we know what it was to bury our daughters in the sand, we know what it was to be drink holy and kill people and all kind of thing. We know what to make poems and write out. It's the same damn thing going on. We just be making poems, drill music and killing and doing nothing new under the sun, brother. It's the same thing. But what I'm coming back to is that what I'm trying to say is that the body of information is there. But Muslims don't, not only Muslims, a lot of people on the whole don't want to know. Right? And then they'll come and argue with you.
I believe the old term is ignorance is bliss, is what most people used to say back in the day.
Yeah.
The more you know, the more it tends to make things harder to make a decision. Like, I'm trying to think, I was watching a documentary on a study where it was talking about decision making between your flight and fight reflex, and that people with more combat knowledge and that actually go through the routine are quicker to react because they are aware. It's like muscle reflex memory and things like that.
Yeah, and two, it's something simple. I'll give you an example. It's a rotating example to me all the time. Okay, when the Arabs went into Egypt, somebody told me, a scholar in the conscious community told me, they destroy Kemetic philosophy. I mean, Kemet was ruled by the Greek at the time, and then the Romans, then before that the Persians. Destroy what? Okay? No Muslim never closed no temple in Egypt. The temple was closed during the Christian era. Okay? If you read the book by Ukadeli, I forget his first name. Brother did you did something. Yeah. He shared these things. Okay? Some crazy nut come up the other day about 3 years ago and say they should bomb up the pyramids. And everybody right, Islam say this, some nut is what Islam say. The Prophet companions went there and they met these edifices. Right? You come 300, 500, 1,000 years after, they met it. So he's more Muslim than them. And they left it alone. Why they leave it alone? Because the Quran says that travel in the earth and see what the consequences of those who went before. It is about history. If you destroy history, then book,
you can't learn.
Yeah, very good book. Very good research.
When the scholars and the sheikhs, bring up books, we need to make sure that we go and purchase them, right?
Could you zoom in a little bit closer, Callum? Just so we can see the title on the screen.
Let's see.
A little lower. It's not focused.
Egyptology, the missing millennium. Ancient Egypt in medieval Arabic. Let me do this. Let me even make it better. There you go. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Thank you.
Personal. Yeah, and the next thing, they don't even know about Dhunun. Right? Who was a Egyptian, and he used to live among the ruins, and he has greatly impacted Sufism right? With the understanding of Marifa. Now, what people don't understand, Islam never came to be a standalone tradition. Okay? And that what Muslims have problem with. Islam never claimed to be a standalone tradition. We fast as other fast before. Fasting is nothing new. This is something nothing new. Allah said those who fast before you. Right? He said those who are Christians, Jews, Sabians. Sabians will take up all the traditional religions in the world. Whoever believes in one God on the last day will have a reward. You know, so for the life of me, I don't know what they be arguing sometimes.
That's one thing I actually wanted to ask, because this came up on one of the other shows that Titans did, was a lot of Muslims will equate worshiping one God with Islam. But then has anyone looked into Tengriism, which is
No.
Mongolian religion?
No.
That's just something that some Muslims claim. I'm not saying all.
Listen, and
Go ahead.
You see, the thing is, they pin Islam with the if I say something, they'll say Islam, see that is Hassan. Unless I can show my proof. I have to prove what I have to say. I have to show my proof. Okay, for example, right? If I can use God, the word God, why cannot I use the word Olodumare?
If it means the similar concept, you would be able to. I agree.
I searched the concept now. I went around asking because my family come from that. I have that background. How do I worship Olodumare? Because the concept is when Olodumare created the earth, and people and stuff, he pull away, and we have to access through the Orishentala and the ancestors. Right? Okay. How do we worship Olodumare? And nobody has been able to give me an answer. Only one person I saw in a book about the concept of Yoruba, concept of God in Yoruba tradition, and he mentioned about drawing a circle and only praying to Olodumare alone. So, we have all these different concepts, and we come to this Abrahamic faith. I don't use that term at all. That is a Masonic term. Right? The Mason aim is to remove the various differences in religion. In fact, it's a fight against religion, basically, and to put everything in one basket. I don't have the same concept of the Creator as the Christians do. I just don't. We might share the same name, and we might share the access to Abraham. Okay, but that don't make it Abrahamic faith. There's nothing like Abrahamic faith. Abrahamic faith is what Abraham used to practice. You can dump Islam, Judaism, and Christianity into that and tell me that the Abrahamic faith have a different concept of God than Africa. What is the Islamic concept of God that militates against the one in Africa? And then when you tell me Africa, is there one African concept? What about
isn't there multiple?
No, but we just talk as if all of Africa is West Africa. When we define Africa as West Africa alone.
Okay. So just specifically that.
You understand what I'm saying? What about Wak?
I'm not familiar with this one. Could you elaborate on it for me?
Those are the Oromo people.
Oromo?
Yeah, in Ethiopia.
Okay. And what is the concept of God through their understanding?
They understand that the creator name is Wak. Ever existing, ever whatever. Okay? So, and the biggest difference in my research between the African understanding and the Islamic understanding is that some African, I can't say all Africans, some African understanding is that God is in everything. And Islam say, for God is everything. Okay? And that is the basic difference. You say God in everything, and we say, for God belongs everything. That's the difference. We believe that the whole of creation is animated by God. The whole of creation. So that way you will read Islamic literature that says, to a man do something, they will say God do it. it just means that God, the power for the man to do that thing comes from God.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There
Not
was
saying
this,
like God, oh, God did it himself.
yeah.
It was
There was
through God
this,
that man had the energy to do so.
Yeah, but like this Sufi sage was sitting on in India and he watching a horse eat grass. I know what he said. I'm looking at Allah, eating Allah. You know. Now some people might have stoned a man to death, but the heights of what he's saying. You understand? He don't see creation. What he is seeing is just Allah's operation in creation. You see? Like Halaj. You ever heard about Halaj? In Islamic history, this man get high and he run on the road and say, I am Anal Haq, I am Allah, I am the truth. Right? And this can happen to people. When you're in these kind of states, you know, spiritual states. And I have read where his teacher condemn him and say, look, I fed up tell this man, when you get in those states, stay home. Because you'll get yourself in trouble. You know what I mean? Because he don't mean he's the truth, but he gets so consumed that he didn't see himself. You know? All he sees Allah. And there's an Islamic concept. Hasbi Rabbi Jalala. You know, Allah is Jalal, dominating. Mafi Kolbi Gairullah. Nothing in my heart but Allah. So he didn't see himself. But ignorant people kill the man for that.
Can I ask a question quickly?
So, Kai, I don't want to take over your program. I just want
Nah, the guy Can I ask a question quickly to the brother, yeah?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I just want to know from your point of view, so Allah for you, is Allah a physical being or is he a spiritual entity?
We are spirit, we are physical beings. Right? For the lack of words, we can use spirit, right? Okay? But for me, Allah is the originator of the heavens and the earth, the force that moves everything in this universe, the force that is responsible for the creation of this whole world, and the force that animates everything in this world and in the universe, the world that we don't even know about. Because we don't know everything. We just on one planet, the smallest, a little stinky planet. You see?
Okay. So is he a physical being or is he just a spiritual being? I just want to know.
Well, I just answer you. He's not a physical being.
Okay, cool.
And even the word spirit is not a proper, it's, basically in the Quran, Allah said nothing is like him.
Okay.
You know, nothing is like him, but the language we use, for example, merciful, the seeing, the hearing, these are just
these are ways for humans to understand concepts.
Yeah, linguistical indications.
Okay. The reason why I said that is, sorry to cut you. The reason why I said that is because you said something. You said you was making a clarification between what the Africans say about God is in everything, and then you said obviously Allah is not that. He's obviously the creator, but when I asked you if Allah was physical or a spiritual entity, you gave an analogy that God is basically in everything. He's the force in everything, every animate thing, everything that moves in the universe, the galaxy, the planets. You said he's in that. So that's not to me, that doesn't seem no different from the African concept of what God is.
No, I know this, but what I'm saying, that I was complaining that people talk about, okay, what I'm saying basically, so a lot of people talk about Islam and say Islam say, and they have not read the texts, these various texts on Islam. Okay, and as I told you, whatever Egyptian background Bunun had, it didn't militate against his Islam. And in fact, he has developed a path in the Sufic tradition called Marifa. Okay, it comes from Arafat to understand. Okay, so he created a part that is called understanding of God. right? And the Islam, I'd like to say Islam, Muslims don't hold the key to every concept about God, right?
Okay.
Every concept about anything, because Islam is a confirmation of what went before, and a lot of people lose this. As if Allah stood from the sky, wherever dimension, and just threw down a block, and this block is Islam. No, and then they talk about Islamic economics and Islamic politics. All this is nonsense.
Okay. So just quickly, I just wanted to
hold
see.
on,
So
let me just
I just
explain.
know. I just wanted to. You can. I'm gonna let you continue
I
because
just
I
want
see
to
you're
explain
gonna go
because
on
if
a.
I leave it like that, it could be a problem.
No, because you answered my question. You basically said that. Yeah. You basically said yeah. In a nutshell, what it sounded like to me is that the concept of God that you have is basically similar to the African traditions. But I thought you were saying that it was separate at one point. But it sounded like you're
No. I
saying now that it's the
said
same.
people have been telling me that without reading what we have said.
So do
Listen,
you believe it's the same then? Do you believe it's the same?
Yes, I believe it's the same. If I have to talk
So God.
plain,
So just
I
quickly,
will
just
go and
sorry,
read the
just to cut you.
Bhagavad Gita. Huh? If I
Sorry,
have to
just to
talk
cut.
plain
Sorry.
Hebrew, I will go and read the Bhagavad Gita to understand what he is saying. Right? That's what I just do. That's scholarship to me. If I have to understand the Kemetic people, I'll go and read all literature about that.
Okay. So you
Right?
believe
But
God
when
is
it
in?
comes
You
to
believe
Islam,
Allah's in everything
people
then?
don't just say anything.
So do you believe Allah's in everything, like what the Africans were teaching about God being in
He
everything?
animates everything. Everything.
So he's in everything, yeah?
Everything. But he's not everything.
What
Everything
does that mean?
belongs to he's in everything, but he's not everything.
So pretty much he's
He's
trying
in.
to say like, because God is in everything, you know how people do bad actions, but then if God is in everything, you could claim God is doing the evil
Even
actions.
self
So
a
he's trying to
man
separate the evil
even self
actions
if a
done by
man
the world and things like that from
even
God,
self
is
if
what
a
I'm
man
understanding.
come through this door right now.
Doesn't
You
make.
hear
I'm
me?
trying to
Hold
understand
on.
that.
No, I'm trying to explain. If a man come through this door right now and
Mhm.
murder me, right? The energies for him to do that, according to Islam, comes from God.
Mhm.
Right? He couldn't do it if God didn't give that energy to do it. Right? And that is why
Yeah.
we believe in accountability, that he will have to give an account. Okay? So
Mhm.
Allah says in the Quran, I am the creator, I'm the creator of you and your actions. It doesn't mean he approve it, because he allow man a space to do certain things in life.
But that's a bit confusing because you just said he's the creator of you and your actions, and if someone is the creator of me and my actions, and also if he knows exactly what I'm going to do before I do it because he's willed it, then everything that I do is basically the will of God, because God knows the beginning and the end. He knows all the actions I'm going to make, all the moves I'm going to take, all the decisions I'm going to make. He knows all of that before I'm going to do it, because this is all in the mind of the creator. So therefore, every move that I've made, he's already ordained it. He's already willed it.
Correct.
Do you understand?
But everything he
Mhm.
will does not mean he approves. Right? Because
So
you're not a
is
robot. Hold on.
okay,
You're not
but
you're not a robot. God gave you agency, right? How to execute the power that he has given to you, right? So we have to make up our minds. 1 minute we say, well, if God do everything, well, God, I'm an old man, I can do what I want to do. Sure, your old man, you could do what you want to me. All we are saying is that the power to do it comes from God. It doesn't mean that he approve of what you do.
I'm still trying to understand how that makes sense, because I'm trying to make it. It's like this, yeah. If God doesn't know a move that I'm going to make. I can't make a move that it's going to surprise him and shock him. Like I can do something that will shock my parents because they don't know all the moves. They could give me options, but then one of the decisions that I make may shock them because they'll be like, well, I didn't know you was going to do that. Do you understand? But if we're talking about God, who's the creator of everything, the creator of my movements, my actions, my will, my soul, everything, and he knows every move I'm gonna make before I'm even create, before I was even a speck of dust. He knows exactly everything I'm going to do. Isn't that already in his will? Isn't he already? He's already put the actions in place. All I'm doing is just walking, playing the role, literally. So I'm not gonna do.
You see, that's your
I agree
understanding.
with Gabs. It's
Yeah.
it leans heavily on
that's your
determinalism and
understanding
takes
of-
away from the
That's your understanding
agency
of
that's said to be.
that's your understanding of will. That's not our understanding of will. Okay, will means that you have agency to carry out an action, and the means of carrying out your action comes from God. It doesn't mean you accept it. So because something is will doesn't mean you accept it. Let me ask you a question. Okay, I don't know what is your basis. Okay, if
I'm an atheist. If you would like to know,
do you hold to the view that the power to do things come from God in yourself?
I do not, because I'm
creator.
an atheist.
No, you're medicine man.
Yeah, do I believe that all the actions that I do come from God?
I ain't say believe. I say, are you of the view that your actions, that the power to do it comes from God?
No.
Hmm?
No.
So where the power comes from?
Myself.
Who's yourself? Where does self come from?
I don't know where self comes from, but I know that I'm self.
Yeah, but what generates the self?
I don't know. This is the thing. I don't know. As far as I'm aware, it's myself.
You're honest. I understand.
Yeah,
You're honest.
you get it. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, because as far as I'm aware, it's myself. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just giving you our view, but I understand. I appreciate what you're saying, right? But I just giving you our view that look, we are saying that what animates us is that force that the Creator gave us. This is our position, okay? And that whatever actions we carry out, whether bad or good, comes from that source, the power to do it. Okay.
And the sort. No, I'll tell you what it is. And the reason why I don't feel like I'm questioning it. It's just
no.
I've had so
Kalam
many.
Kalam know me. I understand.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I understand.
No, all it is just because I've been having so many discussions. I've been listening to so much things now. It's like I'm on a point now where I'm just trying to get to the crux of all these matters now, because I've gone tired of listening to the same old rhetoric going round and round and round in circles. And it's like, to me, when I hear of the Creator, and especially coming from our religious brothers and sisters, and they speak of the Creator does this, and it's like we always seem to shy away from what the Creator actually does in their beliefs. Now, if you're going to say the Creator is the creator of all things, everything comes from the Creator, everything that we do is from the Creator. He knows every move we're going to make, every step we're going to take. I'm seeing it as, okay, with my logic and my understanding, the way I'm seeing this Creator is like a director of a film writer. A film writer will write every scene and every piece of action that's going to happen in a movie, and then the actors have to learn that scene and fulfill all the actions of the writer of the movie. And that's how I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the God that our religious brothers assign themselves to is literally that the director, the screenwriter, all of them things all in one, and we are just literally the actors fulfilling the role.
Can I respond?
This is the same problem I have, is what Gabs is saying. It seems like determinism.
I agree with that. We are just actors, right?
The problem's even bigger than that. Go ahead, brother.
Actors, okay? I just want to say one thing. Yes, we are actors, right? Now, when the screenwriter writes those scripts and all them, and the actors are carrying it out, he has nothing to do with the energies of the actor.
Yeah, but he's already determined the energy the actor is supposed to have, because he tells the actor, you have to display this emotion during this scene, doing this action at this time.
And he wrote the screenplay,
so from our perspective, just to give you our side, it seems like determinism would be the word I would use. Okay, of course.
You could beat him up after.
No, I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just giving you our side.
No.
Or at least my understanding.
Go on and say your thing.
Say your thing, man. Go ahead.
Oh, Lord. Do you want me to talk?
You keep saying, hold on, go ahead.
Please talk.
We
Please
want
talk.
you to talk, but talk. You keep saying stopping you from talk. Just let it talk, brother.
Well, okay, you
got the floor.
just come in. You just come in the conversation telling me what to say.
No, he
I ain't
wants to hear
telling
what
you
you have to
nothing. We
say.
waiting for you to say
I
what
was
you
talking
want
to
to
the
say.
brother up there and medicine brother. You just come in the conversation and you
That's
want
right.
to tell me what to say. Give me a chance to
No,
talk.
we want you to say what you want to say. You're trying to dictate that we're stopping you from doing so.
Brother,
We're
I
not.
was
Go
just
ahead.
when the brother was talking, I had my mouth shut. I wasn't saying anything. I was listening to what the brother was saying. Let me finish address what he said.
No,
Please
you
continue,
actually
brother.
hopped in on him while he was talking, but go ahead. We're waiting for you to address it.
Look, brother, peace be unto you.
Come on, guys. Let's be civil.
I
Let's be
have
civil.
other things
Would you
to
please
do.
continue,
And some
Hassan?
other important things to do. Medicine
Yes,
man,
Hassan.
some
Please
other
continue.
time we go pick up this conversation. And the other
No,
brother, what's
please
your
continue
name?
your thought. We would really like to hear your
Sab.
thought. So,
What's the other brother name? Sab. You continue this next time. I have other things to do.
My name's not important. Go ahead, brother. It's your
I
floor.
into this.
Use
No,
it.
I'm talking about you just come into this conversation.
You said that already, but we want you to continue with your
Look, peace, brother.
conversation.
Look, later.
Stop
All
saying
right,
please and
all right.
say
He
what you
said
want
he
to
would
say.
like to
We
continue
want
the
you to
conversation
want to
later.
hear
That's
you.
fine.
Go ahead.
We have had a great conversation with you, Hassan. We look forward to hearing from you again.
Absolutely.
Gabs, are there any
Yeah.
closing thoughts you'd like to share with Hassan?
Yeah. Nah, literally. It would have been a good conversation because literally, that point that I brought up, because I've been hearing so much things, and this is why I also when the brother was speaking and he kind of confused me a bit because he said at the beginning, and I know I heard him correctly, he said that this is where Islam is separate from the African religions. He said the difference is we believe that God is in everything and all this stuff, and obviously from an Islamic point of view, they don't believe the same thing. So then, but then when I asked him about all the energies, he started going on and saying that the God is the force. He's everything in the universe and the galaxy and the earth and all of that. But then he still he said all that, but then said, well, but he's the force and the reason behind it, and he's in everything, but he's not in everything. Like that, even that notion didn't even make sense to me. You can't be the force and in everything, but not in everything at the same time. What does that even mean?
I understand your contention.
And what happens is my brain starts going, whoa, what am I hearing? So then that's when I asked him about, I wanted to get into the free will because this is the bit where, this is where the wobbles, the legs start to wobble. Not that I was trying to attack him. I just wanted to see if he could understand what I'm talking about. Because from the Abrahamic religions, I literally see it as the way they portrayed it is God is literally the director, like what we just explained, that analogy I gave him, and they are literally walking out everything God has done. So, right. But what they will try and do is separate the negative. I don't know why they do it. They will separate any negative and say, well, no, the negative is not really God, but the good is God though. The good is God, but the negative ain't God, and you still got free will to do what you want to do. No, we don't. No, we don't. The negative and the good is coming from your creator because he even says so. He's the creator of all things. So
this is a problem I bring up because how you're talking about like the good and evil part. Like God says he created all things,
yes,
and that he knows all things. But in the start, let's just go over to Christianity real quick. So, but in the start of Christianity, God wasn't aware that it was Satan in the form of a serpent that tricked Adam and Eve. And then he, in that same story, punishes all serpents. Because remember, he punishes serpents to lay on their belly for the rest of time. This is the reason that the Bible gives for why snakes don't have legs.
Let's forward to the Quran.
So why was it? But then, hold on. But then later in the story, Satan himself, who should have been the serpent, is never shown or depicted as dragging himself across, because he goes up to heaven and he fights with God. He argues with God is what I should say more accurately. And he's never depicted as dragging himself into the room or anything. He always comes in very cocky and prideful and arrogant and bombastic. But there's a contradiction in, did God will Satan to do that evil and make the bad happen to Adam and Eve? Because then isn't he just as punishable?
I'll tell you one thing though. This is another and then aside, I know you want to say something. Going back to what you said, another misnomer is that people think that serpent is the devil. It's not. Because even if you read Genesis, that serpent is actually the beast of the field which God created, and he said it was good. The serpent is actually a beast of the field. And hence why, even if you read it, you'll see that he was cursed above all cattle. Cattle is what? Cattle is the animals. So this illusion that people get that Satan was the serpent in the Garden of Eden, that's not true. That's not Satan.
Well, I think
That was
another.
Yeah.
No, continue. I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I'll do
medicine
after.
man.
So
Medicine
let
man.
me say this. Oh, go ahead, brother.
Okay, go.
I
Go
like
ahead,
to
brother.
address something you just said. This has nothing to do with no. Don't wait until I leave the program to talk about whose feet is wobbling.
No.
That is insincerity.
No,
brother Hassan.
I didn't mean it.
He wasn't speaking about you specifically. He was
I
speaking
wasn't
about general
in
conversation.
general. I'm talking about in general.
You told me about somebody writing a script, and I was just trying to explain my view of what he was saying.
I wanted you
said
to hear
I
it. Yeah.
understand what you're saying. No, the thing is, what I'm saying is that the older the man write the script and everything, okay, we agree to that. What I am putting to you is that what animates the actors, right, and the source of their power and to express their creativity, we are saying as Muslims, it comes from God, right? Whether
So you're
it's
saying the
bad
creation and inspiration to build on those emotions and bring them out comes from God.
Saying the source of the power to animate.
That's what I said.
To act, right, comes from God.
Yes,
right?
that inspiration from within, because most actors will say that they are inspired from within when doing
but
a role.
I'm talking more about inspiration. I'm talking about the whole fact that they
He's
can
saying
get
the
up,
reason
walk,
why.
talk, the energy to act, talk, inspire, everything. We are saying that particular thing comes from God. So while I agree with him, what he is saying, and I told him and I agree, I'm not opposed to what he said, but I'm saying, we are saying that whilst the script is written, it is for the person and the person who acts it out, okay? Also, the power comes from only one source. There's only one source of power in this.
Here's the issue. The issue lies with the cosmogony and cosmology that's left in Quranic terminology. You have Surah Al-Ikhlas. It says, Kuhu Allahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, Lam Yalid wa Lam Yalad, wa Lam Yakallahu Kufuwan Ahad. It says, He is Allah, the one, Huwa, the one, the eternal, the absolute. Then it turned around and make one of the biggest contradictions in spiritual history. It says, Lam Yalid wa Lam Yalad, wa Lam Yakallahu Kufuwan Ahad. It says, He begets not, nor is he begotten, and none are like unto him. And to say that you are like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is to put you in kufr anyway. If you're a Muslim, you know this. You know this already, I'm sure. Most Muslims around the world know this. So when you turn around and say that I'm the one, the only, the eternal, the absolute, and then turn around and say you can't beget when the whole universe begets.
Well, is begotten.
Exactly. Well, the whole universe begets. The universe appears to be an organism. You know that you come into existence from the stratosphere, and everything around you from the planets on down is created from a nebula, a sun exploding, or something of that nature. And that goes all the way to the beginning of time. Time is created when energy cools off and starts to create matter. Once the matter is created, now it has a designated time because it has gone from energy, which is spirit, to a physical being, which will have a term that will expire as a physical being and become energy again.
Okay.
So when you make the mistake of saying, and like I said, this will put you in kufr in most cases if you're a Muslim. If you say he's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but he's not part of the existence, which most of them say, then you made a mistake in your cosmogony, because nothing can exist. You would suggest an alternate reality. And it can't be an alternate reality if he's the one and the eternal and the absolute. And so your cosmogony has a hole, where for me, the pagan, we don't have an issue. Absolutely.
Cosmology.
Can I respond?
No, cosmogony and cosmology, but cosmogony in particular when you're talking about that.
Okay. I understand the English language very well. Okay, so you have no problem in that. Now, the thing is, you said to say Allah is Samad, the eternal, the sort of all. Okay, and to come back and say that He does not beget is a contradiction. Now, the owner of the universe has a definition. Okay? And begetting and not begetting, that is function of creation. He is not creation. Right? There are things that God cannot do, as he will not be God. Just using the term God. Okay? There are things
But doesn't that by definition make him not God?
Hold up, let him finish. Let him finish. He hung himself, but let him finish.
I can't help it.
I
Trigger finger.
No, there are things that God, because there's a definition. Okay, there's a definition of a man, right?
Correct.
And that's using right. And there are
Yes,
things
Elder.
that there are things that a man cannot do, as he will no longer be defined as a man. It's the same way with the Creator.
Such as if we suddenly sprout, so to give an example, so to
God
differentiate,
can't make
when
a
a
rock
man
and
wouldn't
kill
be a
himself.
man.
Right.
I'm talking to
yeah,
two
you go
people. I
ahead.
don't
Right,
understand.
so we keep it simple so you
I
can
ain't
keep
said
going.
finish. I ain't said finish. Right?
All right, finish.
No, that's
finish,
why
please.
we just made, we summed that part up
For
for
God
you.
to for the Creator to come and impregnate somebody or manifest as a bull and rape a
Oh,
woman.
yeah? Oh, yeah? Okay.
And rape a woman, right? If that is your
Mhm.
concept of the Creator, that is not our concept.
And that's why there's a difference.
Right? That's what
That's
I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah, there's a
That is why
difference.
it's different. So if you believe that the Creator could come down with disguise himself as an animal and impregnate a woman, as the Greeks say, okay, we don't hold that concept.
Clearly. So let me ask you, can a bull create another bull?
No, because both of them are female. I mean, both of them are males. So
Bull and a cow. A bull and a cow can't create another bull, even though we refer to the cow as a bull when we discuss the terms of bull. A bull can't impregnate a cow.
Bull
Is
and
that
a
what you're
bull
telling me?
cannot impregnate each other. A bull and a cow can impregnate.
Well, okay, so I've already explained that. You've explained it secondary. Can a bull get a cow pregnant?
Yes.
They can procreate then, huh?
So a bull can, in essence, create another bull.
So as a creator, is dung part of God?
Is a creator on level. Listen, all of us embody the attributes of God. I can be merciful. I can be.
So you got attributes of God now, right?
But this is what you see. You didn't. You see, you jump in the talk when me and medicine man was talking. You didn't know what we was talking about, and just assume certain things of what I was saying.
Brother,
right?
we listened to the whole program.
Right?
I knew exactly what you was talking about. You acting as if I wasn't privy.
We embody a lot of the attributes of God, but we are not the. I can be merciful. I can be good. Okay, but I am not the good.
No, he's not saying that you're the God.
I'm just
Nothing is the God because everything exists within nature. But if you exist within nature, you can only be the God. You're just a portion of it.
Yeah. I am not
the problem is here.
I cannot be the and a portion at the same time. That is nonsense. You cannot be
so
the.
You can't be God and not be God at the same time. That's nonsense.
Hold on. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me do this. Hold on.
You cannot be
Brother Hassan, can I say something?
Portion of something at the same time.
Really?
Let me ask you a question. Actually, I can actually prove that wrong. So what? So Brother Hassan, so what would you say? Do you know what a human is in essence when you break us down?
Yeah.
So you know that we are what would be referred to as a superorganism. We are made up of multiple different kinds of cells, all working in tandem to produce the form of a human. So the kidney is a part of me and is no less part of not being human.
Yeah.
So a kidney is only a part of me, but it still makes up the whole lump soul of me. Or part of the lump soul.
Portion.
That is in respect to the system.
So that is where his perspective is coming from.
Being. No.
But from his perspective, it could be something as small as maybe a hair follicle.
Part of you. The kidney is not you because
the kidney is a part of me, but it's a piece of me that makes up with it.
The kidney cannot come here and have a discussion with me.
If your kidneys fail, will you cease to exist?
Yeah, because the kidney has a specific function.
That's because it's a part of you, Elder. That's what we're trying to show you. So when you
it is part of me, but what I am telling you, right, is that if Allah is the merciful. I'm using the merciful example, right?
Mhm.
You can be merciful because you are a mirror of the creator, right? It don't mean that you are
But
the creator, my brother. You are not
but
the
what is?
creator.
I am a creator. I've got a son, and I've got other
Boss,
molecules in my fingernails grow.
I never said you are not a creator. I said
Right.
carefully. I never said you. Let me slow down. Maybe the accent. You cannot
I love your accent.
be the THE definite article. You cannot be the creator. Your mercy, your creativity is dependent. And once your creativity and your mercy as a characteristic is dependent on something else, then you cannot be the. That is the Islamic position.
Right. And the Islamic position has a hole because when you come from Shamsu Asar, following the Shah, you know that you're a limb of Ra. And if you're a limb of Ra, you're an extension of that idea, that thought, and that particular deity. And if you're not a particular, hold up. We let you finish your thought. Elder decorum is my turn still. It is my turn still. You're not Allah, but you subscribe to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're not Allah because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said you're not Allah. I am a limb of Ra because Ra said I am a limb of Ra, and I can prove it scientifically because all the elements in the sun are the same elements in me. Now, am I physically the sun? No, but do I come from the parts of the sun? Absolutely.
My brother, you
absolutely,
and
because
further,
the whole universe begets.
will eventually be consumed by the sun.
Exactly.
So you become one with the sun.
Exactly. And then that turns into a nebula and begets more suns, brother. Let us finish, then you can go in. Right now, it's not your turn.
L-I-M-B. You are limb. You are not the. You are not Ra.
We already said that. You're a limb. You're a portion.
You are saying because you are a limb that you are Ra. You are not Ra, son.
What am I?
You can never be Ra.
What do I exist of?
Your existence is dependent.
Of course you're dependent. Everything depends.
You saying
Let me ask you this.
Your existence is dependent on Ra. Ra don't need you to exist.
Exactly. But I exist as what? A limb.
A limb. You know what a limb?
That means you're what? I'm a kidney. Hello.
I'm a kidney.
According to the hello.
You could be a kidney.
It's very simple.
The eye. You could be the left ventricle. There's many parts to the greater sum of things. Is what we're trying to.
I might be a fingernail, but my existence can only be. Am I what?
Kemetic philosophy, you are
I can't hear when two people are speaking from the Quran.
Kemetic is not a word, but Shamsu Asar. I like to address things properly. So it's a Shamsu. Go ahead.
Let's introduce hello to the new person. Yes. Could we get your name and so we can introduce you?
Yes, brother Rich. There you go.
Welcome, brother
big
Rich.
brother Rich. What's going on, big brother?
No, you not beating up the elder for, man. Let the elder speak.
I'm not trying to beat up
anybody. The elder spoke,
but
then he hopped in when we were speaking. Yeah, so we gave him the floor.
No, nobody's getting beat up.
We just trying to answer. So when we answer, let us answer.
You're not jumping on the elder, man. Let the elder speak.
The elder got the floor when he needed it.
All right, we're going to give him the floor. Elder, speak.
No. I don't want no floor. We are just having a discussion with the brother, right? Okay, and I what I'm trying to tell him, I agree with what he's saying. You see, he's a limb of Ra.
Ah, here go my girlfriend.
Exactly.
I'll talk to you all in a few.
If you are a limb of Ra,
you have a good day.
You see, here you go again. If you are a limb of Ra, okay, you are not Ra. You can embody concepts, you can embody attributes, you can embody character, right? But as long as you are dependent on something else, you cannot be that thing. You can share because you are attached to it, right? We can be merciful. We can even be creators, okay? But am I or you the creator? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I am saying. That's our concept. But he says that he believed God could come as a bull and rape a woman And you
Well,
know, this is
that
what
wasn't
he
his
just said.
that wasn't his concept. He's not a Greek, so he doesn't believe
No, I just
in
saying that's the Greek
Jesus
philosophy,
stuff.
but he said
That's
yes.
a Greek
It can
philosophy,
happen.
because you forget within
That's one
Greek
of them. One of them.
mythology there were many different
Yeah, just I say one of them.
factions
Oh God, we
within
know
it,
these
because it
things.
was a polytheistic religion. It's different from a monotheistic religion.
We listen.
So
We
gods in
understand,
polytheistic religion are broken down into concepts and
brother.
ideas, where you
All
have
of us, when all
Artemis
of us,
the hunter, things like
all of
that.
us
So they
as
embody
all of us are
aspects.
students. All of us are students of knowledge.
Yes, I
Right?
agree.
So we know this, right? We know
Mhm.
this. It have no culture that have one creation story. Okay, so we know this. So it's not. I'm not saying this. All I'm saying, brother, is that we are not the source of our seeing, and the source of our goodness comes from God, right? And we have the energy, the animation to do things, whether bad or good. We'll be held responsible for it. That's all.
Medicine man, you there?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
here.
but I'm
Yeah.
listening to you.
I was just gonna ask Gabs, do you
Yeah,
want to chime in on this?
man.
Yeah.
Medicine man. What's going on with Garfield? I hear that he's saying something about Jesus existed or something. Have you heard it?
Hey, all you know, Garfield. That's Garfield
Garfield.
position. I mean, he has his research to prove what he is saying.
He said what? Jesus what?
You remember you was talking to him about a week or so ago. He was talking about, and you were
Yeah.
saying, you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that. I don't know if he says it in his book that Jesus existed, or
Yeah, he
was
said that.
talking to Richard Pryor
Yeah.
or something. Like Jesus,
Yeah,
he
said
found that Jesus
No, but
exists.
then you have to understand what he is saying, my brother. Jesus.
No, I'm not.
Just Jesus admit about all the other things that they say about him. I don't think Garfield support that, but Jesus as a possible person existing at that time, that is what he's saying. It's a tricky question.
So he's not
It's a tricky question. If you come at him, you'll bust your head with it.
Okay, so he's not saying that that the Jesus that was in the grave for 3 days. He's just saying a person.
Now you say you don't believe Jesus. You don't believe Jesus will walk on water. Jesus will do a thing. You say this is the story that made up about that person. But what he is saying is that there was a person called Jesus. That I think that is.
Well, there was many people called Jesus.
Because Jesus, yeah. So
I mean, it was
this is why it got
pretty common
confusing.
name at the time.
This is why it got confusing of what he was trying. His point. He's like, it's like he was alluding to the Jesus of the Bible that they speak of, like the one who walked the water. But then he wasn't at the same time. It was kind of.
It's the way of how you use your wording to catch people.
Back on here.
Yeah,
Hold on one second. I haven't caught him back on here to. I don't really know what his premise was. I just hear him saying.
I've been listening to Garfield from
and
the beginning of his programs, right? And I think I understand a bit also. I mean, it's good to call him and ask him and let him clarify his point for you. And nothing wrong with that,
No, well, he was coming on Kalam show and Gabs was talking to him about it, but Gabs
anyhow,
didn't get
I have some classes to do.
He left.
In next 20 minutes, right? But brother, who the brother was talking to with the that symbol, medicine man.
Oh yeah. Yes,
I would
brother.
like if we could follow up this conversation. And the other brother with Hero is Hero. Seeing there Osiris.
Asa.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's there.
Hero and who else? Something else I'm seeing there. I don't have my glasses. But what's the name, bro?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
No,
I think so. Yeah.
With the different
Oh, you're talking about Rich.
Icons.
Oh, Rich. Yeah.
Rich, yeah. So
you can call me Rich.
Rich, and the other brother up there who was the other brother was in party conversation. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Darth.
What?
Darth.
Okay, I enjoy it, right? And next
Darth,
time, I would like to continue conversation with you at the next time. No problem. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Look forward to chatting again.
No, I like it. I like this kind of conversation because
I love them.
It creates even what you say helped me in an issue that I was thinking about. So thank you very much.
That's the whole point of these conversations, to open up perspective
that's good, man.
and help
There you go.
learn things.
Brother.
And that's what we're here for.
So
glad we could help.
Hey, listen.
Your brothers just was wake me up on an issue I was contemplating. So thanks. I will come back with it next time. Okay.
Hey, listen, Sheikh, I love you, dog. I love you.
Yeah, we will and come again. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
There you go. Yes, brother.
Shalom.
Yes,
Shalom.
brother.
Shalom.
And listen, family, the show's been going on for 6 hours. We,
Fun show.
I say we. Are you guys continuing? That's the real
I
question.
Yeah,
mean,
brother. I'm here because it got live. It got live a little bit there.
I was having fun conversating. I'm going as long as y'all will. I'm enjoying it.
I'm
Hey,
here.
Kalam, you're gonna have to ban Medicine Man from your channel because he's retiring everyone. I mean, I haven't seen Ty for like 2 years. Where is Ty, man?
For real, you
I
know.
don't know. I have to check the brother. I don't know.
That was actually the last time I came on was when we were having the conversation with Ty.
Jeez.
Oof, that was like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah. Medicine Man retired him, but I don't know what's going on.
Hey, I'm out again, but you don't continue, but I'm out.
I said that.
Alright, you know where I am, Gabs.
Yeah, what's this COD thing he's talking about? I caught that.
It's
What's this COD thing?
It's Call of Duty. Call of Duty. It's Call of Duty, man. Call of Duty. PS4.
He's trying to get some shots on. He's trying to call in the chopper.
Don't tell me that we're here talking about wise things and Kalam is on Call of Duty.
yeah.
I was cracking up laughing when he said
Look
when they were
at him,
talking about it.
He's loaded up.
Gamers.
Trust me.
Yeah,
man.
Let's give him a quote from Arnold for his exit. He has to get to the chopper.
Trust me, chopper, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Nah, I love that. I was gonna say, these convos, I think it's good, you know. I'm starting to get a lot of like I was saying to the brother, I want to push more for that because literally I want to start getting to the crux of the matter now because I'm like me personally, I'm at a point that even Rich, I was gonna tell you, I'm at a point now where I'm studying things and the way I'm looking at even like the scriptures, like, you know, God of the Bible and, you know, the angels and all this stuff, I'm more leaning to this stuff that these are literally physical extraterrestrial beings now. Like literally, the way I've been looking at the scriptures and seeing the interactions of, like, you know, the angels and God and all this stuff, it's more like with the information that I'm reading, it's more pointing towards that these are literal physical beings. Do you understand? And when they're speaking of like God the creator, like what you say, that force is hidden, it's unknown, we can't even know that. But I think that the beings that they are saying that is speaking, because, you know, the creator does speak and people do have seen him and had dialogue with him. I'm thinking that this is literally a physical entity from outer space, like literally an extraterrestrial.
So, Gabs, have you looked into the Sumerian creation myths?
Yeah, I've looked into that. Yeah.
So, do you notice that between the Sumerian creation myths, the Hindi creation myths, and the Greek and the Kemet?
Hello.
I think he dropped out.
Yeah, I think he got. Yeah, he got cut. That happens sometimes on the StreamYard. You know, when you be chatting, if you press the wrong button or move weird, it taps you out. Remember that kept happening to me the other night. Yeah.
Or hasn't paid his internet bill.
Say that again?
I said either that or he hasn't paid his internet bill.
You said the electric key. You better top up the electric. Yeah, it's peak. I don't even know if they do that in America like that. If they have the electric key and stuff. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I was basically saying. Like, I'm looking at it like that. What do you think? Because it's just the way that when I'm reading the scriptures and I'm going through them, I always go through the scriptures and I'm seeing the interaction. Like, you know, you got angels breeding with man. Like, how is that possible? Like, breeding with human women and all these things and creating offspring. But these have to be physical entities.
But you remember, like I said, some of them they copy from the Greek stories. Like,
oh, your mic. Is that your mic?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, that's it. Just before it was going muffly.
Oh yeah, even with some of the Greek stories, they have the same kind of concept. But
there you go.
You know, it doesn't mean that when they say that they threw a fetus from heaven to earth and he survived, that it's real. But people that back then thought it was. You know what I mean? So it's like they can't really take the fairy tales or what the allegory is trying to say to them. They just take it literal.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yep. It's true. It's true. Okay. So even in the scripture, so do you think that most of the stories, let's just take the Bible for instance, do you think most of those stories, according to you, do you think most of those are like allegorical?
particularly the New Testament.
New
The Old
Testament, yeah.
Testament, they're mixed up with, as you know, different, because they were all over. It's different cultures that you're seeing in the Old Testament, along with a lot of mythology as well. But
Yeah,
the New Testament in particular,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking you about Garfield, because when you were saying certain things and you were talking to him, I'm like, okay, I needed to jump on, but I couldn't really get on. Yeah. So I haven't really spoken to him since.
And he kind of fled. He kind of. I asked him one question, and he kind of dipped quick.
Yeah, I
He kind
did
of
see
dipped.
the dip, Phil. I did see that bit.
Yeah. He dipped quickly, and I was like, "Isn't that a bit funny?" We was laughing, innit? Because he just said,
Yeah,
"Oh,
because
I'll be back."
you were saying that Matthew then is totally wrong, but at the same
Yeah,
time, you
that's
remember?
it. Yes, you remember now, because he was saying Matthew. What was it? He's saying Matthew was totally wrong, and all this stuff. That was it. He was talking about the bit with Jesus when he went to Egypt and came back and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And he was saying that Matthew was wrong, but then I hit him with something, and then he was like, "Oh, do you understand?" It kind of like made him like, "Oh, whoa, boy, if that's wrong, then how could?" Yeah. And then he kind of he fled. He fled. I didn't hear from him since.
Because I think he was saying in one show, I got to hear a bit where he was saying something like, he was talking to Dr. Richard Carrier, and he was saying the people who said they were Christiani, they must have been fighting about the Christos. There must have been someone there that they were fighting about. That's why he believes that there was a Jesus.
Okay.
Thinking, okay, that's not really a strong point, because Christos was that was more like the spirit, wasn't really actually a person when they use that word.
Okay.
That's why I always say to people, what was Jesus' birth name?
Yes.
And there's always a problem.
There is, yes. There is, yes, because obviously we have in the New Testament where they say his name would be Emmanuel. He's got so many different names and titles. We don't even actually know what his name was.
There you go.
Do you understand? So I don't know. Yeah, who is Emmanuel? Why did they name him Emmanuel? The angel said to name him Emmanuel, isn't it? I'm sure it wasn't it? Yeah, the angel.
His name should be Christ or something like that. But somebody said he should be called Emmanuel, meaning God hears or something like that.
Yeah, wasn't that not the angel as well?
So I can't remember. If it was the angel.
Yeah. Okay. Is that Doc?
Cool.
Welcome back.
Oh, he's back. Yeah. There you go.
Complete his mission.
Jeez, this is a big boy comment right here,
Oh.
Let me get up. Hold on. Why is it not showing? There you go.
Yeah, because I can't even see the chat. How many people's there?
There's 32 now, man. It's starting down from 50 to 32. Replace God with enlightened master and angel with initiates.
Replace God with enlightened master and angel with initiates.
It brings it closer to more like an order of mystics that brings knowledge instead of it being more spiritual and angelic. The formless beings, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Similar to how you were saying about aliens coming down when you've been looking at it more. It would be a better way to interpret that they came down to teach, and this is what they had to teach us.
Yeah.
But you know what? In ancient scripts, I've never really, if you've come across it, you've never really heard people talking about angels, right?
No.
So where did it come from? Angels, or as it's appropriately called, angles, is when, if a person's born, say, in June, and your mother's just delivering you, at that point, the stars and the planets are in a certain position.
Yeah.
But if you look on your star chart, they're at an angle. Angles become angels. That's why they say that's your guardian angel. Who's the guardian angel? The house which you were born under. That's why Jesus is always with a lion, because the lion represents Judah, but the lion also represents Leo. Leo spelled backwards is Elo.
Okay.
So they're always talking about the zodiac, but they do it in in a way where you wouldn't understand that they're actually talking about the zodiac and the star signs.
Okay, yeah, the zodiac, yeah, it makes sense.
That's why
But
if you read Jewish book, the Zohar is one of their most treacherous books. But if you read the Zohar, it deals with the zodiac and correspondence and stuff like that.
yeah,
Well, they were originally nomadic people. So being nomadic people, they had to rely on the stars. That makes a lot of sense.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I
Because
still think that.
Oh, go ahead, Gibbs.
No, you're right. I was gonna say, but yeah, but that I think that teaching also came from their time and experience in Egypt, because we already know that obviously Moses was, if we go by the scriptures, obviously Moses was learned for 40 years. And we already know that obviously in Egypt at the time, they was dealing with astrology and the cosmos.
Of course.
And stuff like that. That was one of the main teachers and practices out there. So we can't, and if he was raised in the house of Pharaoh, you know, he was definitely getting the best of educations. Hence why he was able to supposedly move everybody out. Okay.
Wouldn't that depend on his brother? Because if he was in the house of Pharaoh, it would depend on what position Pharaoh would have him at. Because look at Josephus. Josephus, when he came into the house of Pharaoh as an attendant, was a banker, a financer, and a mystic. And that's what he helped him with. So he helped him with interpreting visions and things like that, that he had a court of people that were in the order of the Magi that he didn't trust, apparently. So it depends on the position relative to him in the house, which I don't think is very clear. We're led to believe it is a high position of note, though. So it gives credit to what you are saying, Gabs.
Yeah, but it does. No, but one thing that we do get from that is that it does say that he was learned in all the wisdom and knowledge of the Egyptians. So either way, depending on what point or position he had, they allude and tell us that he was learning all the wisdoms. And even Egyptologists today, I don't think they even know all the wisdoms and knowledge of the ancient Egyptians. So imagine if someone like Moses, someone like him, for 40 years being learned in all that teachings. Now it's fair to say why he was able to do certain things, turn his staff into a snake and lead the people through the wilderness where there's no light. How was he guiding them through the nighttime? What was he using? Did he have his knowledge of stargazing and how to follow the stars and all this stuff to be able to map out the road? Because they was going through the wilderness.
So do you think he would have been initiated into the court of the Magi under the Pharaoh?
I believe he was definitely a part of some mystery school. He would definitely have been learned in some type of mystery.
It's a mystery school. It would be a mystery school to us, but for them, it would have been an elite school. It would have been the higher education. It would have been the university of like what we would call modern education today. So it would be the higher up in
100%. Yeah.
So the wealthy institute is what we could say.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. He was definitely in that high bracket of learning.
Because he started for 40 years or something like that.
He started for 40 years. It's always that 40, that number 40. 40 years of learning, 40 years of this, 40 in the wilderness, 40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. So he was definitely initiated with them. And that's why he was able to do the throwdown with the other initiates, the other priests. Remember they had their little showdown of knowledge, or I think, is it Brother Rich in the Hebrew? Is it a battle of power, their wisdom?
With the snakes.
Yes, with the snake, when Moses and the Pharaoh's priests.
Yeah.
See,
well, that's basically what it was,
yeah.
Curious, because we talked about which parts of the Bible are allegory. So what part of this story should we take as allegory and which part should we take as truth?
Moses story. Moses story is an allegory.
No, which pieces of it? Because there could be, like we said, there's truth sprinkled in with allegory. So which parts do we know? So we know he had.
Well, there was no man called Moses for a start. If we really want to go there, I mean,
that's just a translation for what we would know. We don't know what the actual name would have been because we don't speak the old languages like back then. We're just using modern understanding.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm trying to think of a specific one. Like, we don't call, like, our pronunciation and our linguistics aren't always the same. Some cultures do have direct lineages. Like, I'm trying to think. There was a study I was looking on that was showing a breakdown of the Aramaic languages and which ones. So it broke down. It showed how there was a branch off into lineage of Canaanite, and then different things all the way down through the lines of Israel, some Arabic, and things like that. And there was another one, a fourth line that I can't remember, and that's the one I'm trying to recall right now. So give me one moment.
Nabatean? Was it Nabatean?
I don't think it was Nabatean. Nabatean was over in one of the other columns.
Okay.
So this fourth column literally only had like one example, while the others had a branch through that showed how far down it goes down towards more of the modern age. I gotta find the show that I was watching, because I was watching on a linguistics documentary. So I have to look for that.
Oh, okay.
There was a man in Egypt they found called Asafis. Asafis was like a lieutenant under Uncle Nutton. When Uncle Nutton moved to what's the city that he moved to? I can't remember the city that he created. His like general was called Asafis. That's why I don't remember. Do you remember when they had that showdown in America with Egypt on trial? Do you remember that?
Yeah, Egypt on trial. Yeah.
Don't you remember when that guy, the Hebrew Israelite, come in and said,
I think Kalam was there. Was Kalam there? I think he was there.
Yeah,
Kalam, you went there.
Yeah, Kalam went there.
Yeah.
And now you remember the Hebrew guy was saying, "Are you looking for Moses?" Because at that time we couldn't find him, and he's going, "Do you know who Moses the Sarsis is?" And the Hebrew Israelites like, "Yeah," like they found Moses. But then when I done my research, and I'm thinking, okay, well, where's the parting of the Red Sea? That wasn't his story. He was a lieutenant under Uncle Nutton.
Okay.
I'm like, the whole story is different from the Bible story, but you have to seek someone because the story didn't happen. But if you want to sew yourself into a great culture and you write the story, it's easy to make the Egyptians, like the Jewish guy said to me the other night when he got upset. He's going, "Do you know what Ra is in Hebrew?" I'm like, "Yeah, evil." And he went, "There you go." And I'm like, "Well, it's evil to you if the sun gives you skin cancer." He didn't really know how to respond. See? So your whole doctrine is actually just dehumanizing the Egyptian religion, and you could only go up against the Egyptian religion because it was the standard.
Yeah.
And when Moses came, the reason why we don't have no chronology for him is because, first of all, you try to pitch him against one of the greatest pharaohs in Egypt, Moses III. One of the greatest warriors. So they tried to say Moses went up against him. Then when scholars said, well, it couldn't have been, then they go, oh, maybe it was Moses II. And like, well, it couldn't have been. I mean, up to this day, they can't give us no chronology. They can't give us a chronology because it never happened.
Yeah, we don't know which pharaoh was in play at the time.
If you looked into the I forget what study it was the migration study of the something with an H.
The Hebrew.
What would you say again?
Or the Hebrew.
The Hebrew, not the Hebrew. It was closer to. They were seafaring people that came into Egypt around, and they were.
The Hyksos.
Someone was trying. Hyksos. Thank you.
Hyksos. Yeah.
The Hyksos. Yes.
You know what, Gab? They call them sometimes they say, a guy said it to me just the other day on Kalam thing, is like, it's the Hebrew. And I'm like, are you saying that's the Israelite? Because if you do the study on them,
that's what I was going to say. Some people claim
they took over. We didn't enslave them. They took over.
Yeah, they actually took over. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was apparently a large enough group that it was an army that became.
That's right.
Pretty instilled into the ground, and that's what someone was trying to say, that this was a representation of what that was.
Thank you.
Oh, so they're trying to say the Hebrew Israelites are the Hyksos, yeah?
That's right. They say that.
The shepherd, because they were shepherd people, right?
That's right.
They were apparently nomadic, because remember in the story, which one is it? Josephus, when he brings all of his people from upper or the lower areas of Israel and stuff down in, that's typically associated with the region of the Hyksos.
That's right.
Okay, so they came in, grew to power, and then took over. So what? Maybe Moses wasn't actually an actual Egyptian, and they twisted the story.
This is what I'm saying. But they ruled Egypt for, well, some scholars say for about 100 years, some say for about 108 years. And it was,
a few generations is what it was supposed to be. It was ruled by, if you piss us off, we will burn your cities to the ground, because they could not catch them in a field where it was advantageous for the Egyptian military to take them down because they could scatter in multiple directions and burn in mass, similar to what the Mongolians did in Europe. It was one of the troubles of dealing with a nomadic type people is their ability to break and then coalesce again in mass and destroy armies.
So how did it finish? How did it finish? It finished with
the Hyksos were, I believe,
taking
either
them
eventually
out.
assimilated or integrated into the overall Egyptian society,
the story
or kicked
of
out.
Athmos,
I don't know the
story of-
exact details.
Let me say the story of his family, Athmos, where his father died and his brother died trying to get them out. Athmos was the last son. The Sphinx was built, as they call it, was built to his mum as a victory. But Athmos is the one who chased them out. And even when he conquered them, he said, those of you who want to stay, you can stay, but you'll be living under Egyptian law. And those of you who need to go, need to go. That's what he said to them.
Yeah, they pushed out some and then they assimilated, similar to
That's right.
similar to how like other groups did. You can either
That's right.
stay and join and become part of us, or move on, or we'll kill you.
That's right.
Wow.
So the story is they flipped the Moses story to make it look like the Egyptians slaved them. But when you read the Hyksos, when they say, oh, we're the Hyksos or we're the Hebrew, or you came into our land and then you took it over, not all of Egypt, mainly the upper part of Egypt.
The upper bit, yeah.
Yeah, no, they never got that far to the south because
That's
trying
right.
to get to the southern half of Egypt was much harder for most armies. Most people only ever conquered into the north and allowed the south
That's right.
real large amounts of autonomy. The south was relatively unconquerable for most people.
That's right.
It was too jungly for their formations, their mounted riders, so it made it way hard. That's why those southern empires down there were always credited for having their high-level skirmishers and things like that in war bands that would go actually work in like Roman armies and other armies. They got paid really, really well. They were very high quality troops to be having in military incursions.
Okay. That's interesting, you know. Yeah, because I was gonna go back to it because it's funny because it's see like even more like even the Old Testament, because I was reading up on all these ancient relics that appear up in the Old Testament, like you know about is it Elisha had a cloak that could turn him invisible. Did you know about that? Did you know that?
No.
You know, like in Harry Potter when he had that cloak and he put that over his body and he turned invisible. Yeah, they had that. Did you know that Elisha also had a thing called a mantle that he wrapped around his waist that when he struck that on the water, it split the Red Sea.
Okay.
And
I wasn't aware of that.
You know that?
I heard that story.
No. You know, hold on, wait. You guys didn't know about Elisha and Elijah when Elijah used a thing called a mantle to hit the water so that him and his understudy could walk through the sea.
I've not read that.
So
The
Moses.
story I remember about them is that they raised someone from the dead as well. If I can remember.
Oh yeah, they do all
my
sorts of
days.
like just think
Let me
about
get this.
Solomon or the Psalms of Solomon are literally him going and capturing demons and forcing demons to help him build what it was known as Judea, the area known as Palestine now, what was originally the Judean Empire, was built apparently with demons.
Guess what, Darth? That's interesting you said that. But why do you think they would have put that in the Bible?
I don't know, because they try to play on the allegorical thing, because I know some of the stories they were bringing in were to help bring in the people that they were selling the stories to.
If you read Greek stories, in the Greek stories, everyone personal, every human being had a demon, but not the demon that we were talking about today, because it's pronounced in the Greek daimon, and it means someone who's divine. Do you understand?
Oh, let me turn it up because my headphones kind of cutting out. Say it again.
When we say demons today, we think of demonic spirits.
Well, yeah, it's because I'm that's because I'm westernized. That's why I understand. But I know what you mean.
When they say daimon, that means you was like a childlike, you were like godlike. It's how these religions have corrupted these words where we get now a devil and a god, a good guy and a bad guy. And
it's a way they switch, because
stories.
One of the things I heard Gabs talk about earlier was like root connection to different cultures. So I wanted to point out that like Saxons and certain Celtics and Franks had a large Druidic culture before Rome had came in, and Rome slaughtered the highest elders of the order in a giant meeting that was called the Caesar. And they effectively killed off the political and religious head of the entirety of Celtic, Frank, and Anglo-Saxon people when they invaded the land. I wanted to bring that up. It's a way of it's a method of conquest is when people do that. Because it was allowed for the Romans to divide all the different tribes because they no longer had their political figureheads and their religious heads, and it was able to allow them to easily divide the tribes and wipe them out and easily bring them into the fold of Rome, more easily than it would have been.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, listen to this. Yeah, please. This is you guys need to come and check. This is why I said I'm studying certain things. Look at this. So this is Second Kings. Yeah. This is our Old Testament, Second Kings, yeah.
Hold on, is it the Revised King James Bible or the Old King James Bible?
Old King James or whichever. Yeah. I just read it from Old King James.
Okay. Remember, there are testaments before that. King James was he rewrote the Bible so that he could divorce his wives. Remember that, or was that?
Yeah.
Whatever. One of those kings. Go ahead. Continue. Share.
But yeah. This is Second Kings. So I'm gonna read this quickly. Yeah. Watch this. So I'm just gonna read verse 5. Yeah. It says now look. Now the sons of the prophets who were at Jericho came to Elisha and said to him, "Do you know that the Lord will take away your master from over you today?" So he answered, "Yes, I know. Keep silent." Then Elijah, so this is about Elisha and Elijah. So then Elijah said to him, "Stay here, please, for the Lord has sent me onto the Jordan." But he said, "As the Lord lives, as your soul lives, I will not leave you." So the two of them went on, and 50 men of the sons of the prophets went and stood facing them at a distance, while the two of them stood by the Jordan. Now Elijah took his mantle, rolled it up, and struck the water, and it was divided this way and that, so that the two of them crossed over on the dry ground. So you see, Moses wasn't the only one that split the sea.
This is true.
Yeah,
and a lot of these stories are played off of.
Hello?
I think he dropped off again.
Oh, he's very dropped off again. But listen to this and watch this. And so and they crossed over the dry ground. And so it was. And when they had crossed over, Elijah said to Elisha, "Ask what may I do for you before I am taken away from you?" Elisha said, "Please let a double portion of your spirit be upon me." So he said, "You have asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if you see me when I am taken from you, it shall be so for you. But if not, it shall not be so." Then it happened, as they continued on and taught, that suddenly a chariot of fire appeared with horses of fire and separated the two of them, and Elisha went up by a whirlwind into heaven. And Elisha saw it, and he cried out, my father, the chariot of Israel and its horsemen." So he saw him no more, and he took hold of his own clothes and tore them into two pieces. That's how distraught this is how upset he's getting, you know. Man tore his piece. You know when someone crying on the floor, seeing someone being taken away, he tore his clothes into pieces. And he also took up the mantle of Elijah that had fallen from him and went back and stood by the bank of the Jordan. Then he took the mantle of Elijah that he had fallen from him, and he struck the water and said, "Where is the Lord God of Elijah?" And when he also had struck the water, it was divided this way and that, and Elisha crossed over. Look at that, bro. Mad, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So literally,
missed by many.
Yeah, this sounds like look at that. That sounds like man had some magical mantle, and if you read it, I think the mantle was like a cloak.
Well,
that he had wrapped around him.
Here's something that you can ask Muslims and Christians. What is the difference? They'll always say the difference is it comes from God, but what's the difference between magic and divine magic? They'll always just say one comes from God, one comes from devils, but they do the same thing. They give objects, they give knowledge and things like that through the means of magic, but it's good when one side does it and bad when the other side does it.
Mm.
It's more, for me, from my point of view, that's like a political aim. So like when the Israelites are conquering into Canaan, they call Baal and all their Canaanite gods vicious, and they claim lots of different things on them. And the same practices that the people of that land are doing to enact for their war to fight back are being enacted by the Israelites. But it's okay when the Israelites and the other people do it because they won. It's a play on the might makes right concept, is how that point in history usually is. So if I won the war, my God is right.
Yep. Yep.
And that's usually how a lot of the history is written. And then the political aspects, the religious aspects, and stuff like that will get trickled down, like Rich Kid was saying, and switched up at points, depending on the faction in power.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Gabs, because the chariot story where he got taken up in a chariot. There's an old Ethiopian story like that when they borrowed the Zeus. I can't remember the guy's name, but he wanted to ride, see if he can control the chariot of Zeus. They gave him the chariot, and the chariot got out of control and went to the sun, and it burned and dropped in Ethiopia, and from then man's skin became scorched. I mean, this is a long time story. So when I see these stories turn up in these Bibles, I know they just got stories from here. Every culture they were just picking up these stories and just rewriting them. So today we are reading them as if to say, well, you can see some people reading them as if to say they truly happened. But when you go back 3,000-4,000 years ago, all of these stories were there. There's a deluge of stories of man flying from heaven, God's coming down, and this and that. What makes those stories real? They weren't real. So why should I believe in what you're talking about now? It don't make no sense.
Well, I notice oftentimes is the way that the Abrahamic faith will try to play it off is, it's because our God is an entity that has no form like these other gods. Because in other polytheistic religions, the gods typically take a form for their aspect. And this is what they try to delineate away from. They're like, our God has no forms, therefore he is all things and can do all things.
That's madness.
That's the play around they try to get.
That's why I was talking to the Jewish guy the other night, because I couldn't get Gabs to read that same Bible. You remember Gabs? But hold on, you was online, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember when I said he told us that the Garden of Eden was in where?
Say that again. You was cutting out a bit there.
You remember we was talking to the Jewish guy. Where did he say the Garden of Eden was?
He said the Garden of Eden was in Iraq.
Right.
Yeah, that area.
And we spent half an hour trying to convince him that it was in Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
Then when I agreed with him that I believed that the Garden of Eden was in Iraq, I said, I'm going to agree with you. He actually didn't want me to agree with him, because now I was going to ask him, was God actually walking in the cool breeze of the day, like your Bible says? He couldn't answer that.
Okay. Yeah.
How are you going to answer that when you just said that your God doesn't? What did you say, Dar? He doesn't transform himself or doesn't do anything?
The thing Christians will say that their God can come down, but Muslims will always say our God never comes down and has no form or shape. But Christians will say their God has the ability. So if you look at the Trinitarians, which is what the Muslims will often point to, the God up in heaven, the Holy Ghost, which comes to give off revelations, and Jesus, the manly embodiment of God, the Son. But then, the different, so it depends on which denomination you're talking to. But yes, all in all, the main theme is no form, so therefore is all things.
Yeah.
You still with us, Gabs?
Yo, family. Let me do this. Can I just quickly lock off the show, and then we can continue this off air, innit?
Yeah,
that's calm.
It's going on for a lot.
That's calm.
Let me cut off because I know I need to chop up the video. Family, I hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. Listen, if you want more of Titans TV, right? What you got to do is join the link, and you could be live off air with the brothers discussing whichever topics come to mind. Right about now, we're signing out. Peace and love, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Man. Let's get it, baby. Young Kelly.